Okay, there it is. Now it started. And now we go start TikTok. Perfect. I think I should be live on TikTok as well. Yep, I'm live on TikTok. Perfect. Awesome. Finish on with you guys covering yesterday's debate. I feel like I keep waking up to Saturday morning cartoons. But Ethan did blackface. Of course Ethan did blackface. That's not even a question. He's done blackface multiple times. But yeah, let's start. So what happened yesterday, essentially? Well, that's a good question. What happened yesterday basically was Hasan and Ethan went to do a little bit of a debate, and yeah, that went kind of interesting. Yeah, you might be wondering how we got here. That was kind of interesting. So let's get into. You and Hasan is not Frogan or IDubs, true. There should have been a moderator. There was supposed to be a moderator. Dan was supposed to be the moderator. But here's the problem with that is that Dan is employed by Ethan. And if Dan cuts off Ethan and tells Ethan to stop talking, Ethan would murder him. So there was no moderator. There should have been a third party impartial. It's like Sam Cedar should have came back to moderate or something, you know? Even though Ethan would not have liked that. Does Dan egg him on too? I mean, Dan is an op. We already know this. Dan is an op. Dan's an op. Dan sets Ethan up to fail. Right? A perfect example is when Hasan DM'd and messaged Dan to debate, and Dan didn't tell Ethan, right? Dan didn't tell Ethan until like 2 hours later. Right? Not making Ethan look stupid. Was that even addressed, by the way? No, I don't think so. Yeah, memory's failing, but wasn't there a time where Dan actually did speak up in the past? Yeah, while leftovers was happening, before leftovers. Dan was the controlled opposition. He was like the leftist voice. The liberal on a Fox News on Fox 5, you know? But since then, like since leftovers ended and since October 7th, Dan has been an enabler. Maybe he's so stupid that he unintentionally sets Ethan up. You think it's unintentional, right? I think they're all ops. I don't think they really care about the state of the podcast now, right? As long as they get paid. I think they know that like this does not look good for Ethan. You feel me? All of them, besides Ethan's wife, maybe Zach, maybe Nate. But I think the rest of the people on the podcast knows, right? Knows that like it doesn't look good for Ethan. He was talking about views immediately after that. He did that because he's trying to like, again, I don't think that's an op. I think Dan's more of an op. I think he's trying to like diffuse the situation and be like, Ethan, don't even worry about it. We got a lot of views today, right? You may have not had done well, right? You may not have done well, but we had a lot of views today. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to like diffuse the situation. That's pretty optimistic. I think that they're not good people at this point. I don't know why you think I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? Like I don't know why you think that what we're saying is mutually exclusive. Even saying Hila is a terrorist was hilarious. I mean, what he's gonna do. I'm gonna explain what he's gonna do. He's going to, and we can keep talking about this chat. But if you could find a clip, find the clip so we can talk about it. Go off. You find the clips and send me the clips, and we'll look at the clip and we'll talk about it, right? But very overarchingly, what Ethan's going to do is he's essentially going to go live on Monday, pretend like he won the debate, pretend like he was super even keeled and Hasan was so emotional. He'll have clips of Hasan being super emotional and saying Hasan was ruining the flow of the show and he was speaking over Ethan and Ethan couldn't get a word in. And he's gonna say like, I was obviously joking about my wife being a terrorist, right? I wasn't being serious about that, right? And like everything that he conceded on, he'll say that he was joking on or it didn't matter. And Hasan couldn't answer his very hard-hitting questions like, why swastika sword? You know what I mean? Hasan couldn't answer my very serious and very based in reality questions like, why swastika sword? And why iDubbbz? Right? Why you iDubbbz? Why you iDubbbz? Why you swastika sword? Why hummus? And he's going to just ignore or explain away his usage of like the Arabs and things of that nature. That's what's gonna happen. Right? That's what's gonna happen.
And I don't even
Then
think
why should he leave it up?
This is okay. This is like, oh yeah, you guys can't see this. Boom. And this is an example of Ethan Klein thinks it's okay for him to draw the swastika. It's the same reason black people can say the N-word. And this is something I wish Hasan pressed on Ethan a little bit more. And I will say Hasan did very well. Right? Hasan did better than I expected. Right? I think he still took the bait a little bit too much. Because there was times where like he could have refocused the conversation and where he engaged a little bit in the drama, a little bit more than I would have hoped. So I went way too long on the rape issue. I disagree. I think Hasan should have kept going longer on the rape issue. Because that's what Hasan is here for, right? Hasan's not here to address Ethan's delusions about, you know, Frogan being anti-Semitic or whatever, or like, you know, Ian being anti-Semitic. She just said, yes, rapes occurred. That doesn't change the calculus. No, he should not have. Right? Like, even because like the problem is that they were talking about different things. Ethan doesn't want Hasan to say rapes occurred, right? Ethan would have taken that and saying, okay, Hasan concedes that mass rapes happened. That's the claim that Ethan was making. Right? That is the claim that Ethan was making. And Hasan was not going to concede that claim. And trying to find evidence of rape is bad optics. I think you're dumb, chatter. I think you're stupid. Because that's not the claim. The claim is not that did rapes happen, yes or no. The claim that Ethan is making is that there was mass systemic rapes on October 7th. That is the claim that Ethan made. That is not based in evidence. This is what made was gross. You are not understanding. You are not talking about the same claim. Ethan is making the claim that mass rapes occurred on October 7th. You're stupid. You're dumb. That is not true. You want Hasan to just say something that's not true is true. It's not true. I think you should be very clear if Ethan is trying to get Hasan to admit that mass rapes happened, to not engage with that. Even if it, like, you know, optically would look good if Hasan like just agreed with Ethan on this one point. That's what Ethan wants. You're doing the drama slop YouTuber thing where it's like, oh, just why is Hasan saying the rapes didn't happen? Because one, Hasan didn't say that, and two, he's being very clear to Ethan that Ethan believes that mass rapes happened, and he has not provided any evidence that that's the case. There's no evidence of mass rapes. Then what's the problem? Ethan trying to weaponize the stories of victims in captivity, hostages, and their testimonies to make the claim that mass rapes happened. You should not let him do that. He should not be allowed to. There's no conceding that. There's no, okay, well, you may be right on this, Ethan. Because he's wrong. He's incorrect. He's incorrect. He's incorrect. And Hasan multiple times during this debate, right, said that he didn't deny, right, that sexual assault took place. Hasan refocused back around to October 7th and the claim that Ethan made in the content nuke that there was mass rape on October 7th. That is the claim that Ethan made. I don't know how much you make it think that Hasan won the debate. I don't know how you are breathing, chatter, you know, but that's a different story. I don't know how we shared airspace. If you think that Ethan like was intelligent in any or intelligible in any way, especially disgusting for Ethan to say, "Oh, it happened, but they all died and were buried." Believe Israel. All the people I got from the convo was that Hasan needs proof for rape to happen, and people latched onto that. Yeah, because that's dumb, right? Because that's what not what Ethan, not what Hasan was saying. Number one, and two, they were gonna say that anyway, right? Like, this is not unique for like pro-Israel Zionists to turn around and be like, "Oh, you hate women because you deny rapes from the pro-Palestinian side." You know what I mean? This is normal Hasbara, right? Which is why you don't concede that. You don't concede to the framing of Zionists, because that's what this is their thing. This is their thing. They call pro-Palestinian supporters, right, pro-rape, for saying that there was no evidence of mass rapes happening on October 7th. Right? What I will say is that what I wanted Hasan to go deeper into is that I'm 100%, like, I'm 100% down with being proven wrong, right? I'm 100% down with being proven incorrect if only Israel would allow investigators in to investigate these claims. Which, you know, they don't do. They don't do. I think Jewish Hassan could have argued point better, to be honest, because that portion was hard to watch. Ethan controlled the narrative. Didn't Ethan want to do this because with Sam and Hassan under the pretense that it would be better not to focus on Israel and Palestine? Or wrong or whatever, but both debates focused extensively on his personal beefs. No, he never claimed that he was going to talk about Israel and Palestine. You know what I mean? Like, he was always going to circle back around to like personal beefs. That's the death deal. The fact that they don't allow people in is the most damning, I think, imaginable. Yeah, and I wish Hasan engaged deeper with that rhetoric. Also, Hasan's mic being low was annoying. Yeah, I agree. But like, I don't think it's wrong or incorrect to not allow Ethan to try to guide the framing that like the mass rapes happened on October 7th. Right? Because he'll be like, here's this one account of sexual violence that happened on October 7th. Therefore, mass rapes happened. And when Hasan demonstrated that that's not evidence of mass rapes, number one, like a mass systemic, you know, Hamas organized rapes, which is the conversation that we're having. And number two, Israel still did not allow investigators in to corroborate or verify any claims. Ethan was just like, Pixar didn't happen. Ethan's only like, and this is why I think people, it's dumb. People would be like, oh, Ethan actually argued this well. He literally was just screaming, Pixar didn't happen. Like, do you not? And I think it's so funny when he was also like, Hasan was like, the victims deserve justice, and Ethan was like, justice? What's justice here? Like, and this is the problem. Ethan doesn't care about victims of sexual assault. He doesn't care about victims of sexual violence. He doesn't. He does not care. He does not care about the victims getting justice on October 7th or in captivity, right? I 100% believe there was sexual violence that took place on October 7th and in captivity to the hostages. I think those victims should get violence. I think those perpetrators should be held accountable. Why are we not allowing third-party investigators in? Why are we not doing that? Why is Israel stonewalling third-party UN investigators in to verify these claims to then hold these people accountable? No smoke for Israel to stopping the investigations. None. I think he's blinded by his own personal ambitions / vendettas. He's not mentally right mentally, in my opinion. I think the way he acted yesterday was not the way well people act. honestly, I was disappointed. I thought he would come with something better. Right? And so I think in like the Asmongold LSF drama slop tier of viewer, I think they're gonna look at this and be like, Hasan got emotional and therefore he lost. Right? Hasan was talking for a long time, therefore he lost. But I think any like normal average person who sees like the clips of this on, you know, either Twitter or once the like 2 or 3 weeks that come like down the line where you see like the you know, deep investigatory videos about breaking down what happened in the debate, I think people are going to acknowledge that Ethan did very poorly. I think so. I think that Hasan should not have gone into this because his entire point, there's no evidence of a systemic mass rape performed by Hamas and no amount of rapes justify genocide. I don't think you're correct. That is his point. That's not incorrect. So like, what's the issue with saying that? Anti-Arab Islamophobic stuff from Ethan really got into my skin. I'm half Arab Muslim, dude. So it's not like the first time I've ever come across it, but last night it put me off. Yeah, the rhetoric that he got emotional, so he lost his comment used by right wing people, smear leftists who actually have empathy for others. Yeah, called his wife a terrorist. He lost. No, he's gonna walk that back. Or you're gonna see a characterization of it that's like, oh, he was joking, right? He wasn't being serious. He was saying it sarcastically in order to like demonstrate how absurd it was that Hasan was insinuating it. That's what he's gonna say. He was with the suit. He started wearing it out of nowhere. Honestly, I think it came from what Asmongold said. Right? I think it came from what Asmongold said. If you don't know, Asmongold like called out Ethan for looking bad in his response to the content cop because he was like had his Tourette's on display. And I think that kind of, you know, resonated with Ethan. And so he was like, okay, I need to present myself as better, right? In order to like, you know, be better. Now the suit is an old meme, but there's a reason why he started wearing it again. I think that's part of the reason. I think he wants to present himself as, because just saying it covers up the tattoo. Like you can wear anything. You don't have to wear a full suit to cover up the tattoo, right? Him wearing the suit is like he's doing it to make himself look presentable, right? He cut his dyed hair off and he put the suit on to make himself look presentable. Because I think that partially due to what Asmongold said, but I think he feels self-conscious by the way he's perceived. Right. Oh no, it's gonna fall again. My my curtains are gonna fall again. Jeez Louise, hold on. Here, watch this. I gotta get it to it before it falls. Hold on, wait. Okay.
And I don't even think why should you have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
was
happened?
Anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the and I don't even think
why should
you
leave
have
it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in
kill
that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement?
Okay, I've returned. I'm back. Okay. Run it back.
And I don't even
then
think
why should
you
he leave
have
it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis.
I wish Hasan pushed his point a little bit further. Ethan's chat thought he was crushing it. I don't think so. Right, chat, you have to understand. I don't think Ethan's chat thought that Ethan was doing well. I think they are trying to craft a narrative. Right? I think that they may actually, they do think that Ethan may have performed better than Hasan. Right? But I do think that they don't think Ethan articulated his point extraordinarily well. Right? And so they're trying to craft a narrative that's like, oh, Ethan dog walked Hasan. You know, Ethan performed so well. He performed better than my expectation. He was actually super cool and awesome. You know?
Anyone in that room Jewish?
Is that what
was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
Oh, this was kind of funny. Him just acknowledging like, that's right, I did Sig Heil, but like I did it as a parody, so it's okay.
Don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think
yes,
being able to draw the and I don't even
then
think
why should he leave it up?
Like, what do you even say to this, you know? Like, the Nazi didn't just kill Jewish people. Like, the Nazis were, you know, very clearly anti a lot of people. Right? You can't just like, I'm gonna reclaim like the swastika and Sig Heil to other groups of people that the Nazis have also killed. Right? Because I'm Jewish, therefore I get to do it. I can Sig Heil calling out a black man, right? Because I'm Jewish. Ethan is too dumb to not understand that the Nazis killed other people too. No, he understands it. He's just being dishonest. Right? So I mean, we'll reclaim the entire Holocaust if you let him. What is Dan doing? No moderator? No, there's no moderator. Dan did not speak up at all, except to be like, I passed it along. And this is the problem, right? This is the issue with this format in the first place. And that is Ethan was able to play whatever videos he wanted to play, right? And can pause it and start it and stop it whenever he wants. And Hasan had to go through Dan to get his videos played. It was uneven, even in that way. Right? With using ChatGPT in real time. I think that was part of it. I think, this is my summation, he was coordinating directly with Destiny. For talking points. Saltman's not smart enough. Saltman is only like invested in like the Twitch drama sphere. He's just not like intricately aware of Israel-Palestine. I die a little inside when I heard his mention black people. Same. He's the tiny Chad Diddy guy, yeah. The entire basis of Ethan's angle, be unhinged and dishonest, it would shock and disarm Hasan. Claiming the ironic use of Nazi imagery is pretty bold. I know Jewish people aren't a monolith, but damn, yeah. But like, How does it feel being next to a Nazi sword? Honestly, it feels so bad. I can't believe Hasan invaded the mind of Ian and made him pick up that sword specifically because he was like, this one has a swastika on it. Can't believe that was the case. I can't watch 3 minutes of the doing a video you sent Hasan, but we're gonna watch this entire compilation of you calling people inbred. Yeah. And so that was kind of the issue, and that's kind of the problem. And that it's just like it was already an uneven format, and there was no moderator. And so Hasan did well, and I think this could only have worked with Hasan because Hasan had a direct like a relationship with Dan. But if Mike like sent a video to Dan to be played, it wouldn't have been played, right? Or if even Bad Banana was on did this call or whatever, and it was like, Dan, I sent you a video to be played. Like, they don't have Dan's like personal cell information or his Discord. Like, so even in this situation, like this is only a thing that Hasan could have done, and even then it was still uneven because Dan didn't play the videos. Right? Ethan's like, Dan plays the video, Dan plays the video as a good like a good little pup he is, right? But Hasan is like, Dan played this video. Dan's like, I passed it along. It's out of my hands now. It's up to Ethan to play the video or not. That's cuck behavior. Like legitimately, that's cuck behavior. Dan lets himself get pushed around by Ethan. Ethan's like, play the video, Dan. Dan goes to search for and play the video. But when Hasan's like, play the video, Dan's like, well, you see, there's just not much. There's just not much that I can do. It's out of my hands. You know. Was he supposed to be a moderator? That's what I heard. Even though so obviously didn't want to show the clips of Hasan defending him to his audience, they have been fed this narrative that the clip shims that actually confronting the reality would have freeze some of them. Ethan knows that. Sorry, but I think Dan is just enabling Ethan at this point. Oh, you don't have to apologize. We all agree on this. And I don't even think that he's doing it for the betterment of Ethan. I think he's just doing it to be funny. I think Dan just likes chaos. Like, I think genuinely, I don't think Dan actually likes Ethan, and he is doing this just because, yeah, he likes to he wants to watch the world burn. As long as he gets paid, right? He knows that the further that Ethan goes down and devolves, the more money Ethan will pay him in order to stay. That's what I think. That's what I think. So I think Dan is enabling Ethan. Like, cause like there's some decisions that are just like, why would he do this? Why would he do the things that he's doing in order to like placate Ethan, but it makes Ethan look bad. Like withholding the fact that Hasan reached out to get on stream makes Ethan look bad. Made Ethan look like a coward. Why would Dan facilitate Ethan looking like a coward? Like, he checked out. I mean, I agree. I think like he also was like, yeah, I think, you know, passivity means he doesn't care. You feel me? Ah, geez, my head freaking hurts. This is why the podcast needs to be a co-op. We would be fighting for survival and pushing back against Ethan. You see the end of this ice stream where Ethan was like, "Was I own?" and Dan said something like, "I need time to think." No, I didn't. Okay, I only saw Hasan's end after the debate ended. I didn't see Ethan's end. Oh, they played the leftovers intro.
By much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got
Okay, perfect.
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content context
Maybe I will.
puke,
Maybe I'll
and
do
then
that
and
to
then we can
fundraise.
discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
I will say, I am not the biggest fan of the fact that Ethan was not showing like Hasan's perspective the entire time. Like Hasan was showing Ethan's perspective the entire time. It also still feels one-sided.
Yeah.
So you hear like
Maybe
Hasan's like disembodied voice instead of like seeing Hasan and what Hasan is saying.
should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know you guys
Bye,
fucking.
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good
He's
on
a liar. He's a liar that he never looked.
both ends. Like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher?
Hasan's was higher.
Yeah.
Not by
Yeah.
much, but it was higher.
That's
Not by much. Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. Like, okay, this is like perfectly demonstrates the fact like that like AB is like lesser Dan and Dan's just full on like dick rider. Like, even if it's just like a little bit, AB will like poke back just a tiny bit at Ethan to be like, oh, poke, oh, poke. But like Dan will just be like just straight up just dick riding. He'd be like, oh no, it's how it's higher, like objectively, but like just like not by a lot, you know? Not by a lot, just by a little bit. I'm just like, come on. Dan used to be the contentious one. Dan used to push back. What about when you care about the view count, if that mattered at all beyond getting views? Well, one, they don't care about anything beyond getting views. And two, this is a disarming tactic, right? I think AB knows that it didn't go well for Ethan, and he's trying to disarm Ethan a little bit. Okay, which is why I say AB is like lesser Dan. It's the same tactics, but done differently. Right? He's trying to be like, think of the views, you know? He was thinking that some fun little banter is wild. Yeah, because like, that's what he's trying to get across. He's like, again, he's trying to like diffuse the situation, diffuse the tension a little bit. There's the part where he stopped the video before AB's button. I caught all of it, chat. I was watching it all live. Audio is very low. I think my audio is okay. Maybe not as high as it probably could be, but it's not crazy. Oh wait, I know what it is. I turned my noise gate up, or yeah, up a little bit before, or because my because the there was like jackhammering going on outside, and so it's a lot lower than it usually is. Stop gaslighting us. What do you mean? That was exactly fine. Actually, it's totally normal. If you listen to Ethan spew upward racism and about errors, and his response was LOL with the views, it's so nasty. The amount of time Ethan would just play a video or talk over Hasan every time Hasan wouldn't give him a 15-second drama response. Yeah, which is kind of the worst part about it, is that because Ethan just kept complaining about Hasan taking a long time to respond. I'm like, okay, do you want to sum up the entire history of Palestine in 10 words? Like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about? Do you have a Discord channel? I do have a Discord where we post all the mean and bad things about Ethan. This is really telling of the divides on the internet. Ethan's more fully aligned with right-wing framing around not just the issues, but how the discourse and the issues are to be explored. The actual principles and tenets of social values don't matter. The profit-seeking and the winning argument is all that matters to him, such Asman, etc. Yeah, and even then, like Asman will at least be. This is why like Asman's a bit weird, because like Asman is like XQC is like full on like dick rider, like I'm anti Hasan. Asman at least try to be like objective, but like in like a right-wing framing way. And so even like some of Asman's chat was like criticizing the fact that Ethan was just, you know, not answering questions, that he wasn't engaging with the actual topic of discussion, and he was going full off on drama. Most of the time they were aligned with Ethan, but you know that's just what was going on. Likelihood of AB being the one feeding Ethan information to support his claims, that was making Arabs to create Zionism and something foul. I don't think that's the case, honestly. Like, if you think that's more likely that AB gave him that information instead of like Destiny, I think you're wrong. Legitimate. Not even to defend AB, but I think you're incorrect. I think there are people who are better propagandists to give him that information rather than AB. Like, getting that information from like Destiny or Loner Box or something like that is infinitely more likely, which he has gotten information from before. I think AB and Olivia and even like Zach, when he wasn't like pressing the soundboards a couple times, were just sitting there quiet. And Love, we're just sitting there kind of minding their own. Even Dan, I think they were just like letting it play out. I don't think they were helping Ethan. I think they were just letting it play out. Legitimately. I think Zach hates Hasan. He was going hard with the soundbites sometimes. Yeah, which was kind of gross, but I don't think that they were like feeding Ethan information. That's my take. I think that they were, complicit by silence. I mean the live info that was being fed to Ethan. No, I think you're incorrect. I think Ethan was communicating with those people directly. I don't think AB was a proxy for Destiny or anything like that. I think Ethan would be communicating with them directly. You think maybe Dan or AB was sending ChatGPT responses? I think maybe, but I think Ethan also could have been typing in ChatGPT. Ethan was typing during this discussion. You know what I mean? Why go to AB for Hasbro when you can have sex pest on speed dial? Exactly. Chat was begging Hasan to ask what he's reading. Zach was disgusted by Sam's rightfully distinguishing between difference between Zionism and Judaism. Zach is the worst 100% believes this shit. Yes, but I don't think Zach is well read enough to give Ethan talking points. That's my take. Right? Zach is coming at it from a lived experience perspective. Not like from like a in-depth, historical perspective to have like to do Hasbro. So I don't think Zach is like feeding Ethan information either. I think there's a decent chance that Hila was involved in some of the more personal stuff with Hasan that got brought up. I think ChatGPT was involved, and I think that he was getting information and clips from Destiny in Destiny's community. We still have the content cop overlay. I know. We're live on TikTok. So TikTok needs to know who I am. And I am the guy that was in the content cop. Confirmed. Let's see. Man, there's a lot of people that just join on TikTok. That's the cool thing about TikTok Live is that people just like kind of scroll past, right? We need something to catch them in, chat. What would catch in the people who are on TikTok? Subway Surfers? That makes sense. Family Guy clips? That makes sense too. Hold on, we got it. Actually, I was gonna play it, but then I realized that I'm live on YouTube and that they will clap me on YouTube. So the hardcore post on Hasan r/Hasan Piker. You can send it, chatter. Sand videos. He exacerbatedly said my wife's a terrorist, but much more sincerely said the IDF is a terrorist organization. Yes. And I think he's gonna turn around. He's gonna be like, he didn't mean it. I think he's gonna say that he said it sarcastically. I wonder, like, someone should press him on what sarcastically means when he eventually and inevitably says it. Like, were you saying that the IDF was sarcastically a terrorist organization, or were you saying your wife is a terrorist sarcastically? Where does it stop and where does it start?
Okay, I can't
Explain
wait
to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
This feels low too.
I can't wait too. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian, you fucking moron, you racist piece of shit. Because Iraq and the Pan-Arabic nationalist movement that arise out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
Not about Palestinians. You
Okay, so
cannot
what
make
did the
this
Jews in
comparison.
Iraq have to do with
Zionists
fucking
are the
Israel?
ones who
You
actually
bigot.
fucking terrorized the
You are so
Palestinians.
dude. You
cannot
screaming and
point to the
grandstanding
Iraqis
doesn't
or
mean you're
Iraqi
right.
government's
This is pathetic.
racism during the
Okay.
Pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba. You
Think
fucking
that-
racist piece of shit.
Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to
Because
Israel?
you're a fucking moron who doesn't understand.
That's why
that
they left.
Iraq
They
is
left
not
because I'm a fucking
Palestine,
moron?
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hassan, you
That there were
coward.
numerous
You
Pan-Arabic
coward.
nationalist movements.
Answer the
that
question.
were
You're going to call
sparking
me
up-
Is there a
racist?
possibility that Avi Shlaim or Norman Finkelstein on H3? No. Well, Ethan did get more viewers with the Sam debate and the Hasan debate than he's had in like over a few years. So I wouldn't think, like, from a viewership perspective, I don't think he would be opposed. Yeah, that's why I hate this. I don't hate it at all. If this goes into further, where he debates or he like has conversations with very prominent like Jewish scholars about Palestine, like, I don't think that's a net negative. Even if he's just doing it for the views, I genuinely think that's a net positive. The videos doesn't seem like much hate videos, mind you. He did also bring up there's so much that he did, right? There's so much that he did that you have to call out, like him like bringing up like, oh, you're obsessed with me, right? Oh, you're obsessed with me because you talked about me for 24 hours a day for the last 2 months. I'm just like, that's not that much time. Like, that's not that much time. And he came with that like stocked. He had a magazine that was filled with that. Like, that's not that much time. It also wasn't true by using fan channels. No, that I think that may be true. Like, cause like what he did was he took one fan channel that uploaded all the Hasan content that he talked about Ethan Klein, and it's for about 24 hours a day. Right? On like Hasan's mainstream. I don't think that's invalid. You have to go back and check it, but I wouldn't put that like outside of like the realm of normalcy, because that's not that much time. Right? What he didn't expect is for Hasan to then bring up, right? For Hasan to then bring up his Instagram stories. Him making 110 Instagram stories since January 31st. He did not expect to bring that up. And so then he had to drop what he just used, right? Because like, okay, let me explain. He originally was going to drop you talked about me for like 46 or like, 46 different videos on your Clips Industrial Complex. He was originally going to say that, but I think somebody told him that there's a very easy counter to that, and saying that like those are repetitive clips, right? Those are repetitive clips. They are not like they're making clips of the same incident. You know what I mean? And so he was like, okay, I'm going to save that one for the side, right? And he went back and he found an actual talking point that was a little bit more representative to be like, okay, you talked about me for 24 hours in the last 2 months, right? And he was like, I'm going to use this one instead. Because he can't argue with that framing on this specific talking points. Even though that is a lot less than like 46 separate videos in the last 30 days or whatever. But he did not expect Hasan to come with the 110 number. And so he was so caught off guard that he reverted back to just bringing up all the Clips Industrial Complex videos. You know what I mean? He immediately dropped his prepared talking points to be like, well, your Clips Industrial Complex has a lot of videos on me, therefore you're obsessed. And then he dropped that too, and he was like, well, okay, we're just equally obsessed. Can we agree? Agree to disagree. We're just equally obsessed. You're obsessed with me, I'm obsessed with you, an equal amount. He moved the goalpost 3 separate times. 3 separate times in this one instant. He started with, you talked about me for 24 minutes a day. Right? And then he moved the goalpost to, well, your Clips Industrial Complex has like hundreds of videos about me in the last, 2 months. Right? And then he moved the goalpost to be like, okay, maybe we're just equally obsessed. Maybe we're just equally obsessed with each other. It's a you and a me thing and a me and a you thing. It's like that's what it is. Like that, a perfect example of his goalpost shifting.
I have some information as well to present to you. Okay.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st.
My favorite part is the fan in the chat saying, I believe in response to Hasan dropping Instagram stories. That, yeah, because when Ethan had his conversation with Sam, right? Ethan tried the same lie. Because you realize 2 days passed. 2 days passed from the Sam conversation to the Hasan conversation, right? And Ethan had a new talking point about Hasan talking about Ethan for 24 minutes a day for the last 2 months on average. That was crafted in between the Sam conversation and the Hasan debate. Right? And even with that debate in the Sam conversation, right? His chat was still like, Ethan, you're lying. You've talked about him way more. His own chat was saying this. So I don't know why he tried to run this line again. Right? I don't know why he tried to run this line again, but it fell flat.
Since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. Oh, you have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on
believe
your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
post.
From what period?
Since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
No,
what
that's
date?
you, not fan channels.
I'm asking you for what
Instagram.
date. What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st. Since
2023?
January 31st on your
He's like,
Instagram.
2023? He was thinking, right? He was thinking. He was like, he wants it to be from 2023, which, why would it be January 1st, 2023? Just think about that, chat. Why would it be January 1st, 2023? He didn't start coming out. He had a podcast. Oh, maybe he was talking about when the podcast. He's like, that's what he was gonna say. He was hoping that it was 2023, so his argument could be, well, we were friends. We had a podcast together. Of course, I would post you that much. He was hoping it was January 1st, 2023, so he could be like, oh yeah, we had leftovers posts. Of course, it was that much.
Instagram stories, not
year?
including clips.
What
You
year?
have mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
110
Show me the evidence of that.
Times.
Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got?
And it's funny because I saw him pull up the evidence and Ethan was not engaging with it.
I talked
This
about you
is before
110
the
times.
clips.
Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's
Son,
shocking.
there-
It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah, but this this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the
Ethan,
last 2 months.
110
They're not my channels. They
Instagram
operate
stories.
with your
When you
approval.
look at
And you notice how immediately he drops the whole, you talked about me for 24 hours the last 2 months. Now he goes, well, 66 videos on clip channels. There's 66 different videos on clip channels about me. They operate with your approval. You're obsessed. You're obsessed with, you know what I mean? Like he had nothing. He had nothing. He had nothing in response to this. So he had to fall back on his old argument. Because he got out-argumented it.
Under your direction,
when you
it's
look
part
at
of
me
your disinfo
Under your direction.
campaign
it's
to avoid
almost
responsibility is so
always
obvious.
Within the context, it's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Haas tweet. When are we in agreement? Hasan
Hasan,
called me
you
stupid,
say-
and I said my video is bad.
You're
but
streaming
wait.
it, bro. You're streaming the hate video.
And now he's like, well, you're on stream. You're on stream. I'm just posting it on my Instagram story. Like, honestly, I think that's worse. Like, legitimately, honestly, I think that's worse. I think it's worse that, like, you are, like, sitting in bed, not taking care of your kids, right? A fire is happening outside of your window, and instead of worrying about evacuating your kids, you're like, Hasan would love if I died in a fire right now. Like, I think that's a little bit worse. I think you saw a fire in the distance in your backyard and you were thinking about Hasan. Like, that's not okay, dude. That's not all right. Please take care of your children. Like, don't stop tweeting about Hasan. You're tweeting about Hasan. You are tweeting about Hasan while there's a fire on your horizon. Get out, that's not real. Oh no, it is real. And he got mad at Caroline Kwan for pointing it out. Okay, who has the link, chat? Who has the link? Also, apparently somebody said that H3 Snark was back. Is that true? Is H3 Snark actually back? Oh, they are back. That's so funny. 7,000 comments? It's crazy. Wait, is HHG Productions also back? Oh no, this is on his, oh no, sorry. This is not HHG Productions, but spelled incorrectly. This is the Great Rebirth. I think I just had a debate mega thread. There aren't any other new posts. Yes, there is. There's this one. It's from the mod team though. Outside our window is close, but we're safe for now. Wind is blowing away from us. Hasan for sure is hoping that the fire takes out my computer. During the LA fires. He sees the smoke in the distance. And he's tweeting about Hasan, or he's posting about Hasan. Like, this man is not okay. This man is not all right. Not all right. Y'all supposed to vote us on Valentine's Day, you know? Being like, I see your fake glasses, Hasan. I've heard Ethan say more about it, but some things he said in the debate were even stomach turning for me. Can imagine marrying a man, birthing his children, and in that moment he's posting about Hasan. Well, I think Hila can imagine it, because like she also has the same hate boner. You know what I mean? So when was this? This was during the LA fires. Like while people were evacuating for the LA fires. I think I also evacuated for the LA fires. But yeah. Let's see what this clip is. Me if I was Hasan 0.5 seconds into the debate.
Kill yourself, you fucking loser bitch. You dumb.
I don't know what I expected Senna to say, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
Kill yourself, you fucking loser bitch. You dumb fuck. Your mom doesn't love you, okay? No one's gonna show up at your funeral. You should fucking die. You're a waste of space. No one likes you. You shouldn't even be breathing. I wouldn't even breathe the dusty ass, poor ass air that you have. You should kill yourself now. Do it. Kill yourself. I mean it. I am not joking. I hope you kill yourself. I mean it. And I want to reiterate to you, I am not joking. Please do it. Kill yourself, you fucking loser bitch. Yeah, how about you jump on— You skank bitch. Kill yourself, you fucking loser. You whore. Kill yourself, you—
I think the craziest thing is Ethan has yet to realize H3 snark are his former fans. Maybe he would get them back if he wasn't a fucking genocidal racist monster.
You know what? I didn't like those curtains anyway. You know what? Curtains, this is for you.
Kill yourself, you fucking loser bitch. You dumb fuck. Your mom doesn't love you, okay? No one's gonna show up at your funeral. You should fucking die. You're a waste of space. No one likes you. You shouldn't even be breathing. I wouldn't even breathe the dusty ass, poor ass air that you have. You should kill yourself now. Do it. Kill yourself. I mean it. I am not joking. I hope you kill yourself. I mean—
Sean, he would not claim that you were threatening him. I said to my curtains. I'd be cautious since TikTok live bans easy. Listen, I didn't say it was Senna. Ban Senna, not me. Does Senna have a TikTok account? Let me see. All right, TikTok, this is Senna's TikTok account. Okay, if you're gonna ban someone, ban Senna, don't ban me. Senna said this, not me. Okay, there we go. Safe. Saved.
Sean the Black says, she's
Saved.
my African princess.
Maoist Bicycle just subscribed.
She has multiple TikTok accounts.
Cinema,
Well, ban all of
cinema.
those. Don't ban mine. Okay, ban all of her things. Don't ban mine. Running the best. She said it. Okay, she said it, not me. I didn't say it. I didn't say a single word. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, we were watching this. I wanted to see this response. I won't lie, it would have pulled the compilation within 30 seconds of Ethan calling me an anti-Semite. Honestly, I would have been like, "Oh, Ethan, you think that reclaiming the swastika is like the same thing as black people saying the N-word? You have experience in that." And you pull up the compilation. Dan, play the video. Play the video, Dan. Play the 8-minute compilation. The entire thing. The entire 8-minute compilation. Is it like ban you? No, this guy did not ban me. I don't think. No, we're still alive. Wait. Wait, the live actually ended. Why did the live end? Dang it! TikTok actually did take the live down because of suicide and self-harm. Gosh darn it! Senna! I told you to ban her! I told you to ban her and not me. Bro! Rip YouTube stream. Now YouTube stream is still there, right? I think TikTok probably has like an automated system to see if you look or say certain words. Do I look like Senna? They should know that my voice is not Senna's. Okay, whatever. We're gonna start it again. That's crazy. Hello? Why is it not letting me go live? Okay. I'm gonna have to go here and then reconnecting. Okay, let me do this. Do this. Refresh account info. Okay. Go live. Wait. End live. Wait. Okay, let me close this. Let me open it back up. Go live. Failed to start stream. Okay, what's going on? Am I banned from going live? I didn't even say anything. I'm banned for a week? That's crazy. That's crazy. Worth it? I think Cinna should pay me. I think I should get paid restitution for this. I think I should get paid restitution for this. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. My curtains fell. I got banned off of TikTok Live. Like, should I give you her last month revenue? That's what I'm saying. Sit it. Yeah, Cinna should definitely give me her last month's revenue. 100%. Don't worry, I'll just take the sub revenue. Don't worry, I'll just take the sub revenue. That's fine. I'll just take that. So we gotta pay half reparations. True.
I live like a capitalist every single
day. That's
day.
crazy, bro.
I live as a capitalist.
I didn't even say anything. It wasn't even me. Okay, so if I'm watching a video that happens to accidentally say a wordy nerd, like I'm just cooked. It's just over. I didn't even say anything. I didn't say a single thing. That's crazy. That's crazy. But you have to sound like a moron and use TikTok speak. Okay. I always criticize TikTokers for like doing their whole unalive thing, but honestly, I might have to just say unalive and stuff. I might have to start saying unalive, chat. I might have to start saying unalive. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what? I didn't like TikTok anyway. I don't even want to be on TikTok. I didn't even like it.
Not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
We got up to about 100K. So
Well, we're gonna have to do.
Oh, we got
people are
up to
clear-
about 100K. I don't know if I believe that. We got up to about 100K. Oh, I don't know. Maybe, but Hasan was sitting pretty at 100,000. Like he was like he didn't get up to 120,000. He was like toasting at 120,000. You know.
Clearly, have some kind of brain disease.
And while Hasan had 100K, yeah.
And we
Aspen
need
was
to
at
do
70K. Someone told me Aspen was at 200 something K.
something about it.
Stream on Red Note.
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here. And that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after
And you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, honestly,
okay.
Watching this from Ethan's perspective, I understand why Hasan said what a lot. Right? Because Hasan would be talking and Ethan would just like interject a snide remark. You know what I mean? Because like on Hasan's side, Hasan sounds a lot louder than this. Even like this doesn't sound like very loud at all. But he sounds like a little bit louder than this. We can actually hear what Hasan is saying, right? But like you hear Ethan just like say something, you're just like, what? What did he say?
Well, I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure
it's
that
not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I called the swastika sword. Got it. All right. Have a good night, Hasan.
Oh, all right.
I gotta
too.
go. All right,
you too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends together at last.
Bye, Hasan.
So his final okay. His final word was about the swastika sword. Like that's what his last word is. That's kind of sad. Also, like Dan saying bye Hasan like that made makes me feel a little bit bad. Not for Dan, but for like just this entire situation. Cause I'm just like, what have we come to? You know, what have we arrived at? This is what we're doing now. I can't believe I got banned on freaking TikTok. I can't get over that. I was doing well. Oh, they reduced it. I'm only banned until May 6th now. Well, thanks for that, I guess. Wait, they changed it to harassment and bullying. They banned me for 3 days for harassment and bullying. Who was I harassing and bullying? I didn't even say anything. I was bullying Senna? That's crazy. Or Senna was bullying. Okay. I'm still... I was bullying the curtains. Yeah, that makes sense. I was bullying my curtains. Sure. Appeal again? It won't let me. It won't let me appeal again. Well, 3 days to go live on TikTok again. I guess. I lasted a single day. My views on TikTok, not many, but TikTok is very good for getting eyes on your content. Like very good for getting people like getting eyes on my content. And for the first day in the last 3 years, I grew on TikTok. I went from 66.6 thousand followers to 66.7. Maybe I'll start posting more on TikTok. All right, chat. I need a TikTok industrial complex. I came from TikTok live. That TikTok live today. Oh, welcome in, chatter. First time seeing you ever? A W. Okay, man. I'm sorry that you will have no other people doing so. Because like I'm banned. How many followers did you get on Twitch? A lot, like 700 or something. Probably close to like maybe 600, 500, 600. Because we hit the goal yesterday and we got some more. I've only been here for a day, but I theorize the curtains fell after a lengthy bullying campaign. Yeah. That's wild. Well, I didn't like the curtains anyway. Didn't like the curtains anyway.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we all still love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that.
Okay, I didn't see any of this. This is 3 minutes of new content that I haven't seen. New reacts. Was the crew even more silent during the sound debate than even with the Sand Cedar debate? Yes. I think so.
I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open to listening, but I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Clickbait Sean say TikTok banned in your title. If you think that putting TikTok banned in my title would get me more viewers than having Ethan x Hasan debate Fiasco, you may be mistaken.
I'm so tired.
How long was that going on for?
5 hours. 4 hours and 15 we're going
minutes?
on 5 hours here.
That's so. The crew is still there, so the crew's still there. Team Withers banned me on TikTok. Team Withers got me banned on TikTok. It's technically true.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
I was trying to lose like at the end.
Oh. Oof. If you compare that answer to what happened. Okay, I'm going to show you the answer that Dan gave after the Sam Cedar debate.
Malibu? No, it's not. Malibu's so small. I don't think they have big outlets like this. There's no routes in Malibu.
Yeah, that's not. I thought it was interesting.
It was going to be.
Oh!
But okay.
I thought it was interesting. I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned. I think it was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out.
So that versus.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
I was trying to lose like at the end tail of that. It's like, dude, I can't do it.
I could tell you were fading a little bit.
I think I got him. Honestly, I think I got him pretty good. The way that he was like denying obvious, blatant shit and being like, no, that's not. No, you're insane. You're hallucinating it. It's like, bro, that's crazy talk. I also liked how he like, whatever. People will analyze this.
Yeah,
I'd
say both sides got the clips they wanted. That's the end.
That's kind of the thing, right? It's like anything. Both sides declare victory, and nothing really changes.
Wait, but like, it's kind of funny because like his side's not declaring victory. Nobody here is declaring victory, right? I would say that Hasan declared victory. Like not like I owned him, but like I think I did well. Right? I think Ethan did poorly. But over here, they're just like, well, you know, I think both sides got the clips that they wanted. And this wasn't a very productive thing. And I need to kind of process what's going on here. And yeah, both teams played hard. And we both gave it our best shot. Ethan literally conceded on every point. How are people saying that Ethan won? Hasan got, I don't want to say emotional because it wasn't even emotional, right? Hasan got passionate. And Ethan like separated, you know, or engaged in drama and stuff. And so I think half of the people on Ethan's side are coping, saying that he won, right? And the other half legitimately think that he won because Hasan got passionate, right? What's up, Little Bear? Ethan conceded on so much, even from a debate standpoint. Yeah, he conceded on a bunch. He moved the goalpost on pretty much every issue they talked about, except for maybe like the intricate drama things. Like, it's expecting Hasan to speak on behalf of Ian and Frogan. He didn't move on. He didn't move on that. He still thinks that Hasan should speak on behalf of Ian and Frogan, right? But on pretty much everything else, he either shifted or he moved the goalpost or he conceded. On the Hasan is obsessed with me. He shifted the goalpost to being like, okay, we're equally as obsessed with each other, right? On the what else? There's so much. It's like, oh, the idea of being a terrorist group. Him saying Hezbollah during its inception was a noble cause. The CPS call, right? Like he like conceded on a lot of things. It was E's home court. E had infinite clips, the team of people with stuff queued up. ChatGPT, the points that he won were the clip chips. Hasan was kind of toying with him at first and being jokey and laughing a lot. Saying that he was calling a genocide the whole time, which is not true. Yeah. Not true. He has not routinely called it a genocide. He only called it a genocide, I think, during the Sam debate, because he was in front of Sam Cedar, and then he kind of continued that in front of Hasan. Right? Yeah, it was always a war or a conflict, never a genocide. He called it a genocide yesterday. Yeah, he said it was a genocide. I don't think he believes it. He called his wife a terrorist. Not sure exactly. He did call his wife a terrorist, but he'll claim that it was sarcastic, right? Which I don't know why you would sarcastically say your wife is a terrorist to try to move on from the point instead of engaging with the actual point. Like, that's just bad debate tactics. But that's what I think that he'll claim that he was doing. He sarcastically said his wife was a terrorist to try to get him to move on, right? That's kind of the problem, is that he'll just say that everything that he said in the debate was sarcastic, right? Every point that he conceded, he'll say that he conceded sarcastically in order to get Hasan to move on. So he'll never actually concede a point. He'll never actually admit that he conceded anything. He'll be like, no, I didn't concede on anything, right? I just said it to get him to move on. That's what he said. Still a loss? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because like the people who would usually consider that a loss are on Ethan's side, right? The debate bro drama slap sphere who would have considered that a loss if Hasan did it will say it's fine because Ethan did it. They are already defending him, calling his wife a terrorist, saying that he was sarcastic about it. He didn't get what he wanted. That's why he conceded, tried to bait him into another point. It was so frustrating to watch. Yeah. He's a 1,000,000% a Zionist, just trying to posture that he isn't, because of how he talked about Muslims and Arabs and justify why Israel must exist since all Arabs are scary terrorists. What I wish Hasan pushed back on a little bit more is his rhetoric that like 90% of Jewish people are Zionists, right? And I wanted Hasan to ask him, does he not consider himself that 90%? Like, what does he classify himself? Right? If he defines Zionism as just wanting the state of Israel to exist, what does he classify himself? I genuinely. But I do think it's also funny that Hasan was like, let's get definitions down. And he was like, no. Hasan was like, yeah, we need a definition of Zionism down. Let's do the definition. They did the definition. And Ethan was like, okay, now you did your thing. Now it's time for me to do my thing. Why swastika sword? I only watched the content when it was live on Hasan's channel. I heard on the H3 side they muted him a lot. Is there any truth to that? I don't know. I didn't watch it on the H3 side. I think part of Ethan's tactic was trying to get Hasan to call him a Zionist to get him banned. I don't think that would have gotten him banned anyway, right? You can't use Zionist as a pejorative, like in a derogatory way. You can't use it as a descriptor of one's ideology, right? You can't use it like in a pejorative way. It's funny how he had a hard time calling his raider wife a terrorist, but constantly defaming a Yemeni teen who's the same age as his wife when she served. Just showed his racism and Islamophobia. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the best thing that comes out of this. In like the YouTube breakdown videos about him saying, "Oh, my wife, she was 18 years old and she had to do mandatory service. And yes, the IDF is a terror group, but my wife is not a terrorist. But this 19-year-old Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide, who said that he was not a Houthi, is definitely a terrorist." Right? I think that breakdown about why he thinks his wife is not a terrorist, or Hila, sorry, I don't want to disrespect her and do a misogyny. Why he thinks that Hila is not a terrorist, but why he thinks that the Yemeni kid is a terrorist, then I think that breakdown would be good to see. Ironically, Hasan was making that point, and for some reason, Ethan still admitted that Hila was a terrorist anyway. Yeah, he admitted it to move on. Because I think he knew that was a losing point. Right, trying to straddle this line behind. Because, like, Hasan also got him to, like, interrogate the U.S. state-sanctioned terror, which he didn't actually even really do. But, like, do you abide by or agree with the U.S. state-sanctioned terror list? Because that is an incoherent point from Ethan. Right? He used that the Houthis and Hezbollah are, like, terrorists by the U.S. government, right? While also trying to say that, like, he doesn't fully agree with that usage of the terror list because the ANC was on the terror list. And he doesn't think the ANC were terrorists because he can't be pro-apartheid South Africa. Right? But also calling the IDF terrorists, but also excusing his wife's very clear act of terror. You know? This was kind of funny though. People saying that I was being ableist for saying that he's gonna hit the button. That was pretty funny. I said he's thinking about it. I just see him and hits the button. And the person was like, it's pretty shitty and ableist to point out his tick. And I was like him hitting the button is a tick? If it is, I'm sorry. That's kind of crazy though. Has to be a joke. I thought it was a joke as well until they were like defending it, right? Because this person's like the button. He's like, a lot of broadcasts have a kill switch. It's a stupid thing to complain about. Also, in calls, if someone refuses to stop talking over someone, it's reasonable to mute them. Like, I don't think they're joking. You feel me? I don't think they're joking. Maybe they are though. Maybe they are. Maybe they're feeding into my joke. Right? Because also, yes. And it's like, someone posted this in Hasan's chat. People were like, unfortunately, he's grabbing a soda can. Yes, he's obviously grabbing a soda can. But it looks like he's going to press the button. That's the joke. The joke is, yes, he's grabbing a soda can, but it appears like he's going to press the button. Like, that's the joke that I make. I'm like, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about the button. That was pretty funny. Also, yeah, and then Prezzo's tweet was pretty funny too. Do you have any other because I've seen the penis now that somebody's pointed it out. That was Prezzo. That's I didn't mean to click that. Yeah. Why does he look like a cog? I get this on my feed. I don't think Ethan and Hassan argue reminds me a bit too much of my parents. Honestly, if your parents were anything like what was going on here, I think it's a net positive that they got divorced. I'm sorry to say it. Let's finish this out. We're almost done with this.
So, like anything, both sides declare victory, and nothing really changes. So, what can you do?
Just keep doing it because the views are great, right, Hasan?
Wait, sorry. This is a bit separate. Are liberals actually doing the whole?
I live as a capitalist. Okay, I live when I believe.
Trump stole the election thing. Like
130 just subscribed. Who wants a
like
gifted
again?
sub?
Not again. What kind of again? They're doing like Russiagate again, but with Elon Musk. Elon Muskgate. Starlink was used. He cheated. It was rigged. He all but admitted it himself multiple times. Like, sure. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Even let's imagine the world where you are totally correct. What do you plan to do about it? You're gonna spend 4 more years crying about how it was rigged and nothing happened and how this was so sad and stuff? Why should we even vote in elections if the election can be just rigged by the person who wins it? Why should we vote at all? Do they not see this self-defeatist attitude? Why would I vote for the Democrats if the Republicans are just gonna cheat to win and they can just cheat to win? What are you gonna take matters into your own hands? I don't think so. You're gonna cry on Twitter about it. I don't know how deluded you have to be to think that Kamala was good enough had a good enough campaign to win. Blue and on is blue and on. It does what blue and on does. Who has another clip, chat? Keep them coming. This isn't that okay. I meant clips of the debate. I don't really care about the shit posts. Clips of the debate so we can get commentary on it.
What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become
Wait, we already
Zionists,
saw this. We saw this already. Oh my goodness. This is the same clip. Okay, we're sitting in the same clip. No, sure.
minuscule. What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
For Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic. After the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again.
Do you deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
Anti-Semitic Arabs.
You know what? That's my point. Are you okay?
My case.
Okay, well, I mean,
No,
you
you're
can.
too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking
That's
chirping on. That was my
unbelievable,
entire
bro.
point. Thank
It's
you.
historic. I mean, it's historical. You don't
GB,
know
what's
anything
up?
of what you're talking about.
Anything
Abby
going
Schleim,
on? Nope, nothing interesting going on at all.
once again,
Oh, I hate that super TikTok sound. Nothing interesting going on at all. Let's see. Here, I have an idea. Are you the guy from the content cop? What's up, Kendall? Oh, I can take that off now. I can take that off. I'm no longer live on TikTok, so I can finally take this off. Because TikTok banned me. I have an idea for content. We're gonna go to the debate. We're gonna click to a random section, and we're gonna watch it. Just to see what this is about.
Dad, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
Wait, yeah, okay. Oh, this is the perfect one. He claimed that Hassan was Hamas.
Testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What do you all the fucking Hamas? What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
Dude,
What? What are you? Are you?
Why are you saying?
Why did TikTok ban Sean? They banned my live because of Cinna, and I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Cinna got my TikTok live banned.
You
Okay.
killed them.
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
I might be my mistake. I have you on
The immediate gaslighting, and then when he gets called out by it for 10 seconds later or after this, he's like, "Well, maybe I did say that. I'm sorry."
Lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not done with this at all.
Go ahead.
Because
I just read four first.
Because the question I have for you, is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke.
Probably when his either when his chat or when like the his producers were like, I said you. Now he's like, oh, I probably misspoke if I did say you. Right? Even though he was calling Hasan delusional and said that Hasan was crashing out for even insinuating that he said you. That's honest Ethan for you there. That's honest Ethan.
My bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I didn't
I don't
mean that.
care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Drop Site News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave firsthand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for these victims in
Pixar didn't
Israel
happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely
I'm crack open a root
ruined.
beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way
For
to
firsthand-
actually,
are you
there is no
actually,
way
like-
to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hasan, are you
because
listening?
You think
4 firsthand
think-
victims. I just read it to you.
okay, but
Let's.
what
You know
I'm
what?
giving
Let's,
you
you're
is
right.
the Israeli
You know what,
prosecutor's
Hasan? You're
office
right. Let's
own
err on the side
statement.
of these.
Like he doesn't. And this is almost like more frustrating to watch from like Ethan's perspective. Like he's not even giving, right? He's not even allowing Hasan to explain his position. He's cut Hasan off in this one explanation, like 6 separate times. Like he's not, and this is a problem that's it's consistent throughout this entire discussion, right? And that is, he wants a quick answer. He wants Hasan to be like, I agree with you, or I didn't agree with you, right? And that's it. That's what he wants. That's it. He wants Hasan to be like, I agree with you. He wants Hasan to be like, I don't agree with you, and leave it at that. He doesn't want an actual explanation that Israel has been stonewalling any sort of investigation into the accounts of sexual violence on October 7th and after October 7th committed by Hamas, right? They have not allowed any third-party investigators into Gaza because they keep bombing him, including bombing, any sort of aid organizations that try to give aids, right? Including bombing any paramedics or EMTs who go into Gaza to provide any assistance at all, including to the hostages, like that Israel is also bombing. Right? He wants a simple answer to making insane claims. He wants to make insane, unjustifiable claims, and then he wants like Hasan to then just give him a 1 or 2 word answer to be like, yes, I agree with your claims, or no, I'm a stupid terrorist supporter. That's it. That's what he wants. I can write a whole gender sociology analysis on how Ethan is using sexual violence as a claim to authority rather than having an issue with the act itself. I mean, yeah, that's what he does consistently. This part, along with the root beer, it was disgusting. He's using it as a gotcha. Even if he believes that every rape did happen that day, he's still further using the victims. Yeah. And this isn't even the only time Ethan has used victims on October 7th and the hostages after October 7th for his own personal memes. Right? The Bibas family that whose bodies were returned by Hamas after like pretty recently, like within the last few months, Ethan has used and weaponized their story, right? Directly disregarding what the father of the Bibas children and the mother, right? What the father had said, that hoping that the media would stop weaponizing the story of his family for their own political purposes. Ethan disregarded that and still tried to use this as a gotcha against the pro-Palestinian people he's trying to get banned on the platform. Like, so this isn't even the only time where Ethan takes the stories of victims and weaponizes them against Hasan and company, right? But it's just one example among many. One example among many.
Are victims then? Why are
Let's
there?
err
Why
on the
have
side.
they
No,
not?
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
No,
yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you are.
my confusion.
And this is the problem, right? and Ethan thinks himself to be like the spokesperson for these victims. Hasan's not saying that Ethan is lying, or Hasan's not saying that the victims are lying, and none of us are saying that the victims are lying, right? Per se. It's that we're saying that Ethan is lying, using the victims as a talking point and a prop and a tool to serve a narrative that has no evidence, as in like that mass rapes happened at the behest of Hamas on October 7th. That is the claim that is being made, right? And then the conversation had shifted from like there were mass rapes that happened on October 7th, right, to there was this credible account, first-hand account from a hostage about rapes taking place after October 7th while like she was taken hostage, right? Or there was this account that would the victim was then harassed by the media to then claim that she was a victim of sexual assault when her claim was that she witnessed sexual violence happening, right, after October 7th, like not on October 7th. But the conversation would then shift away from what the actual discussion was, and that is Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein made the claim. Ethan Klein made the claim that mass rapes occurred on October 7th. That was the claim that Ethan Klein made, right? And just because like rape and sexual assault are horrific crimes, right? Horrific, unjustifiable crimes, does not mean you can make a wide sweeping claim that there was orchestrated mass rape by Hamas on October 7th. There's a different claim than just claiming that sexual assault and rape happened. Right? You don't just get carte blanche to like make, wide sweeping assertions about an entire group, an entire movement, right? Because of incidents that occurred after the time frame that we're talking about. Now, if Ethan had claimed that there's a likelihood that rape and sexual assault happened to the hostages after they were taken hostage on October 7th, I would agree with him. I think Hasan would also agree with him. Right? But that's not the claim he's making. He's making an entirely different claim. He's claiming that people who have never claimed to be sexually assaulted were sexually assaulted, as in his content nuke. Right? And he's claiming that there was mass systemic rapes on October 7th, which may also have been true. I want to point out that could have also happened. The problem is Israel is stonewalling any investigation to verify that, to turn that possibly into a definitely, to turn that possibly into a high likelihood. I would like for that possibly to be turned into a high likelihood and that investigation to have occurred. But Israel is stopping that investigation from occurring. Why are we not putting any focus on Israel, who is stopping any third-party investigators from going in to investigate and verify these claims from being made? I would think that if you cared about sexual violence that happened on October 7th, your beef would be with Israel, who doesn't care about that, very obviously so, and is not allowing investigators to come in and verify the claims, identify the perpetrators, right, and hold them to account. If you wanted justice for those victims, you would want the claims to be verified, the perpetrators to be identified, and for justice to be served. No? Am I confusing how, justice works? And you would have at least some level of beef for Israel, who is standing firmly in the way of that justice. Maybe. Jeez Louise. And this is like the entire thing, right? Ethan Klein makes a claim and then does nothing to back up or verify or, you know, demonstrate his claim, right? Forcing Hasan to go through like a labyrinth of information about why his claim is incorrect and getting mad at Hasan for going through the labyrinth, right? Ethan builds a labyrinth of Ethan Klein builds a labyrinth of lies and then gets mad that it takes Hasan a minute to go through that labyrinth in the first place. You can't build a labyrinth and then be upset when you place people at the beginning and it takes them a little while to walk through the labyrinth to unearth all of the nooks and crannies of the labyrinth and come to the conclusion of the labyrinth. You've constructed this entire labyrinth of lies, right? It's going to take more than 10 seconds to break it down. But Ethan doesn't want that. He wants to be reinforced in his hug box. Ugh, okay. Now I want to pick a different section in this. Somewhere closer to like the end, like here. Because I think I would say that this part was probably the most unproductive part of the entire thing. Because like, this is where I think Ethan got a little message from Destiny. Personally, all my Labyrinth subjects are morons. The lawsuit part where Hasan starts to get petty. Oh yeah, the Reddit lawsuit. I don't think these chapter titles are very impartial, personally. We talked about each other equally as much. Oh, geez Louise. Sure.
What?
Here.
About the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa, whoa.
You wanted to dox them to their families.
What? This is on your
Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein. What was I gonna say? Oh, Ethan Klein dismissing the claim or disavowing the claim that he tried to dox random Redditors. Sorry, denying. That's the word I'm looking for. Ethan Klein denying that he tried to sue random Redditors. That's the first thing he's done. So Ethan says that he did not try to sue random Redditors.
Frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you?
And now then he goes from I didn't sue them to, well, they were defaming me, so it was justified. I thought you didn't sue them. You just said you didn't sue them. Did he not just say that, chat?
About the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa, whoa.
You wanted to dox them to their families.
What? This is on your
frivolous lawsuits.
So he tried to be like, when did I sue anonymous Redditors? What are you talking about? And when he realized, right? So what he tried to do, he tried to get Hasan to back away from the point, right? He tried to get Hasan to. He thinks Hasan has a passing knowledge about this, and that Hasan will be like, I don't know much about this, so we'll just move on. But when he realized Hasan presses him on it a little bit, he then realized, okay, I can't back away from this. So I did try to sue anonymous Redditors, but like they were defaming me.
to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well, Ethan.
Can anonymous
I know you
Redditors
think
defame
Instagram
you and
stories
harass
go
you?
away.
Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan.
Man, he's gonna hate my thumbnails. I was gonna point out, I hope Ethan Klein never catches one of my thumbnails because he would hate him. He would not be fans of him.
Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm gonna.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people? There are anonymous Redditors.
Who's extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking
okay?
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Yeah,
go on. Kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous...
This is the problem, right? And here's the issue. Because every time Hasan starts to say something, Ethan can always just be like, you're making this unwatchable. Or to try to get Hasan to shut up. This is why there needs to be a moderator. And there was no moderator. There was nobody to like tell Ethan to shut up, to be like, you know, let Hasan make his claim, and then you can respond to the claim.
Posters, okay? We're showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there.
He did tell AB the same thing during the button incident, that he skipped and didn't watch any content out, by the way.
What?
Doc, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was posted to Snark, that went viral in your community. It was picked.
Like, even in this world, wait, he skipped that part? Yes. Mr. I watched every second of the content nuke skipped the button part, which I wish Hasan brought up. I don't think Hasan knows. Right. Even if what he's saying here is true, you think it's not insane to sue anonymous Redditors because they like doctored a screenshot that you ban people for saying happy Ramadan? Like, you are a multi-millionaire. You live in Bel Air. Like, what are we talking about here? You live in a Bel Air mansion as a multi-millionaire. Like, and you're trying to like, not only sue anonymous Redditors, right? But try to get them to dox the moderators of H3 Snark. And you think you look good by doing this. And after this, we have to see the CPS stuff. We have to see the CPS stuff.
Picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
Can find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm explaining the context, dude. You're accusing me of something.
I'm until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about. I only saw the litigation.
Is it ever, Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
Also, this is kind of a funny thing to be dishonest about. To be like, that's like getting, like, that's like somebody being, okay, let me explain it like this. This is like the police arresting someone for jaywalking and throwing them in jail for 30 years. Right? And then people getting mad at it. And then the cops being like, is there ever a reason to arrest somebody? In your mind, is there ever a reason for somebody to ever be arrested ever? And you being like, yeah, I'm sure there is. You'd be like, see, boom, you understand it. Like, no, it's very clearly an uneven use of power. You arrested someone for jaywalking for 30 years. You threw them in jail for 30 years. Like, yeah, sure, there could be a potential reason to hold an anonymous Redditor accountable. But what you are suing them for is not that. It's not that. I'm sorry.
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they
There
were
could
fucking.
be. Do you think? Okay.
Okay.
About
well,
this
great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
one of the redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First
only
of all,
did you sue for copyright infringement, but
Hassan,
in
you're
the process,
lying. You are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to stop.
process of
I
suing
have
them
not
for
sued
copyright
anybody.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such.
You also need to prove damages. I don't know how you're going to put financial number on how harmful these posts were, because it's not about being harmful, right? Which is not why he's now turning around being like, I didn't sue anybody. I'm not suing anybody, right? Because he, to be fair, he didn't sue them, right? He just took down, he threatened to sue them, and he sent a copyright takedown notice. That's what he did, right? He threatened to sue them. He threatened legal litigation, right? And he sent a legal document as a copyright takedown notice to get their content taken down. Essentially, on top of cease and desist. So while he didn't file a motion to sue them, which is why he's trying to semantics away, he's trying to hand wave away what he actually was doing, which was using the legal process and his money to silence people who have a lot less money.
Insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation.
What is this?
You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users.
It's not particularly relevant to this discussion, but it is funny to see.
The answer is not work. The answer is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking
shit. You got gift memberships on YouTube. Wait, did I? You know, I don't open up YouTube. Yo! Chris Vela, thank you for the 10 memberships gifted. Thank you, Euphoric Acoustic. This is how I know that YouTube is happening. Much appreciated. Huge W. I hope you're enjoying this Ethan Klein content, because I did not enjoy it and my head hurts. But yeah, enjoy this clip as a thanks, as a toast to pay my bills. W gifters indeed.
Work. The answer is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy.
I don't know what to tell you.
They go, 2:30, you can't do anything. Really? I can't believe that a website just allows this level of harassment, and it's just like, 2:30, you can't fucking.
Bro, this on top of the clip of Reddit telling him that he's also doing harassment is so funny. It's so funny. I love it. 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 I love it.
That's just
230.
Section 230. They can't be held responsible for what their users post.
But
yeah.
You provide our office
You know
with
why?
all correspondence you have had with
you know
Reddit.
why?
What does that mean?
And now he went to it didn't happen. It's you know why? You know why it happened? I've seen Black Communists on here, but this is too painful to watch again. Ethan's content is disingenuous use of identity politics, his bad faith concessions, which he'll backtrack on, his overt racism, Dan's absolute refusal to do any moderation, and him constantly looking for his staff for validation. If Ethan wanted to prove that he isn't a coward, then he wouldn't have had hid behind his entire team and introduce a third party to moderate. I agree, Cheddar. You're spitting. You are spitting 100%. Right? And so Ethan did agree to do it again because the views were good. Hasan also agreed to do it again. I think they should do it again with a third party moderator. I think they should bring in a third party moderator. They pick a topic to moderate on, right? And to debate on. And they do an actual structured discussion. Who'll be neutral of. There's people who moderate Israel Palestine debates all the time. Right? So, yeah, just somebody to stop Ethan from guiding the conversation, showing his own clips, and things of that nature. Those clips on top of it didn't happen and this is why I did it section is beautiful. Yeah, get Lex to do it. So I was around 110K. Asman was at 70, 80, and Ethan was at 55K. And I was at 2K. So I was a part. I was there, you know. I was around. I was holding on for the team. I was holding on for the team.
You know
You
why?
provide our office with information
Should be
regarding.
you. Honestly, do I want 70,000 eyes on me? Maybe a little bit. But that's too many eyes. Honestly, my goal as a streamer is to get to the 3,000 to 5,000 viewer range. I don't need 10,000 people watching me. If I can get to 3,000 to 5,000 viewers as like the pinnacle of my streaming career and maintain that for a year or two, then I'll be happy. Basically, what I'm doing in my 20s, and I'm kind of biding my time until I'm 27, then I go back to school. Because I don't want to be streaming forever, right? I want to be a teacher. I want to be a professor. So I want to go back to school. I want to get get my degree and then become a professor. I had to come watch it from your stream to get any sort of breath from the debate. Yeah, it was a rough watch. If you're watching me, you know that I was even tired as well. What subject? Like being like a computer science professor would be cool. Like if I taught like computer science in college, or like maybe AP computer science in high school, something like that. Probably college professor though. What about media studies? Never even thought about what is media studies even. I mean, AI prompting 101? Stop. You need a lot of more people to be aware of you to maintain constant viewership, to be honest. So getting in front of a lot of eyes is kind of important. It's like what you're doing right now. I do drama right now, to be fair. I wouldn't be opposed. Can I still watch Ethan Klein clips and tell my students what he's doing? That would be funny. You think this debate shook people from reality, like Ethan's audience or Sweat Lords from at Asman? Yes, no. Yes, I think it shook people to reality, not from Ethan's audience or Sweat Lords from Asman. I think people who are tangentially involved that are not super drama obsessed, like not like the Papa Gut communities of the world, or the Asman's communities, or the Ethan's communities, or the Nicholas to Eat the Oreos communities, or the Keemstar communities, like the drama slop tuber communities are going to be like on Ethan's side because they're anti-Hasan, because they're anti-leftist, because they're right-wing Nazis. But I think the outer streaming landscape, people who are tangentially C streamers and just know or are aware of Ethan's presence and Hasan's presence, I think if they watch the debate, they would be on Hasan's side for the most part. It's like 30 people total. I think you're misunderstanding. I'm talking about the normies. The people you're talking about in Asman's and Ethan's communities are not normies, right? They are marginal. They're very large in the space that we are in because we are in a similar space. But normal people, who go to jobs, go to work, and come home and open up YouTube and watch Philip DeFranco for their news, and then they eat with like a random YouTube video on or whatever. They maybe saw, or they will maybe see a video of like breaking down the debate and how bad Ethan did, and they'll be on Hasan's side. That's what the point is, right? The people who are like casual YouTube watchers are going to be scrolling, and they're going to be recommended a video about what happened to H3, and they're going to fall on Hasan's side of this debate. Do you think Phil will touch any of this? I kind of doubt it, but Ethan will be mad either way, though. Maybe. I think there's too much going on right now that Phil probably won't touch it. But in a world where Kamala Harris won the election, I think Phil would touch it, because there wouldn't be that much to talk about from the liberal perspective, right? But Trump is giving so much content to Phil about what's going on that like there is enough to talk about with like Trump being bad and Joe Rogan saying something crazy that like he would rather focus on that than get into like what Hasan and Ethan talked about. Right? Phil used to get very in depth in like the internet drama space, but like I think since Ethan like kind of harassed Phil for no reason, he kind of moved on from it. He only talked about Ethan to bring up like the CPS stuff. But like other than that, like not much. I was gonna Sancho started with his rant about how debates are just theater and that how he knows that this would be pointless. I don't know how useful that would have been.
The identities of H3 snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then your
I'm
lawyer
trying to
says,
tell you.
if
You just
do
asked me
not-
what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
think that does
dude,
your lawyer
stop.
think
Let
that
me
you can just like
answer.
make people dance?
All right.
If they
do you
got him on a
want
copyright
to have
claim?
a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation.
So here's the issue. Here's the problem: is that Ethan will let Hasan speak until Hasan says something he doesn't like, and then he'll try to interject and be like, "You're talking too much." But when Ethan talks, he will talk and yell over Hasan because he thinks that he's entitled to the space, which is the problem. Which is why I think a snarker will probably do this. I want someone to tally up how much Ethan has spoken and interrupted Hasan versus how much Hasan has spoken and interrupted Ethan. You know what I mean? Because like he will like want Hasan to respond. He's like, Hasan, you want to respond to this? And Hasan will try to respond to it and be like, you're not responding in a way that I enjoy, right? So no, stop. I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time. It's my turn again. Like at the beginning of the debate, he was like, okay, you get a question, I get a question, you get a question, I get a question. And then he's like, I get a question, 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 I get a question. Until Hasan started talking about that question too long. He was like, okay, enough. You give me a question. We're moving on. Give me a different question. You know what I mean? That was the debate. It was, you get a question. Ask me anything. Okay, well, now it's my turn. You ask me a question. Well, now it's my turn again. Right? Yeah, it's like one for me, one for you, one for me, one for you, one for me, one for me, one for me, one for me. That's literally exactly what happened. To the point where he would be like, you already asked your question. Now it's my turn. After he asked 3 questions in a row. He will take Hasan's response as him asking a question. Right? So I don't have to watch through all of his stupid clips, but if Hasan would show a clip, Ethan would be like, oh, we don't have time. We're trying to get out of the context to show I'm right. Yeah. And that's the problem because like Hasan had to go through Dan to get Ethan to play the video. Right? It was unequal. It was unequal. Ethan should not have had a choice to be like, I'm not showing your video. Right? Because he would force Hasan to watch the video and Hasan would eventually give up to be like, okay, whatever. Because imagine in a world where like Hasan's like, no, we don't watch your video, then that will like look bad for Hasan optically or whatever. Because Hasan's like, oh, Hasan refused to watch this video. But when Ethan refuses to watch a video, he'll just be like, oh, we already got what we needed from it. We're not watching it. We're moving on to something else. Right? Which is why it was an uneven debate to begin with. Right? Even with all the stuff that we're saying here, it's still kind of funny because Ethan still lost. Ethan still lost. He still got cooked. He got creamed. Cream pied, if you will. That's the phrase some people say, I heard.
Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
This also I didn't understand. Right? And Hasan was like, he's like, you think the context might be important? And Hasan said, sure. And he's like, well, then what are you doing? Like, are you not going to explain the context? Are you not going to explain the context? Like he's giving you room to explain, like, explain.
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was
This
shocking to
person,
even you.
by the way, these people were committing.
And also, I want you to listen to what he's doing, right? Listen to what he just did. Listen to what he just did.
Which was
This
shocking
person,
to even you.
By the way, these people were committing.
He said, this person, by the way, these people, right? He then shifted from talking about this one situation. What he said, he claimed he was going to do, he's going to add context for why he sent this person this specific letter, right? And then he immediately shifted, moved the goalpost to be like, well, these people as a totality do all of these horrific things. That's not what we asked. That's not what the question was. Right? Like, that's not what the question was. The question was, what did this person do? What's the context of this situation that caused you to think it was appropriate to send a random anonymous Redditor this specific letter? And he's like, but these people do all of this bad stuff. They dox my entire family and they harass the crew and stuff. Did this person do that? Are you making the claim that this person that you sent this letter to did that? What did they do?
Which was
This
shocking
person,
to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
Views from you how? By
I'm
posting...
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting on Reddit.
Yes, duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
This was so funny. He's like, they were stealing my eyeballs and my views by posting my content on Reddit. They're stealing my eyeballs and my views by posting my content on Reddit. My content in my Reddit. Is that Reddit?
Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous.
Really are stupid.
He's saying that, like, because it was a members only stream, that it was technically paywalled, which means that he was technically stealing money from the H3 podcast because they posted paywalled content on Reddit. It wasn't also he's lying. Of course he's lying. I don't care. Even if it was paywalled, I don't care. I don't care. Even if it was, it's not apparently. But even if it was, who cares? Right? It wasn't. I don't care if it was. I'm being very clear, chat. Even if it was, I don't care. Yet the demands in the letter do not justify that. Number one. Number two, if it was, I don't care. Number three, it wasn't.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit?
Fair use.
Do you know the
Ethan
difference between a
Klein
letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to
not
try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing
Also,
you.
you realize like he then switched from like it wasn't a lawsuit. Do you know what a lawsuit is? Also, it wasn't frivolous. It went from like it wasn't a lawsuit to like maybe okay, it was kind of lawsuit adjacent, but like it wasn't frivolous. Like I had a reason to do it. The content in question was Dan admitting that they banned from the main sub for posting and snoring. By the way, it's extra line because its stated intention was to steal views, but to confirm rumors.
You on Reddit?
Did I say
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
Do you know
criticize.
how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing
And now this
them.
is pointless. Now this is pointless. He's like, oh, this is so pointless now that I'm not being seen as Mr. Fair Use.
How much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting paywall. They were posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you don't."
Also, I want you to notice, anytime you see Ethan get a little bit, like look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Right? Why is he looking down here? Hasan's on a monitor in front of him. He looks down and out of nowhere gets a lot of energy with a new talking point. That's pretty interesting.
Posting paywall. They were posting. You know what? I want to ask you something.
And then he's going to move on. He says, "I want to ask you something." He looks down. Look at his eyes. He's reading from somewhere. I don't know where he's reading from. I don't know where he's reading from, but someone sends him a talking point that he reads, And that breathes new energy into his argument, right? And then he continues talking about this.
They're posting
Wait,
paywall. They were posting paywalled.
What? You noticed that?
I want to ask you something. They're posting paywall. They were posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you don't support Ethan."
Now.
Okay, spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay.
That's a lie, by the way. I don't care if it's a lie, chatters. It's not important. It doesn't matter if he's lying, right? The people who are watching this are not going to go interrogate whether or not it's a lie, right? The point is, regardless, even if it's true, even if it's correct, what he's doing is still insane, regardless. Yes, we understand. We got it. It's a lie. We know. We talked about it pretty consistently. Jeez Louise. Y'all are so focused on being like, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. And not what I find more interesting is he's getting his talking points from somewhere else. That's what I care more about. Yes, Ethan is a liar. We know this, right? Ethan getting talking points on his computer from someone during the debate is something I find a lot more interesting, personally. And what I want to focus on, specifically.
You always say that whenever, first of all, let me give you a stat. You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I've had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos? But you're
This was an interesting claim that Hasan watched 11 hours for 19 hours straight, uninterrupted. I don't know why he didn't say like cumulatively. Like, words have meanings. If he meant like in totality, Hasan watched 19 hours of hate video content over 11 videos, then sure, that would have been a correct statement. But why did he claim Hasan watched 11 hate videos for 19 hours straight, uninterrupted? Like, why would he make that claim?
That how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos?
Like, he does this all the time, by the way. He'll just say things that contradict his words because he wants to make it like stronger, right? He wants to add adjective to make his argument stronger, not understanding that words have meaning. Like, again, back with the October 7th mass rape thing, right? Thinking that there's like no difference between like there were rapes that happened on October 7th and there was mass systemic rape that happened on October 7th. Those are different claims. Those are different claims and they mean different things. Words have meanings. This is English. If you add an adjective to something, right, it has meaning, right? There's a difference between Ethan is a man and Ethan is a smart man. One would be a lie and one would be accurate. Right? They are not the same claim. If I were to claim that Ethan is a smart man, and I would justify that claim by saying that Ethan is a man, it would not validate my claim because my claim would be incorrect because Ethan is stupid. He's dumb. Smart is an adjective, right, that changes the subject. It describes the subject. And it's Ethan. And smart is not an adjective that describes Ethan, so I would be wrong. So claiming that Hasan watched 19 hours of content, of hate cons on Ethan, would be true. Claiming that Hasan watched 19 hours of uninterrupted, straight hate content on Ethan is false. One claim is true, one claim is false. Why are you saying the false claim? Adjectives have meanings. Uninterrupted is a word that has a meaning. Unless you claim that Hasan watched 11 hate videos all in a row, one after the other, for 19 hours straight, then your claim is false. You are wrong and you are lying. his talking point were bullet equivalent to 19 hours uninterrupted, which he should have said. He should have said that. He should, yeah. The problem is that he can't read. He doesn't know words. You can't omit like equivalent to 19 hours uninterrupted, right? That word also has a meaning. And the sentence is not the same without it.
You're not willing to show my response. Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
Because what's
well,
cowardly is ducking me for the past
Ducking you. I'm
4
sitting in
months.
front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke,
Also,
I said
something I haven't heard anybody else talk about that I've noticed. Do you realize that Ethan is doing the same exact thing that he's doing, or he did during the his reaction to the content cop? You know how during the content cop, he would play 2 words or like half a clause. He would pause it and he would react to it. And he's still attempting to do it in real time with Hasan in front of him. But it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. But Hasan is in front of him. Because Hasan can just repeat the sentence. Hasan can just repeat what he's saying. He can't cut Hasan off in the middle of his clause. Because Hasan can just repeat what he's saying. He can just reiterate his point. Which is why Ethan came across as like insane during this discussion. Right? Or sorry, what Ethan? Let's say Hasan. Ethan came across as insane during this discussion. Do y'all think the 19 hours are a part of the 24 overall? Yes. Yes, I do. Here, I'll run it back just so you can hear it.
no, I don't.
Wow,
Because what's
well,
cowardly is ducking me for the past
Ducking you. I'm
4
sitting in front of
months
you.
when
Like that. Hasan is in the middle of a sentence. The clause hasn't even finished. He says, what's cowardly is ducking me. Wow. And Ethan was like, I'm going to respond to that part right there. Ducking you. I'm sitting right in front of you right now. But it doesn't work because Hasan can just continue. He can just keep going.
when you dropped the content nuke, I said, I'm willing to talk to you. And you knew it wasn't
my
going to look
God,
good,
bro,
as
so
as
stupid.
today has demonstrated.
I said just
and
watch
that's precisely why you tried to add
And then he deflates when he realizes it doesn't work. As soon as he realizes it doesn't work, he's like, oh my God, bro. It's just I wish I could pause him right now in real time. Well, that's the problem. He couldn't mute Hasan because it would make him look bad. He couldn't button Hasan because it would make him look bad. He couldn't like pause Hasan because Hasan is talking to him in real time. And so he had to take it. He had to sit down and take it. And he did not like that. He was not a fan of that. That's pretty funny. I do believe that Hasan might spend an average 24 minutes a day talking about E, but that's like a 2 stunlocks in an 8-hour stream. 100% IG stories on the other hand, yeah. He's framing things in such a manipulative way. 100%. That's what he does. I'm not breaking the fourth wall in a debate and telling Dan to switch cams and stuff. I do like that as well. It was pretty funny. Like Dan, I can still see myself. Cause like, what is Dan gonna say? Dan gonna say no? And this is a perfect thing that Hasan did actually. Is Dan can't say no. Because if Dan says no, Dan will appear as though he's trying to aid Ethan, right? And then the debate will appear as if it's a 2v1. It'll appear as if it's Dan and Ethan versus Hasan. The reason why whoever was giving Ethan talking points wasn't on camera, you know, feeding him lines, no one was interrupting, is because it needed to come across as though Ethan was competent. Right? It needed to come across as though Ethan was a competent debater who was holding his own, even though he was not. Right? He was not. He was getting talking points from other people, but he still wasn't holding his own. He was still dog walked, right? But like it needed to appear as though Ethan was like standing on his own 2 feet, even if he wasn't. You should have been next time, to be honest, would have gotten to the point quicker. I will say I was wrong about that. I thought Hila was going to be there. But to be fair, he did call Hila a terrorist, so I don't know how she would have reacted to that if she was in person. I still don't know how she reacted to that. I'm curious. I wish we should we didn't have a clip of that. I want to go back and I want to watch that again. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. He slept on the couch. She wouldn't have backed down all the times he did. Yeah. Made yesterday, but you when Ethan got apartheid in his own house after that one. I mean, he got sent to the couch. I believe it. I believe it. I can't believe TikTok banned me, bro. Disrespectful. All right, we're closing. Closing TikTok. We don't need it anymore. Close this. Close this. We can't even talk about Dean Withers. Dang it. What a shame. What a shame. If you were mine, you would not get this thing. Got 700 followers in the past 36 hours on Twitch. Yeah, people want to know. You got to know when to hold them. Know when to fold them. Know when to walk away and know when to run.
Additional qualifications to it. Like, oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
I've been teasing this. Why did you get banned? I haven't been teasing it at all. I got banned on stream. I got banned because of Cinna. That's legitimate the reason. Cinna was saying KYS in a clip that I was watching, and TikTok was like, we're banning you for self-harm. So, thanks, Cinna.
Super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I
it's
know
not
the
a
clip
biography. You understand that,
Ethan,
right?
can I ask
Do you
a question
understand
for
the
you?
difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Well, if it's critical of his positions, he should be there to talk about his positions. I don't understand how he thinks this is a good take. Right? Like, if it's critical of his positions, like, he was there for that. Like, he has those positions. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to he does not look happy. Wouldn't it make more sense for him to like be able to explain his position to you directly?
Ethan,
Hold on, do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting,
it's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography,
tuning in
Hasan.
right
It's not
now,
about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
very
fuck?
poorly, by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And
11
you
hate
haven't-
videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
You were
I'll
dodging
tell you
as
why.
fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide,
There
by
is
the
a
way.
video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made.
You didn't
in
watch the
his
video. How do you know
do
that?
I have the capacity to?
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity?
So
to see
where'd
the
you get the
future?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did
watch
I
the
answer
video
all
then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
well,
You're
did
like,
I get a
I
list
don't want
of
to
all
watch
your
the video.
points?
Just send me
Did
a
I get a
list
list
of
of all
all
your
the
points,
things. So I
Ethan?
don't. I can't
Ethan?
get. I don't want to
Ethan?
get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan,
he
you
was making
consider
a good
yourself,
point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
That I
right.
didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot?
So,
by
let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible.
why did
Can
I
never
have
be.
all-
And I want to point out that like it's kind of funny because like he doesn't deny trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian voices. Like, and something that I wish Hasan interrogated a little bit further. It's like, it's not that he just tried to deplatform voices that happen to be pro-Palestine, right? He tried to deplatform the people who talk about Palestine on the platform, right? He didn't try to deplatform creators who are pro-Palestine. He tried to deplatform pro-Palestinian creators. And that's the difference. That's the difference, right? If you just happen to like try to deplatform a few people, right, and they just happen to be pro-Palestine, they'd be like, okay, you know, what's the weird coincidence it was that that Ethan just deplatformed or tried to deplatform all these people. They happen to all be pro-Palestine, right? But that's not the case. Ethan tried to deplatform pro-Palestinian creators whose like output, right, is pro-Palestinian, who talks about Palestine. They're not creators who do like other separate things and then like they just believe pro-Palestinian things in their head and Ethan couldn't have possibly known. These are creators who are out and about, outspoken about Palestine, that had directly driven or pulled Ethan's ire, right? He didn't talk about like all the Nazi creators, right? He shouted out Sam Hyde. He doesn't talk about all the Nazi creators, right? He doesn't talk about all of the very clearly and explicitly anti-Semitic creators. He didn't talk about Theo Von. He didn't come after Theo Von for having Candace Owens on. He went after Theo Von for having Hasan on. He didn't go after Theo Von for having an anti-Semite Candace Owens on, but he went on. He went after Theo Von for having Hasan on, who's pro-Palestine, right? So his output is very specific to people who are pro-Palestine, people who are supportive of Palestine for some reason, but he still wants to be seen as a pro-Palestinian creator.
Criticize. That's awesome logic.
Why
you want
did
to
I have
talk
all
about
the
the content
information that
nuke,
I actually
Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
This is very funny, right? Because like they literally just talked about a lot of them, like a bunch of these. Like they talked about Hezbollah. They talked about the mass rape claim that Ethan made. Talked about the Sabra hummus tier list. Like they covered like 4 or 5 before this. He's like, name one. Like they named like a bunch of them, and they even conceded on a bunch of them too before this.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
This is
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over
what's out of
sexual
context
assaults, is that one of the clips that you
like Hasan is in the middle of explaining it. He's like, what's out of context? Like he's not listening. That's the problem, right? The problem is he doesn't care. He doesn't care about Hasan explaining his position. He just cares about, you know, Ethan wants to do propaganda, essentially. He wants to just say Hasan believes these things without Hasan ever fighting back.
used, one of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time.
What? That was weird, right? You can't say Hasan denies rapes happen, and when you get pushback, oh, that's my opinion. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? That's not an opinion. That's defamation. Like, if we're being entirely real. Mr. Like, I can sue Reddit for defaming me. Like, that's not an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
Also, he asked. Ethan asked this question. I don't want people to forget. Ethan literally asked the question. He was like, tell me what is out of context. Hasan is explaining what's out of context. He was like, we already talked about this. Can we move on? So your claim that Hasan never told you about what's out of context is a false. It's a lie. It's a lie. You're lying. You are a liar. He's like talking to a toddler. He's worse than talking to a toddler. It's like talking to a pro-Israel propagandist.
argument, quite literally,
Why are we
was
going
me
over this again, dude?
defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
cares? I wanna
Do you
talk about
feel like that
something
was an
else.
appropriate way to?
Wait, what do you mean? I want to talk about something else. You said that Hasan has not provided a single evidence or a single piece of evidence that the Constitution was out of context. Like you asked the question, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is so boring. Who cares? You're actually answering my question. I want you to be mean to me so I can clip you out of context again. Why are you not giving me anything to clip you out of context with? What do you mean by he's saying who cares or it's boring? Is he saying that like I can't shift this into something that's beneficial to me, right? It's I'm giving Hasan a platform to defend himself with because like I've been making false claims about him. That's it. Are you iDubbbz? You know, some people we say we look alike.
Show
It
that was
wasn't
a
out of
rape denier?
context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I
Do you
showed
feel like? Wait, what do you mean?
showed
You can't just
you-
say that wasn't out of context.
How was
That
it
is
out of
the
context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a
What about all the
likelihood
other ones?
that they might have happened.
What
because
about all?
Again, and now Hasan is describing the context, and Ethan's like, what about all the other ones? What about all the other ones? What about all the other ones? Like he doesn't care. He doesn't care. You don't even know who you are, Sean? That's fair.
The other
rapes are
ones.
actually
What
rapes
about all
are
the other
actually
ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace
What
in
about all the other
conflicts in
clips?
general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these
What? Okay,
claims.
so here
Do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying
I think I
like,
showed
oh,
sufficient
no.
evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long.
Wait,
That's
so-
one
so you do
example. That's
recognize
one
that
small.
was out of context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
What
Okay,
else?
Great. All right. Let me give you the master list. Okay.
What else? But he'll never. Is he gonna apologize? Right? You can't concede that was out of context and act like you're doing this in good faith. Right? That's been like it's like being. What did I lie about? And you're like, well, you lied about calling me, a terrorist supporter. Okay, what else did I lie about? You lied about, saying this about me. Okay, what else did I lie about? You can't just keep saying what else. Give me more. Is at any point are you going to apologize for the lies that you've been saying? Maybe you are a serial liar, and maybe you should be held accountable for the lies that you were, the lies you were dropping. He is doing an improv, yes, and.
Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to
give me examples that was out of context?
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely slept. You falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay.
Which is another thing that was out of context that Ethan Klein conceded on, but now it's like he needs more. Right? He needs more. Because he's like, oh my goodness, you're giving me actual things. The constant mocking was weird too. I mean, yeah, but that's Ethan Klein. That's something that you have to expect when you talk to Ethan Klein.
The usage of the term inbred, I use inbred as a
why does he keep scoffing? Why does he keep scoffing? He asked the question. Am I confused? Am I confused? Am I wrong? He literally asked the question. And Hasan didn't even say anything. He literally just said, okay, let's talk about your claim about my usage of the term inbred. He's like, oh my goodness, bro, what? What? I can't wrap my head around why he's like this. Nothing feels like it's fully explained. What is he seeking to gain from this? Because he feels disingenuous about everything? I don't know. I don't know. I was just looking at HQC chat and they honestly look like they agree with Hasan. Okay. Chat, y'all need to be better about going to haters' chats. You know what I mean? Like legitimately, like we should not care about what Asmon's chat or what XQC's chat has to say. They're not indicative of like the wider landscape. Right? Now, if somebody that's like an actual normie picks it up, it'll be a different story. Like, but the Keemstars and the Nicholas Eat Oreos and the Asmongold's, like
Sean,
people
the
like
Black
that,
says, "She's
like
my African
LSF.
Spicy Polka Bistro just
I don't think
subscribed.
that's insanely relevant. But like if like r/all picks it up or something like that, right? That I think that's a little bit more useful, right? If it gets to the top page of Reddit, if it like it goes viral on Twitter, if like actors are tweeting about it, if I mean FOMO a little bit, but like they're already like, they know about the drama, but like the normie space, if the normie space is picking up on it, that's what I care about. That's who I want to see, not like Asmon's chat, particularly. Like when I did tweet, yeah, I saw. It's a bit sad when someone who used to find LSF useful and now she's utterly co-opted, but yeah, there's bigger issues. Yeah, like if they're posing Papa Gut, like it's come on, let's be real. She starts having picking up on it. That's a little bit more interesting. What I learned being a TikTok live streamer for one day before getting banned is that there are totally different spaces, right? Totally different spaces. Still know who Papa Gut is. Think of like Vosh, but like more disgusting. That's the best way to describe him. Is it even possible? Yes. You use TikTok live stream? I did for a day, and they banned me this morning. I thought Papa Goat was the Mushroom Man from Baldur's Gate 3. No. I understand the confusion. That's Sovereign Gut. That's Sovereign Gut. And I never go through a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough without killing Sovereign Gut. Never. That man, I always use him and I discard him. Or Priestess Gut. That's a different one. They use the name Gut a lot, apparently. Sovereign Gut. Bro, well, to be fair, Sovereign Gut's people did experience a genocide. Oh, it's Glut. That makes more sense. Like his whole circle was destroyed, right? But like you can't just go rock up. Wait a minute. Is that an allegory for Israel? Sovereign Glut, like his own circle was destroyed, and he rocked up to a different tribe of mushroom people, and he was like, I'm gonna go take this over now because my people were killed. That's pretty messed up. You can't do that, right? Yeah, nothing makes genocide okay. Not even genocide. Exactly. And let's get my name right. Sovereign Fluff. Baldur's Gate 3 YouTube content right there. I do need Glut to revive the Boulette though. True. Like, of course you use Glut, right? You take Glut. You're like, yeah, no, we'll kill the whoever they were needed to kill. I don't remember. We'll kill the people. Right? We'll kill the people, and then you're like you use him to like basically run through the Underdark, and then best case, this is what happened in my last playthrough. I played it like a week ago. What happened was I called down the ogres from the goblin camp, but like the blighted village, right? To help me fight the Dwegar. Thank you, the Dwegar, and I brought Sovereign Glut with me, and I had Sovereign Glut and the ogres and my entire party because I used the mod to like let me have the entire party with me. There was like basically there was like 10 people, right? There was like 7 of the main party. It was my character, and it was Lae'zel, and it was Karlach, and it was Gale, and there was Will, and there was Shadowheart because Shadowheart always has to be there because you know it's Shadowheart, and there was Astarion. and all of us, plus the 3 ogres, plus the sovereign glut, right? All were taking on Dwagar. And then once they got down to like 1 or 2 Dwagar left, I then used Sovereign Glut to attack the ogres. But unfortunately, Sovereign Glut can't revive the ogres for some reason. I don't know if that's a bug or not, but yeah, you can't revive the ogres. And so I used Sovereign Glut to attack the ogres. The ogres then killed Glut, which was totally fine. And I killed the rest of the ogres. And then I win. That was fun. Cher is always there because she's the cleric. True. Which I wish there was like another option before Halson to get like a healer. Like you have to wait until like the end of Act 2 to get Halson. Or the beginning of Act 2 to get Halson, I think. No, I think it was the end. As like a companion. I always kill Shadowheart. What is wrong with you? A+ game mechanics right there. I did essentially the same thing. W. We have to be a healer yourself. Yeah. After you heal Daniel. Spoilers. Lore-wise, couldn't Sovereign Glut just create a new circle? He's a mushroom. Why did he need to take over the other one? I don't know, honestly. Why couldn't he just live in the other circle, right? And make community there? Great question, right? Why did he feel the need to like colonize and take over the nice people circle? They didn't do anything. It's not their fault. Their members were also being killed, right? They were also being faced with hardship. But why couldn't he just live in harmony? I have not ever had an evil playthrough, so I've never taken over the druid circle, the druid grove. Never did it. And I've never sided with Sovereign Glut in order to take down the mushroom people. I feel bad. Like, and then literally, it's not even that bad because you can literally just make a new playthrough. But I can't do it. I can't bring myself to be bad. I can't bring myself to be a baddie. Just started a duo honor mode evil run with someone. It's so sad. Getting evil playthroughs, I get too invested and involved. Yeah. Lame. Maybe I'll play on stream. I took over the Grove once and it made me feel horrible and I deleted that character. Maybe we'll play on stream if chat will watch it. Speaking of which, tomorrow we're going to be on the front page. And so we will be playing Chat Controls Elden Ring tomorrow, unless somebody has a better idea. But we will be on the front page. We will have a lot of new people in here, or at least watching. So maybe okay. I need to revive Carla. Right? I need to revive Carla. Chat Controls Baldur's Gate 3. I was thinking about that. Which, honestly, we could code that today. It wouldn't even be difficult to code. Right? Because there's a chaos mod for like Baldur's Gate 3, or like there's Twitch integration. The problem is it only controls what options for the choices you select. But I want things like chat spawns a dragon at my location, right? Chat kills my player character. Chat teleports me to Act 3. Things like that. And we could code that today. I don't even think it would be difficult. Can't gigantify in Baldur's Gate 3? Yes, you could. Yes, you can. Right? Because you can add spell effects to yourself. Right? So I can give myself the enlarged spell effect. Wait, give me a second.
Wait. What? Ugh.
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it, and then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these
Enlarges the spell, yeah. I think it would be fun, chat. That's good. You can play. We can make the choices. Yes. So like, I think I'll still have the chat integration. I think I'll still have the chat integration where like chat can choose the choices and stuff. But on top of that, we'll have like special effects that chat can trigger, like chat spawning a bunch of enemies around me and starting a combat encounter. Chat adding spell effects, chat changing my class, chat changing my spells, chat adding or removing party members, things of that nature. You know what I mean? I think it's possible. Spawn sexy withers. Yeah. Chat throw grease. Ice storm every time a fight starts. You should just have it be random status effects. There are a lot of status effects you don't see like turn into gold. I mean, there will be a lot of things. Right? It'll be like chat controls Elden Ring. You know how chat controls Elden Ring? There's a bunch of different effects that can happen. Right? It'll be like that. But like, instead of Elden Ring, it'll be like Baldur's Gate 3. I think it's very possible. I think earlier today I will be evading the Python coding lesson. I wish to remain a JavaScript purist. And listen, if you can make JavaScript apt for like doing Twitch integration with games, I would love to see it. Python is just a lot easier.
Inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude.
Anyway,
Hey,
we got the point of this. Next I wanted to see the CPS stuff. I want to see Ethan cave on the CPS stuff. So first here, I want to watch this. This is Ethan admitting his wife is a terrorist, which I wouldn't have done personally. You're probably doing JavaScript, but why? Great question. But why indeed? Okay, I'll be back.
Killed like a child.
That is,
she's 18. It's understandable. Or does not mean you're right. Okay, it's good to listen to what I have to say. She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a
what if he
vicious terrorist
killed people?
monster.
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated,
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about
okay, fine, my wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
How fucked up that is, as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, only I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD
know why? Because
too?
I understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. She is illegally there.
Okay.
She is not supposed to be there. It does not matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
And as a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in
okay,
is
she's
called
a terrorist, bro.
night
Please, we got to move on. This is
the
like
reason why the reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in these night raids in the West Bank.
You're making this unwatchable.
Is to create a constant feeling of terror.
Talking more does not make you right. Okay. You got to understand
the reason why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating yourself.
participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay. Thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do.
The reason why
you got to move on. I want to have
the reason why I know that. Do you want to know why I know that?
Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm take that as a yes.
Breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States
This
government?
is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking
Why don't
fight
you go to
against this
jail?
goddamn government
Well,
doing
why
this
don't you
shit every
stand up
day.
for your? Hold on. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
What wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What did she
says
say?
the Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think
Or her,
I
sorry.
think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that
Yeah.
everything's black
But
and white.
you can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's
you
a
know
fucking
for a
terrorist
fucking
who
fact
says he
that
wants to
your
kill
audience
Jews.
also doesn't see
That
it.
you said's
and
like
that's
Anne
why
Frank.
you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my
whereas
God,
your
bro!
wife,
Please,
well,
we
it's
got. I want this
complicated.
to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
You made your point. You
Got
made your
it.
point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke.
There was more.
You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
in
just 'cause-
1948
yeah,
countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific.
So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually.
I'm back. What I missed, chat? Anything interesting? Is Ethan calling his wife a terrorist? What? No. No. He would not have done that.
Are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about, wife is he could have been a vicious.
We don't know what that guy did though. We don't know. Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy?
Terrorist organization.
Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
Wait. That went over my head last time. Hold on.
You're being racist. Are you talking about this guy?
Terrorist organization.
Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate?
Ethan claims people are racist to him. Wait, so I can't be racist to Ethan because I'm darker than Ethan is? I'm darker than Ethan is. Darker skin color. Couldn't possibly be racist to Ethan. Right? Couldn't possibly be racist to Ethan, apparently. And Ethan loves to say people are racist to him. Ethan loves to say that people are super racist to him. So he's saying that he can't be racist to this Yemeni teenager because young adult, because he's this person is whiter than he is, so therefore he can't be racist to them. Like, what are we talking about?
To call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again.
Wait, did I go back far enough, chat? Did I miss it? Or is it after this?
That you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
the
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting
targets?
them. It's fucking insane.
In the process,
yeah, it's horrible.
In the process
was
of
my
their
wife out there
pogroms that they're
protecting?
doing.
Sorry, was Hila out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't.
Which is honestly worse than protecting the settlers. If we're being entirely real, I don't know why he went down this way. Like, doing a night raid in the West Bank to antagonize Palestinian civilians is worse than protecting the settlers, which is already insane, which is already bad. That's a step above bad. That's like super bad. That's literally a war crime. Like, what are we talking about here? Why does he think that's a gotcha? Why does he, like, he should have been, like, Ethan should have seen his line of questioning coming to be like, well, you know, like, she was, I don't know what you would do in a situation where your wife was actually doing war crimes. I don't know what line of questioning or line of reasoning you can use to, like, make that sound less bad. She's literally doing shock and awe fear. Yeah. I've seen enough of this debate to feel ashamed of ever watching E in the past. I feel like I'm looking back on being a teen in the early 2000s.
Sorry, was Hila out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record, until a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're gonna do the Raider of Ramallah snark bullshit. Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a secretary.
Of taking someone hostage, you called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his.
Like, even being like, this was like secretary duties. If Ethan genuinely believes that doing night raids in Palestinian territory as the IDF is the duties of a secretary, he can't be mad at Bana Panada. You cannot be mad at Bana Panada for doing what Bana Panada did. Impossible. If you think that is secretary duties, legitimately, if you think that that is covered under secretary duties, you cannot be mad at Bana Panada for playing that game and saying what he said. You can't. You cannot. Cannot. Because you are claiming that secretary duties is to commit war crime. You are, and this is not the take that Ethan thinks it is. This is not the take that Ethan thinks it is. He's claiming that the lowest level of the IDF, right? The secretaries in the IDF are still have a handle, like they have a hand in committing war crimes. They are a part of the machine, which they are, right? But I don't think Ethan wants to say that that's the case. This is not the argument that Ethan wants to make here.
Living in his own fucking home, and your wife
can they not commit crimes?
A raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a terror city.
Is your wife a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist? She's not a West Bank settler.
She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank. Where's Ramallah, Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think she's a valid target.
You think she's a valid military target?
Do you think she's a valid military target?
Inconsistencies
Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact.
How great.
I don't. Okay.
Right. Can we please move on to this the Nakba thing?
Listen to me.
Hasan, bro, you're making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay.
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped and for what reason.
It doesn't matter. Israel does not have the jurisdiction to go into the West Bank and act as a military force. And your wife willingly signed on to commit this act of terror that is acknowledged as an act of terror under international law. International law states that what she did was an act of terror. She was a part of an act of terror, and she volunteered to do it. She volunteered to do it. And again, even if all this happened the way it happened, if Hila came out and on that podcast talked about, yeah, I did this, but it was a bad thing, it would be a different story, right? We'd be having a different conversation, right? If she came out and she talked about how that experience that she committed at 18 years old was bad, was horrific, and the pain that she caused the Palestinians living in the West Bank, and she shouldn't have did it. She was a dumb 18-year-old, right? I'll give her the same grace that I give every dumb 18-year-old who signs up and commits atrocities at the behest of hegemonic powers. Because I do extend that grace to 18-year-olds, to 17-year-olds, to American soldiers who are groomed into service, right, by American exceptionalism, but at the age of 16, 17, 18, and they go and commit war crimes overseas. So long as they come home, they acknowledge the harm that they've caused, and they work to rectify that harm, I will give them grace. I will extend them grace. And if Hila did that too, I would extend her the same grace. But guess what? She doesn't. That's the thing. She doesn't. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She does not care. She defends it. Bring her on camera. Bring her on camera Monday and let her speak about that experience. I want to see what she has to say. Maybe she disavows it. Maybe she says that it's bad. Maybe she says that it's wrong. Maybe she will apologize for doing it. Maybe she will acknowledge the harm that she caused. But I guarantee you she won't. Because in her mind, she didn't kidnap, right, an innocent Palestinian civilian. She apprehended a terrorist. In her mind, she was not a part of the brutal occupying force in the West Bank, occupied Palestinian territories, committing acts of terror. In her mind, she was a part of a necessary, justified, righteous regime to protect the Jewish homeland. And so long as she believes that, she is not only culpable, right, but directly responsible for the acts of terror that she participated in. Bring her on camera on Monday. Let her speak to her experience. I want to see what she has to say. Because even claiming that the video was so long ago and they didn't mean what they said because it's such an old video. Bring her on camera on Monday. Bring her on camera on Monday. And let her speak about her experience, what she actually believes right now. And if she says that she acknowledges that she shouldn't have been there in the first place, and she acknowledges that even the IDF shouldn't have been there, she shouldn't have volunteered to go on this raid, and she acknowledged that the role of the raids are to induce terror into the Palestinian civilians, if she acknowledges all this, I will acknowledge that her mind has changed. But she's not going to do that, is she? She's not going to do that, is she? I'll say it. I have no shame in saying it. If she comes out on Monday and condemns her past behaviors and acknowledges the harm that her past behavior has caused, I will acknowledge that is a good thing. I will acknowledge that she has grown from her position 4 years ago, when that clip was. I will acknowledge it. I am a fair person. She won't, chat. We know she won't. Right? Because she still believes that it's righteous and it's justified. Because her "I mean" comment implying that all Palestinian babies are terrorists, agreeing with Rudy Giuliani, her saying that Yoav Galant is a good guy, these are not misspeaks. These are not misspeaks. She is not misspeaking when she says this. She believes these things. She believes that Israel is on a righteous campaign to take out the terrorists in Gaza. That's what she believes. She might even believe that Gaza is actually Israeli territory and it belongs to Israel, and that Palestinians do not belong there. She hasn't said that she believes it. She hasn't said that she doesn't believe it either. So yeah, bring her on camera. Bring her on camera, have her explain what she has to say. Have her explain her take. But until that happens, you cannot be mad at people who call her a terrorist. Until that happens, you cannot be mad at people who categorize her and characterize her as a terrorist. The same way you characterize the 19-year-old Yemeni kid. Hila explained in a debate with Connor Page yesterday, you should have watched that instead of the Hasan v. Ethan intro. But Hila talked to Connor? No, Chad, it was a joke. My tweet on that did very well, though, for some reason. It says 17,000 likes. Also, Connor responded underneath it. W. I got the Connor response. Exactly, he excused what his wife admitted to at 18, but can't excuse the things that he made up about 19-year-old Yemeni. Yeah. Yeah. Connor the GOAT, indeed. Connor was in the chat. NMP was in the chat. Like, there was a lot of people in the chat. I'm surprised I didn't see Maya in the chat. Because, like, let's not sit here and act like Maya is not caught up to date with the Ethan Klein drama. Maya watched my stream when I was talking about Ethan Klein. Maya at least knows. Maya is aware of what Ethan Klein is doing. Was Tubbo also in the chat? Has Maya even spoke on this? Maya's aware. So I found out that Maya was a lurker. She said that she lurked in my stream when I was talking about Ethan. I did see Tubbo. Okay, now I'm curious about what Tubbo's take is. I'm curious about what Tubbo's take is. I thought I saw Tubbo play Minecraft, but I could be wrong. Oh, then chat's lying to me. I wanted to see if he was watching. It's crazy. There's a huge likelihood that the man is still in prison or even dead because of Hila's actions, and instead of acknowledging her part in the occupation, she calls the victim of this raid a terrorist. Yeah. I don't know if he streamed it, but he was in chat. Oh, okay. I can check that. I don't know what the logs thing is. Wait, let me see. Hasan Tubbo. He was in chat. That's crazy. He said crazy sauce. You can tell what in the stream right before the debate. Okay. That's pretty interesting. Pokemon was also in the Hasan chat. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I would have seen. Pokemon. Oh, she was. She said drama. That's crazy. Man, everybody was there. Is it true that Asman thought Hasan won? I don't freaking know. I saw Bronny James in chat. So many people were watching. Honestly, it was like the Super Bowl. This was like the Super Bowl. Ow. Asmon's chat polled 90% thinking Ethan won. Honestly, 10% thinking that Hasan won is actually kind of crazy if you think about it. The entire cast of Baldur's Gate 3 was watching and cheering for Hasan and Neil Newborn's channel. That's crazy. It's ridiculous how much of the internet is very clearly on one side. The issue is the people who are on the other side are just very loud. But yeah, let's continue with this line of questioning. I think we're almost at the good part.
Say you hate the settlers.
Well, you
in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped and for what reason. We don't.
Also, Ethan justifying an illegal occupation and the kidnapping, which he calls it. He calls it a kidnapping. He doesn't say it's an arrest. He calls it a kidnapping. Oh no, we're like the IDF was totally valid in kidnapping this random person, right? Because like Ethan doesn't describe, or Ethan doesn't claim to know the situation. He just claims that Hasan doesn't know the situation. So if Ethan knows the situation, why does he not say? He says, well, what if this guy was murdered 10 babies or whatever? Because he's justifying it. He'll claim that he's not, but that's what he's doing. He's justifying it. He's justifying the illegal occupation of the West Bank by justifying the IDF's role in committing acts of terror there.
The settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
First of all, the settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he fucking stabbed civilians? Doesn't that happen?
The process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank, Ethan?
Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under.
That's crazy. You don't know if he's a terrorist. You kidnapped a random person. By you, I mean like Hila. The idea could have a random person. Not Ethan. I'll be there. I'll be there. I'm streaming you and Denim's right now. What does Denim say? Let me just check. Denim's. Wait, Denim's hit 100K. Congrats, Denim's.
No. 18 minutes? Oh, really? Bless you.
Oh, Denim's is only an hour in. 3 hours into the broadcast. Oh, good luck. Oh, good luck. Good luck. She is not getting through this. She is not getting through this. I was going step by step milking this. I understand it, to be fair. I think there's usefulness in both. I think there was a usefulness in me reacting to it fully yesterday. Right? And there's a usefulness in going step by step and debugging every claim you can. After the fact. You kind of need both. Right? And then you need the third thing, which is the YouTubers doing a very in-depth analysis of every single word he says and making a 7-hour-long YouTube video. Right? I'm hopeful that now Hasan has done this, he can largely ignore Ethan. I don't think that's happening. I'm gonna be real. I think Hasan will ignore the drama stuff. Like Ethan says you have a swastika sword or whatever, but like I think Ethan will get worse before he gets better, and I don't think he hit rock bottom yet. That's the only issue. I don't think he has hit rock bottom yet. I think he's seen enough support after this debate to keep him going, to fuel his he's basically was running on empty, but like this debate fueled his tank up to like a quarter tank, and he'll keep going until he's bankrupt and he has no money to buy more gas.
Under military detention, they are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil court process.
Terrorists ever commit violence on civilians that would warrant them being arrested?
They are not.
Like, what does he mean? Like they should be arrested? Like the IDF does not have jurisdiction. This is what he doesn't understand. The IDF, under international law, has no jurisdiction to arrest people in the West Bank. It's not their territory. It's not Israel. Like American cops can't go to Mexico and start arresting people. It's not their territory. They can't do it. They cannot do it. I mean, I don't think I do that already. Legally, officially, no.
Just subscribed.
Officially, they cannot cross the border into Mexico and apprehend people. They will say they're doing like a joint campaign with the like the Mexican police. And like they're saying that they're assisting in that way, right? But like there's no legal jurisdiction for the America to like go and like arrest people in other nations. Yeah, unilaterally, right? There are situations where like, you know, again, the US flagrantly violates international law all the time. Like we have historically and in contemporary society extrajudicially went into other nations to kidnap people and arrest them and kill them. We have done that multiple, like a lot of times, like insane amounts of times, right? But legally, that's not supposed to happen. And we're talking about like from a theoretical legal perspective. What? Name one time. Yes, we did that for Osama bin Laden. But like he was the bad guy, so like we all just kind of look past it because like, you know, we got the bad guy. We got the bad guy. You know, we don't have to abide by international law if we get the bad guy. Citizens arrest BB. But see, that would be a problem though, right? If this is the problem, right? If like Lebanon, right? Not even like Lebanon, like if Hezbollah specifically, in Lebanon, sends a special military campaign into Israel to kidnap and arrest Bibi Netanyahu and hold him on a trial for the crimes that he committed in committing acts of terror against the Lebanese people, right? I think Ethan would be against that. I think Ethan would say that no, that's a bad thing. That they don't have the jurisdiction to do so. But when it's Israel and when it's Palestinians, I mean, it's won by the ICJ, so I think that's actually more legit. I believe, again, I'm not an international law scholar. I believe that so long as, like, theoretically, the arrest warrant is still valid inside of Israel, but Israel can still choose to not give up Netanyahu. But, you know, if he was like in a space where it was internationally recognized, he should be arrested and then, you know, sent to trial theoretically. But it never happens because like America's like, what? No, ICJ invalid. It wouldn't be against the most evil Arabs invading the only democracy in the Middle East. He doesn't believe in anything and just say anything that flattens his ego to make a point to try to get a gotcha.
In the West,
on civilians that would warrant them being arrested.
They are not in the West Bank.
You don't ICJ terrorists, please come speak at Yale. Yeah.
Know anything about this person or this raid?
Are in Ramallah, in Palestinian territory. Your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
It just belies some really...
Well, okay, and this is something that he said, it was like kind of interesting. But like, Hasan is illustrating your connection to her, right? Because if Hasan had only said Hila, like, he would have been like, well, that's not me, right? That's not me, that's not me, that's not me, that's not me, right? And so Hasan was making the connection of like something that Ethan is defending, saying that this is your wife, this is someone that you are connected to, right? That you are defending, particularly because she is close to you. And he's like, my wife has a name, you know? She's not just my wife, you misogynist.
Focusing on
bizarre
random
thing.
shit.
It's not
Stop
random at all.
hyper-focusing
It
on
says
random
a
shit.
lot.
Listen to my words.
Bro,
Listen to my words.
please. It's so
I have no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who
mandate.
is
Hold
supposed
on.
to be able to resist against this genocide?
Hold the
Do
phone.
you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
This is now the start of a new talking point. This one has come from Nicholas Eat Oreo. She's not listening. Yeah, of course she's not listening. Because he's getting his next talking point ready, right? He's taking the Nicholas Eat the Oreo talking point and he's getting ready to tee it up. This is his setup, right? What do you think she should have done? Oh, she should have not served. Hasan, why do you pay taxes? Right? This is something that Nicholas the Eat the Oreo had said previously, right? I said previously. It's like, oh, Hasan and Fro gonna get mad at Israel and mandatory service, or Hila for doing mandatory service, but have you realized that you pay taxes? Checkmate. The review of the review guy who called Hila, who Hila called a saint just recently, yes. Pillsbury Del Borio. She should have just stayed a secretary and not been an eager oppressor. Like honestly, her like this line of questioning wouldn't even exist if she didn't like willingly go out of her way to like join a illegal raid in Palestinian territory to kidnap a random civilian. She could have just not did that. Also, she could also just say that it's a bad thing. Why has she just not said it's a bad thing? Of all this time, it happened so long ago. Why could she just not say it was a bad thing for her to do that? "18 months of Israel committing genocide, she has not once reflected on her own service, saying, yes, it was mandatory, but I hate that I contributed to this. 18 months of genocide. Yes, it was mandatory. Yes, it was required of me to serve, right? But what Israel is doing makes me sick that I even did. No reflection at all. But only defending Israel. That's all she's done. All she has done is defend Israel. All she has done. Imagine volunteering for that because you were bored. I mean, it's not surprising. I'm like freaking 18 years old, you're propagandized. You don't see Palestinians as human beings, right? But you have to acknowledge that, right? Now, when you're 40 something, you have to acknowledge that the decisions you made when you're 18 were bad decisions. You did stupid things. You don't reminisce on it like it was the good old days. You denounce it. You say that it was bad. Did you have the clip of her joking about it? Yeah, we'll see.
Every day, that's what I saw them prepare for and go and come back, and so I wanted to see what it. Every day, that's what I saw them prepare for and go and come back, and so I wanted to see what it's like. I wanted to see what it is they're doing. I was curious. And second, I even say here, they took me with them one time, even though they're not supposed to, because it was not my job. I was not trained for it. I was not supposed to go. I didn't have a gun. They did it just because I asked and I'm cute.
You asked and because you're cute? You said that? Is that what you said?
I'm joking. Yes,
oh, wow.
That's what I said.
I didn't know that.
You know, maybe she apologizes after the clip ends. It's only 37 seconds, right? Maybe she goes into like, I'm sorry for doing so afterwards. Maybe that's the next word she says. Right? Maybe she's like, I shouldn't have done it after this, right? When she's like reminiscing on her good old days of how cute she was when she was a terrorist, an illegal occupier of Palestinian territory, you know? in between her reminiscing about her terrorist days, she's like, I was, you know, maybe she said I'm sorry at some point in there. Yeah. They let me do a war crime because I'm cute. Quite literally. Maybe she does. Who can really say? Exactly. Yeah, maybe she does. Who can really say? You know, for her benefit, we're gonna just imagine that she does, and we're gonna move on. Cause like, oh, I'm sure she does. You know, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure she apologized for it at some point.
Genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options.
Yeah.
1, religious exemption. 2, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well,
Those are
listen,
real
you
human
can talk
beings
to you can
that are
talk
getting
to her,
kidnapped.
debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
podcast.
Hassan,
She's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
she
to
was
let me
bored. She had
talk.
a
The fact
secretary
that you're
job.
just
It's
talking
mandatory
over me
conscription.
and
It was
being
an adventure
louder
for
does
her.
not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay, it's good
volunteered.
to listen to what I have to say. She's part
Okay.
of
Is it a
mandatory
lie?
conscription.
Did Hila
You're-
not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We
It's
don't know what that guy.
understandable is crazy, by the way. It's understandable is crazy, by the way. No, it's the response there is she's 18 and she was fucking stupid. That's the response there. It's no, she was 18 and she was a fucking moron. She was a stupid, dumb 18-year-old kid who did a stupid thing. Not, oh, she was 18 and it was understandable, right? No, she made a stupid decision that she should apologize for and acknowledge the harm of. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Did though we don't know what the
So
raid was for.
He could have been a
What if he
vicious
killed
terrorist
people?
monster. Is what
Yeah.
you're
What if he
saying.
killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan,
Arrested by who? By what? By Israel? In subject to, like, I don't know, Israeli detention for numerous years of his life, only to then be released, you know, years later during a hostage deal after there's an exchange of hostages by Hamas. Like what are we talking about here? Like, it's like, for how long? Who gets to make this decision and why? Why does the IDF get to make this decision? Why are we not interrogating this? About like why Israel gets to have these detention centers where they can just rock up to the West Bank, kidnap Palestinians for like no reason at all, with little to no provocation, and hold them in detention for years, which they do consistently. This is not a one-off. This is one example of somebody who's a prominent figure talking about too candidly, right, about this experience, right? But it's a common occurrence of going into occupied Palestinian territories, kidnapping Palestinian civilians against international law, and holding them in forever detention, essentially. Holding them in forever detention. Which Israel has done. Which is why I think it's so funny that there were people who were like pro-Israel who were complaining about the unequal hostage exchange that were occurring before, you know, Israel violated the ceasefire. Like, why do you think Israel had so many, proportionally thousands times more hostages than Hamas had? Why are we not interrogating this question? Maybe it's because they, I don't know, would just rock up and just kidnap Palestinians with little to no provocation and then hold them in forever detention while abusing them, which we have evidence for. While physically and sexually and emotionally abusing them, which we have corroborated first-hand accounts for. You don't understand. It's it's because it's complicated. It's a complicated issue. You can't just see right and wrong here. We should all just shut up and about this because it hurts Ethan's feelings. Yeah. There's a deadly terrorist we have to deal with. Let's bring a cute secretary with us. True. This weird cognitive dissonance that occurs when they're up close with their war crimes, because they have to. The cognitive dissonance is necessary because otherwise they'll have to interrogate maybe the decisions that they were a part of were bad and they don't want to do that. Maybe the decisions that they were a part of were wrong and they don't want to do that. And I acknowledge that is a hard thing to do. It is a hard thing to do to look at your former self and say, I was a part of a regime that was committing atrocious, undefensible acts. That is a hard thing to do. But what you don't have to do is take the easy way out and defend your former self. And that's what they're doing. That's what Hila is doing. And Ethan by proxy, by defending her. Israelis literally rioted in defense of sexual assault on their prisoners. Yeah. They broke the guy out of prison. There was a rapist that they broke out of prison who was accused of raping Palestinian detainees. They rioted in the streets. Like, where is the condemnation for that? Not the hypothetical prisoner that Hila and her strike team or whatever captured. Not fantasizing about the violence that he may have committed, right? Where's Ethan's condemnation for the riots that broke an actual rapist out of prison? Why is Ethan not condemning that? Maybe it's because they were Israeli. And Ethan does not see Palestinians as human beings, right? But he wants to show the Israeli perspective. Not only did they put him on the news, not only did they put him on the news, it made him wear a mask to be harder to identify. He raped the prisoner to death, and the Israeli that got broken out was only one of like 6 guys. The other 5 didn't do shit. Riots, that's some random dude doing charity. This is the context of what Ethan said last night about rapes. Yeah, we covered this clip as well. Gosh, jeez Louise.
Are you upset if this person...
Jeez Louise. The root of this disconnect is the belief that one group of people is human and they deserve rights and peace. Yeah. So he's already addressed that. He said there should have been more coverage of the Palestinian side. He's currently doing an internal investigation of this and will let us know how he improves. I am just genuinely curious, right? We will revisit it in 6 months, even if we don't talk about Ethan ever again, right? In 6 months, we will revisit to see if his coverage has changed. Because maybe his coverage has changed. Maybe he's actually going to cover, like, the Palestinian perspective that he has acknowledged that he has given uneven coverage to, right? But like, if he acknowledged that, he has to also understand why people call him a Zionist, right? If he acknowledges that he has given disproportional coverage towards, right, the Israeli side, as opposed to talking about the Palestinians who are committing genocide, which I don't know how this computes in his mind. I don't know how this functions in his mind. If he thinks it's a genocide, right, number one, and he thinks that he has not given enough coverage, he's given more coverage to the Israeli side than he has to the Palestinian side, then how can he not understand why people call him pro-Israel? I say this all the time, it's about your priorities. If while there is a genocide going on, you are so concerned about the Israeli perspective and how mean people are to Israel, as opposed to the people being genocided, you're not anti-genocide. You're pro-Israel. I've been saying it consistently.
importance
killed
of
like
social
a
conditioning.
child?
If she
Would you be
were-
upset if this
if
person
she
they
were to
arrested
talk
like
about-
stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking
If
about.
she were to talk about
Okay,
how
fine. My
fucked
wife's
up
a
that
terrorist,
was-
bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No,
If
she's
she
my
were to
wife
talk
is
about
a
how
terrorist.
fucked up that
Very
is,
good.
as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
Just like Frogan
former
says,
IDF
only
vets
I don't hate
that are
only the
part of
ones that
breaking the
regret
silence
it.
talk about, I would have no issue.
Honestly, like legitimately, yes. This is why Fergan was not incorrect. Yes. Your wife would not get as much hate as she's getting right now if she said she regretted it. Does your wife regret it? Does your wife regret her service? Does your wife regret going on this raid to kidnap this Palestinian that you called it? Does she? Does she regret it? If she regrets it, we move on. But she has not demonstrated that she regrets it at all. Because I don't even think that he believes it is a genocide. He only says that because he thinks that's what people want. They're here to make him look good. Yes, but it doesn't matter. Right? Which is why I said if he thinks it's a genocide. Right? If Ethan says that I think it's a genocide, you don't say, no, I don't think you think it. Sorry. If Ethan says, I think it's a genocide, you don't respond with, I don't think you think it's a genocide, right? You explain to him why, if he thinks it's a genocide, right, what he's doing now does not support that behavior, right? Because we can't argue about what's in Ethan's mind, right? Ethan, it'll be like he said, she said. Ethan will say, I think it's a genocide, and we're going to say, I don't think you think it's a genocide, and we get nowhere, right? And so it's a lot more valuable to be like Ethan saying, I think it's a genocide, and for us to be like, well, if you think it's a genocide, why are you doing all this other pro-Israel stuff? That's way better argumentation, my personal opinion, right? I don't think he's actually pro-genocide. I don't think he's actually anti-genocide. I think he is pro-genocide. I don't even think he thinks it's a genocide, right? Hasan doesn't think he thinks it's a genocide, right? Ethan doesn't think he thinks it's a genocide. But there's no way to argue about on that framing.
With her.
Do you hope she gets
you
PTSD
know why? Because
too?
I understand people can change.
I
Okay?
don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
We have what your wife said. Your wife said that she volunteered to go on a raid to. We know there's the things we know. One, the West Bank is occupied Palestinian territories, right? Two, the IDF is a terrorist group, according to Ethan, right? They are the illegal occupiers. Three, your wife was a part of the illegal occupying group, right? And four, she volunteered to go on this raid, this illegal raid, right, to what she called a terror city, to kidnap a Palestinian who you referred to as it. Those are what we know. And that is what Hasan is arguing on, right? What Ethan is doing here is he's implying that the raid was valid and just, which means he's implying that the Palestinian was a terrorist with no evidence. Now, why Ethan would just assume this Palestinian is a terrorist with no evidence, then that's a great question. Right? Great question. I don't know. Maybe it didn't start with October 7th, to be honest. I remember E getting annoyed by being called out for exploiting people through Teddy Fresh and H3 being a capitalist and arguing that it was okay to do that because he's a more fair than other owners. And his hang-up was that the Chinese misinformation that Hasan would combat. Those were both times that Hasan dismantled E, and then October 7th happened, and then he had the upper hand, having an emotional connection to Israel. Yeah. They were beefing with, there were three conversations. Capitalism versus communism, China versus Taiwan, and Israel-Palestine. That as each of these conversations on leftovers happened, the break was getting more, or the connection was getting more fragile and fragile. So October 7th became the full break. China's a bet, maybe that was in the China versus Taiwan conversation. So basically, Ethan just being anti-China and explaining why he's anti-China using Destiny talking points, right? He brought up Tibet as well. I didn't know any of that, but not shocking. Yeah, this is like evidenced by if you go to the leftovers conversation, the last few are basically that, which they're still up, by the way. Let me see. I'm pretty sure they had a China conversation. Maybe it was this one.
Say you're a card-carrying communist? Okay, very good.
It was this
No,
one.
being a socialist is cool, apparently, online.
No, dude.
No, this is the socialism debate. So yeah, this was like 4 before the end of leftovers. You take them down if you really think the song is dangerous anti-Semite now? Yes, but the views, still the views. Think of the views, chat.
No, you don't understand.
If
she is illegally there,
Okay,
she is not
she's a
supposed to be.
terrorist.
No, you don't understand.
If
she is illegally there,
Okay,
she is not
she's a
supposed to be there.
terrorist.
It does not matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That
I
is
don't
an
think
act
she
of
knew what
terror.
they were
And
doing.
as a matter of fact,
and Ethan doesn't address this, by the way. He sidesteps it, right? I think Hassan should have pushed a little bit deeper on this. Like, question is, does Ethan think that they should be there? Does Ethan believe the IDF should be conducting raids in the West Bank? Right? Make him say it. Make him say that he thinks that they should be. Clearly, yes. Of course, yes. But make him say it. Make him articulate his position. Make him say, yes, I think that the IDF should be in the West Bank. Like, because he's dismissing it by being like, whatever, she's a terrorist. Okay, whatever, let's move on, right? He doesn't actually have any or hold any convictions. He doesn't state what he believes. He's just like, okay, yeah, you think she's a terrorist? Okay, whatever, let's move on. Address the swastika sword now. Like, that's all he does. He would say no, they shouldn't. But also, if they know someone is a terrorist there, he is not understanding why Hasan isn't asking to call Hila a terrorist, but
Whatever
his wishy-washy
underscore
views.
Amanda just subscribed.
The problem is that, like, not that Ethan doesn't understand that Hasan is asking to call a terrorist, is that he's disarming Hasan by just being like, okay, you win, she's a terrorist, right? Because he's trying to imply that Hasan is calling her a terrorist. He's like, okay, you win, yeah, she's a terrorist, okay, you win, okay, she's a terrorist, you've adequately demonstrated that she's a terrorist, okay, what now? Right, that's what he's doing. Whatever, Amanda, thank you for the tier 1. Also, AB Ernesto, thank you for the prime, and Mudada, thank you for the prime. Spicy Polk, thank you for the prime. Meaning, thank you for the 17 months. Miss Margaret, thank you for the tier 1. Marv, thank you for the 10 months. Mao's Bicycle, thank you for the 4 months. And Kodike, Boog, thank you for the 2 months. C-Cloud, thank you for the 5 months. And Dottie, thank you for the prime. Yeah, that's all. That's all the things from today. Like where he admitted he was smearing Hasan, like, yes, we know you're being sarcastic, but thanks for the clip. You missed by 10 months? No, I just acknowledged it.
I think she knew what they were
I literally just acknowledged it.
doing or where they were going.
What she participated in
I don't think she
is
knew
called
where
a
they
night
were
raid.
going or what they were doing.
What she participated in
Okay,
is
she's a
called
terrorist, bro.
night raid.
Please, we got to move on. This is
The
like
reason
just
why
so...
the reason why the Israeli occupying force,
Oh
the
my
reason why the
God,
Israeli
dude.
occupying force
People wanna watch
participates in
this.
these night raids in the West
You're making
Bank
this unwatchable.
is to
Let's
create
just-
a constant feeling of terror.
Stop talking more.
Like, does he agree or does he disagree? Right? You guys are added sub. Thank you. Now you won't see any ads that just ran, apparently. He doesn't say, does he agree or does he disagree? And why does he not say his contention? He just he lets Hasan try to come to a conclusion and make Ethan understand. And then he responds with being like, okay, who cares? Let's move on. Right? Which is why I don't understand people who are like, Hasan was too long-winded. Right? Hassan was too long-winded. Like, what do you want him to do? Like, Ethan won't acknowledge that Hasan is trying to answer his question. He just wants Hasan to move on. What do you do?
More does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating yourself.
participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We
upon
don't
the
condone it.
Palestinians
She was
who are
19. She
there
was doing
in their
military
own land.
conscription. She
Listen
didn't
to
know where
me.
they were going or what they were
Listen to
doing.
me.
Okay,
Listen
thank
to
you.
me.
I'm
Listen
listening,
to me.
but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you
The reason why
you
the
got to
reason
move
why
on.
I
want to have
know
a.
the reason why I know
Son,
that. Do you want to know why I know that?
Like, he's not listening. He's not listening. Like, this is what you need a moderator for, right? He was very clearly just talking over Hasan, be like, no one cares what you say. No one cares what you say. This is what my response is. I've already responded here. Like, he also interrupts halfway through and makes him start again, and then says that he's repeating himself. Yes.
Or what they were
Listen
doing.
to me.
Okay,
Listen
thank
to
you.
me.
I'm
Listen to
listening,
me.
but you just keep
And
repeating
honestly,
yourself.
I think Hasan did very well with this response, right? The alternative is you let Ethan win and you just move on without getting your full point out, right? I say you keep hammering. I don't care about the Asman stands or whatever who were like, Hasan was too long-winded and he kept repeating himself and he talked too much. And his answers were labyrinthic or whatever, right? I don't care about those people. The point is for the normies to watch, right? The normies aren't going to watch this entire thing. The normies are watching the clips. The normies can clip out the times that Hasan repeated himself or whatever. They just need the point Hasan was making. They need Ethan asking the question, Hasan making his point, and then Ethan not understanding the question. That's what the clippers need to put in front of people so people understand that Ethan is being bad faith. So you repeat yourself as many times as necessary to make sure that your point is included in the conversation.
What you
the reason why
you gotta move on. I want to have a.
The reason why I know that. You want to know why?
At the beginning of the debate, it would have put off the normies from Ethan. He was immediately antagonistic.
I know that.
Yeah.
Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm take that as a yes.
Breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States
This
government?
Is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking
why don't
fight
you go
against
to jail?
this goddamn government doing
why
this
don't you
shit
stand
every
up for
day.
your... Hold on. Why don't you stand...
Also, Hasan's responding. He literally was like, answer the question. And when Hasan started answering the question, he's like, why didn't you go to jail? Why are you not going to jail? Why are you not going to jail, Hasan? Like, do you want him to answer the question or not? Do you want him to answer the question? Do you want him to answer the question or do you want him to not answer the question? You have to be clear about this. You can't say, answer the question, Hasan. And then Hasan is like, starts to answer the question. He's like, you're not answering the way I want to. You're not biting into my talking points. My script says you say you're so right and handsome, Ethan. My script says you're so right and handsome, Ethan. Please dunk on me some more. I think Ethan legit just identifies with Israelis because he used to live there and is upset by the fact that people accurately say most Israelis support the genocide. So he feels like he has to defend Israel. I think it's a genuine case that he don't criticize my friends. No, not even just his friends, his wife. His wife is Israeli. His wife, and this is I think is the biggest point as well. His wife is not just an Israeli citizen. His wife is not just an Israeli citizen who was conscripted into joining the IDF. His wife is an Israeli citizen who was conscripted into joining the IDF, who went and participated in an illegal raid in the West Bank, right? With for zero reason, except for vibes, right? And so that not only forces Ethan to defend like the existence of Israel, as a lot of Zionists do, right? But now he has to defend the actions of an illegal occupying force in a place where they are not supposed to be, because his wife was there and his wife did it, and his wife has not condemned that behavior, which means Ethan has a right box to defend it. Ethan's insufferable. The simple fact is Ethan conceded on every single salient point Hasan made. Ethan tried to mostly make it mostly about drama rather than the actual supposed point of the debate. Ethan knows he's not intellectually capable nor educated enough to argue and argue on ideas on the merits. Yeah. Yeah, which is why I'm surprised he even did it. He was woefully unprepared. I guess he thought that he could adequately redirect Hasan into drama slop stuff, but like he couldn't help himself by defending genocide. He was like, I need to defend genocide, and you will not stop me from defending genocide.
Why do you pay taxes to the United States government?
This is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking
why don't
fight
you go
against
to
this
jail?
goddamn government doing
why
this
don't you
shit
stand
every
up for
day.
your why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop.
I'm your channel from Hasan. Thanks for what you do. I appreciate that. Thank you. I need more people who found Hasan channel through me. One day. MOW, thank you for the tier 1, and Devious RM, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated.
The reason why I'm saying
what wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What does she
says
say?
The Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's a fucking terrorist who says he wants to kill Jews.
Like, I don't understand how Ethan can say this. Wait, it was teed up for him. It was teed up for him, right? You call the IDF a terror organization. You understand that they should not be in the West Bank doing raids, defending settlers, right? And your wife is not a terrorist by participating in a raid and being in the IDF, right? But again, the 19-year-old Yemeni kid, same age as your wife, and in my opinion, less evidence that he's a terrorist. But like, that guy's a terrorist, but your wife's not a terrorist. Like, I don't understand. Except, yes, obviously it's Islamophobia, but like, that's crazy.
I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to the Anne Frank stuff about how he would have seen Anne Frank differently if Anne Frank would have fought back. Like, I don't even, like, what do you even say? What do you even say to that? What do you even say to that? Like, he's literally saying, I like my victims of genocide to be pacifists. Right? Like, you know how like Trump said, I like my soldiers not captured. I like my soldiers not captured. He's like, I like my victims of genocide to be pacifists. And if you're not a pacifist, sorry, you're not the best victim. You should have been a better victim. You should have just laid down and took it. Or else you're not a victim of genocide. Which implies that every Jew that rose up in arms against the Nazis is wrong according to him. He's not even implies. He said that. Shutter, he said that. Hasan asked him this question. Asked him, right, that's Jewish victims of the Holocaust taking up arms, right, against the Nazi German population. Right, he says, yes, that would change things for me. Yes, I view them differently. Like, yeah, then he dodges the, do you condemn the Warsaw Uprising? Yeah. Like, insane. Also to say that she's only inspirational because she's a pacifist, insane. It's actually an insane viewpoint. That's just what I'm saying. I legitimately, Ethan said a lot of things in this debate I think that was the worst thing he said. I think that like the Anne Frank stuff alongside like just like weaponizing sexual violence and victims of sexual violence against Hasan are like they're battling it out of my head for like what is the worst thing that he did in this conversation. Oh, I forgot the Arabs created the Zionists. Okay, there's a lot. There are so many things. There's so many things. Bro. Oh, there's Sakuga now wanting to see Ethan Klein clips. I thought you didn't want to see more Ethan Klein clips. I thought you wanted to move off of Ethan Klein clips. Interesting. Now you're interested. Now you want to see. Yeah, we'll get to the Anne Frank stuff. I think it was pretty early. Where's it at? I can find a. Wait. Hasan promoting Bad Emma Panda? Who's Bad Emma Panda? Is that does he call Bad Empanada Bad Emma Panda? What is the auto generated? No. I don't no. This is not a subtitle. This is a chapter title, which means it's in the description. Do they do okay, does YouTube have a feature where they can auto generate chapter titles now? Cause I've never seen that. Cause like why is it Bad Emma Panda? Hasan promoting Bad Emma Panda. But you can make AI do it? Wait, did he change the title? Wait, he changed the title, chat.
Israel is the one that makes everybody think.
No, he didn't. Well, okay, why is this title? Okay, I think he changed the title before. The title used to or was having a respectful conversation with ex-co-host Hasan Piker. That's what the link shows as like the title preview. I guess he changed it to debating Hasan Piker. Love has tons of typos in the title, to be fair. I think he just slams those out with the quickness. Okay. Bad Emma Panda was kind of funny.
That this action, all of the action, the genocide.
Bad Emma Panda? Oh, I see. I knew it. Y'all didn't believe me. Yeah. Y'all didn't believe me. Also, I'm still banned, by the way. I'm still banned from the subreddit. You are currently banned in this community and cannot comment on posts. Meanies. They banned me for no reason.
Between H3H3 and iDubbbz, because this guy right here, this Bad Emma Panda guy, he's the Hasan.
Okay, this Keemstar just can't read. Keemstar can't read. But I will say, referencing Keemstar in your chapter titles, not a good look, Sweaty. Not a good look, Sweaty. Why are you showing me Papa Gut? Gosh darn it. Okay, here, chat. I will show you because I told you.
He said we did not leave Iraq.
I told you Papa Gut is just more disgusting Vosh. Was I wrong? Was I incorrect? Papa Gut just more disgusting Vosh. Not wrong, thank you. Look at this. Look at this man. Also, never ask him why he got banned off of TikTok. That's what I'll say. Never ask him why he got banned off of TikTok. Hassan Parker. Bro, what is going on? Why were you banned? Don't even get me started. I was trying to engage in very thoughtful and meaningful discussion, and they banned me for no reason. I made a post that said, Hassan Orbiter doesn't understand copyright. And then I posted a clip of myself because it was funny. And they banned me. And then they deleted my post, citing like harassment. I harassed myself? What? You did everything right and they banned you? I'm saying. Almost kind of racist. Anyway, let's continue.
That you called a genocide is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side
claim
of the
they're
fucking
doing
world,
it on
when
behest
they
of
say
Jews.
Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people,
Do
including
you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my
Anne
point that I
Frank.
was fucking presenting, my point that I was fucking
Anne Frank
presenting.
is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That
I thought Anne Frank was famous because she was a child victim of the Holocaust. Like, it was a very famous story to illustrate the callousness of Nazi Germany from the first-hand perspective of somebody who was victimized at a young age of Nazi Germany. That's what I got from Anne Frank. I didn't get Anne Frank is famous because she's a pacifist. Personally. I could be wrong though, chat. It's been a long time since I read the Diary of Anne Frank. Like, she was famous for showing the humanity of a child going through genocide. I read ChatGPT summary and got a whole different thing, sweaty. That's fair. I didn't think about what ChatGPT had said. She's famous because she shows a little perspective of a little child victim of the genocide. Exactly. That's what I said. But again, maybe we're all wrong, chat. Maybe you're wrong and I'm wrong and all of us are wrong. Maybe it's Ethan that knows better. And that Ethan claiming that Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist. Right? This is why there are a few not a lot of chatters, but there are a few chatters who come in here and asked me to like watch or react to like West Side Tyler videos because West Side Tyler is also anti-Ethan. And there's a reason why I won't do that is because this is kind of similar to a West Side Tyler take about why the civil rights movement is good. If you don't know, and not to start any drama, West Side Tyler made the claim that like the civil rights movement was only successful because it showed that, you know, civilized, like civil black people dressed nicely were getting beat up for no reason. And that's why it was successful. And that any sort of violent resistance during the civil rights movement was invalid because it served against that purpose. And so I saw that, and this is why we call him both sides Tyler here. So that's why I don't talk about or I don't react to West Side Tyler content. This way I didn't know why I dislike it. It's not particularly relevant. I watched him once because he said he served in the military. He does say he served in the military. I don't know his takes on the military. But yeah, it was that conversation. He also was like getting mad at people who tore down a fence, saying they were asking to be beat up by the police. That's how U.S. Schools taught us, but it's completely not true. Yeah. And so that's why I don't engage with that. But it's very similar to this argument, right? As in, like, you know, you have to be the perfect victim so that if you inevitably get killed by any system of oppression or some hegemonic superstructure like Nazism or white supremacy or the patriarchy, then there will be no avenues of attack for you as a victim. Therefore, people will start to care about you and your plight. You must die perfect. And if you're not perfect, then, you know, L sucks to suck. You're not doing the movement any justice. And I hate that argument. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. It is respectability politics. Isn't it crazy that every successful movement against oppression in history was anti-violence? That's not an accurate characterization. But I think you're joking, but like, yeah. This is what these people actually do believe. They do actually believe that that's the case. I was joking. Yeah, I picked that up, but like, you never know sometimes, you know? You never know sometimes. I do think that there is a usefulness in a diversity of tactics, right? You need people who are non-violent, right? You need the posh, well-dressed, church-going black people to be beat up by the police for no provocation. The same way you need the violent avenue or the violent arm of the movement, right? Martin Luther King would not work without Malcolm X, right? It's literally good cop, bad cop, but for like fighting for civil rights, right? You need somebody to show you, hey, this is what you're gonna get if you don't work with us here. You need the violent thing. You need the violent part of it, right? Where the violence is like purely like material violence, like sabotage, property destruction, things of that nature, or otherwise, right? It's still necessary to pressure the hegemonic people, like the hegemonic superstructures, the white supremacists, the members of the patriarchy, the people who hold the power, to be like, yeah, we would rather talk to Martin Luther King. Martin, so sorry for like throwing you in jail. I don't like those guys over there. They're mean to us, and they kill people and they destroy our property. I don't like them. I'm dealing with you now, right? What do you want, right? If I give you something, will you make them stop too? That's what it's for. You need both, right? You need both. It's so ridiculous how pro-Israel people say Israel has a right to defend itself while basically saying that nobody else does. That's life. I cannot tell you what hearing you say diversity of tactics has done for my soul this morning. It gets lost on so many people. You're living goat. Thank you. I try my best. I try my best.
That's why she's in
points. I do try. I think I'm underrated, personally. Paid shatter? That's funny.
Inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish
would you think
people.
Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them, yeah.
And took up arms
like,
against
that's
the Nazis.
Insane. That's crazy. That's crazy. You think Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she said she wanted to kill Germans? The people who were genociding her community? Murder her entire family? That would be out of line for you. That would be out of line for you.
Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't happen?
Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure. It
wouldn't be the same.
She's
Why wouldn't
famous
it be?
for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that?
Who are the people Ethan? You say that Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people. Who are the people? Who are the people just curious? Just curious. Because he never says, for some reason. He never explains, for some reason, why he thinks Anne Frank is more inspiring for being nice to the fucking Nazis in his own worldview. He never explains why he thinks it's more inspiring in his own worldview that Anne Frank was nice to the fucking Nazis. Why is that inspiring to you, Ethan? Are you inspired to be nice to Nazis? That's what you get from Anne Frank's story? Be nice to Nazis? Is that what you're that's what you were taught? Just tell me he appreciates the pacifism because it won't put him on the receiving end of violence that he's complicit in. Even then, we're talking about like the Saudi genocide, like the genocide in Yemen. Like we're not talking about Israel at this current exact moment. So like I do understand what you're saying, right? But like he would be projecting if that was the case, because we're not even referring to the genocide in Gaza at its current moment. He's pretty soft when it comes to actual Nazis. This is true, right? This is true. That's true. He shouted out Sam Hyde a few days ago. You got to be nice to the people who want to genocide you, or else you're just as bad as the people going around murdering you instead of, I don't know, anyone can believe this. Yeah, but I think this convo makes it clear that he projects himself onto anything and everything. That's true. I agree with you. I don't think you're incorrect.
That's not what. Seeing the good and be the same for sure. She's,
it wouldn't be the same.
I think this is the most insane thing. I'm sorry. Maybe I have recency bias, and this is just the most recent thing that I've seen. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. He's literally saying Anne Frank is inspiring because I think she didn't fight back. Right? Anne Frank is inspiring because she didn't fight back. He's literally saying, I like my victims of genocide to not fight back. How is this not crazy? How do people not see this? Like, that's so wild. He's quite literally saying, I like my victims of genocide to not fight back. Like, and if they fight back, I view them differently. What I feel like I'm going to say. It felt like Ethan was playing to get viral clips while Hasan was actually arguing with historical context for his issues. Which is the craziest part, is that Ethan was playing for clips, but the clips that he has are not great clips. Like, they're pretty not good clips.
He's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that?
So I should ask him about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Oh, don't worry. Hasan does ask him about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising.
That's not what. Let me show you.
Do you think that if Anne Frank, do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway?
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But
wait, yeah, like okay. What an insane self-report. We were like, they weren't even talking about Israel. They weren't even talking about Israel.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Why does he think that he has to defend Israel here?
Buenos dias.
That wasn't even what the conversation was about. He's because I'm 50, but that's how we were taught about Anne Frank. That she was a pacifist, and that's why she was cool and like super awesome and sick. And that's her story. Like the theme of her story, where the conclusion was that she was a pacifist, and that was how you were taught. I'm not even coming at you, Chatter. I'm legitimately asking. Yeah, that's what they taught us. That's crazy. Do you live in America? Not to ask you to doctor yourself. I'm just straight curious if this is like American education. We just read the book. It was partially she was empathetic, not a pacifist. It was absolutely never taught that she was a pacifist to me. That's what most of the white kids in my class got from it. Man, we have a terrible media literacy structure in America. It's pretty bad. It was not taught that being a pacifist was a key part of it. I think about it, low key, that was a little bit of the vibe. But the main part was that how we see the perspective of a victim of Nazis. That's like kind of the main theme that I got. Right? But to be fair, like again, it's American education. I'm not surprised. She never said she was a pacifist. It's just some things that people say to keep people away from questioning other struggles. Also, didn't she die? Yes. That was also a major part of the story. Like that, yeah. You could argue that being mean to a rich content creator is worse than genocide. Now, it wouldn't be a very good argument, but you could argue it, yeah. And don't worry, Ethan is arguing it. He's pushing for it. He keeps saying live through. He does keep saying live through. You're totally correct. Right? Do you think that Ethan... One, I don't think Ethan's ever read The Diary of Anne Frank. Two, do you think that Ethan thinks that Anne Frank lived through the Holocaust? And that's why he's arguing this? Or do you think he's like conveniently leaving out a big part of the story that like she was still a victim of the Holocaust? I honestly can't tell. He knows she died. He mentioned it. Was it earlier or was it later on in this? I don't think he cares. That's fair. I think we can agree on that. I don't think any of us think he cares. No, he gets mad later about Hasan saying, "Oh, geez, Louise, she was a pacifist because she didn't live to enact her anger or whatever." I wouldn't be surprised. It seemed like he didn't know Mandela is dead. I don't want to get into the Mandela stuff. But he's intentionally leaving out that he's judging, pushing his narrative. He screams about how her dad was the only one who survived. Okay, you are right. I do remember him saying that. So he's just conveniently leaving out that. Wait, Mandela is dead? Stop, Cheddar.
For every single country in this region, American imperialism is all
You say the
they have
Saudis,
known.
you said this, why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it?
She did say they could dig up Mandela and ask his opinion later on. Yeah, so he knows Mandela's dead.
Jews? Why is it
Because
damn
they're
the Jews?
directly
Said
forward.
this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia?
Imperialism is
You
all
say the
they have
Saudis.
known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it
Because
damn
they're
the Jews?
directly fighting.
Also, this was a deflection, by the way. I just want to point it out. I try my best to point out the logical fallacies that
I live like a
Ethan
capitalist every single day, Shank. I live
does
as a
in this
capitalist,
debate.
Okay? I live when I believe.
This is a very clear deflection. The
subscribed.
conversation
Free
was about the
Palestine.
comparison between.
Don't forget to touch grass, my friends.
Siki Bro, thank you for the 5-month resubscription. And Yashoki, thank you for the 3-month resubscription. Buenos dias to you as well. I think that's all of the subscriptions. Yeah. I don't remember what I was saying.
Saudi Arabia.
Oh, but
what
I
are
thought,
you talking
you see
about?
the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death
He just says that
to
Arabs
fucking
altogether
Israel and
just decided they hate Jews. Yeah, we talked about that comparison.
damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the
which
Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has
Arabia?
a clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No,
Do you
and
wanna see
let me show you this because you've been
you
going
wanna
on
hear
and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this. He said,
Wait, so like again, this is the problem about the unevenness of the debate, and that is Ethan gets to just be like, no, we're not looking at your clip, right? We're not looking at your clip. We're gonna look at my clip instead, right? Why Ethan gets to decide this, and it was supposed to be an even, candid debate? Great question, right? But Hasan is at the whims of Dan, who's at the whims of Ethan to decide what clips to play and not to play, when to play it and not to play it. Ethan can just shut Hasan up and say, here, listen to this clip, and play this clip over Hasan speaking, forcing Hasan to stop speaking, or forcing him to talk over the clip, which just makes Hasan look bad for talking over the clip and not engaging with whatever Ethan wants to talk about or what Ethan wants to show him, right? And so there should have been a moderator, and Dan should be the moderator, but Dan was never going to be a good moderator anyway because Dan is employed by Ethan. That's the take. Because remember, it was an interview. He was just giving Hasan interview questions. True. How could I forget? How could I forget? Okay. So yeah, that was the Anne Frank comparison. I think they actually move on. Because Ethan's like, watch this clip. Now watch this clip. Now watch this clip. That's all he does. I did also want to show the CPS thing. They may have a clip to the CPS. They may have a clip to the CPS. So where Hasan interrogates Ethan about who called CPS. I really hate this point of the argument where there are so many times where they could have said, "Hey, look at this guy that agrees with me," and not you. Which who gives? I don't really care who agrees with you is objectively a genocide. Who do you think would be a good moderator? I don't know. There are people who whose job is to moderate debates between Israel and Palestine. So anybody on that in the online space, I don't trust really anybody because they're gonna let Ethan get into the drama stuff. It would need to be somebody who doesn't care about the drama, who will keep the debate on Israel Palestine. Probably would have been Sam. They would say Sam is like too biased. Right? I think Sam would be decent, but they would just claim Sam would be too biased. Lex Friedman. Honestly, Lex wouldn't be the worst choice in the world. He would be a bad choice because Lex is a terrible moderator.
You claim your community
Maybe
has
Philly
nothing.
D? No, Philly D would also let Ethan engage in drama stuff. He's not political enough to understand the intricacies of Israel Palestine, and so he would let Ethan steamroll the conversation. Like you need somebody who will stop Ethan from being like swastika sword, hummus tier list. Explain. You know what I mean? Kaya W. Chris Kunzler, he would also be called biased because he called out Ethan before. It would also have to be someone who hasn't called out Ethan before. Agent would be funny. Let's see what this is about.
To do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like
Yes, this is one of my favorite parts as well. Ethan Klein did say this, by the way. Ethan Klein 100% did say this. He did. He made the claim that H3 Snark and Snarkers or Redditors or haters impersonated a call to CPS to get his kids taken away. Did I say that as number one defense to things that he has said? Yeah. And we can find it, right? He has an episode titled Snarkers Called CPS on Us. It's still up. Oh. What is this? What is this? Did I ever say that, he says? Did I ever say that, he says? What's this about? What's this about? Wait, you're all. I didn't know you can pan like this. That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. Also, I'm getting a lot of follows. Did they post me on the Snark subreddit? Whenever I get a lot of follows, we're talking about Ethan, I assume that I'm posted on the Snark subreddit. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. How dare you, Snarkers? How dare you call CPS on Ethan? Why would you do that? Getting a lot of followers for being handsome. True. Y'all should have seen my fit yesterday. It's literally laying over there on the floor because I was freaking hot, and I basically ripped the clothes off of myself after my stream was over. I was like, huh. And then I laid down in my bed. And I just came here after watching the VOD, needing someone to be like, yeah, that was wild. Well, you found company. I actually just got front page Twitch directed to you. I think you're fun to listen to. Wait, really? That's pretty cool. Welcome in. Hello. Wait, hold on. Am I on the front page today? Did I get the date wrong? Am I in the carousel, chatter? You just got recommended to me on Twitch? Wait, okay, hold on. Am I in the carousel? Did I get the date incorrect? I think it's supposed to be the 4th. You were my top today? Am I on the front page? Did I get the date incorrect? You were in my carousel? Okay, now I have to check. Yeah, you did? I selected the 4th, and it confirmed the 4th. That's not me. 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 Okay, I'm not in the carousel here.
I mean, it used to be a lot worse. Like,
I find you on front page browse, clear cache. You're always on my front page. W. It's not there for me. Okay, let me. While I take a little look see at my email.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Let me
Cranberry
scroll.
Soul 55 just subscribed.
Thank you. Give me a second. Let me scroll. Search. How about front? Yeah, no. Okay. 05/04/2025. That's tomorrow. I'm just on the front page today. Boom. 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 That's all that matters. Welcome in, chatters. Hello, hello, hello. That makes sense then. Cranberry, thank you for the tier 1. MP Shark, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Huge W, much appreciated. I think Twitch chat is confusing it with recommendation channels below the carousel. Maybe. When they come to the situation is hopefully more Hasan fans find you for your coverage. Sure, yes. But I think most Hasan fans know who I am. They just don't care enough to click into the streams. Which is fair. I get it. I understand. Right? Like they are aware of who I am, and they are aware that I stream. They just don't care enough to, like, you know, go and find me, click on the streams and see what's going on here. I came here. Well, then I'm not talking about you. Honestly, I didn't honestly just found you yesterday. Really, that's interesting. You mad funny though? We're having fun over here. We do have fun over here. We do fun stuff. I'm here. Well, welcome in. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these other losers. I'm talking about these people. Like, who can I call out? That would be funny. Direction. You know what I mean? Hasn't been in here in like months. But sitting in Hasan's offline chat because they're racist. Lubba keeps stealing your points. True. Denims doesn't drop freestyles in autotune. True. Denims doesn't drop freestyles in autotune. You know who does? Me. Confirmed.
Random anonymous.
Did I say that?
Wait,
hold on.
I say that?
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous.
Did I say that?
I think Sean has the best takes amongst all the Hasan adjacent streamers. I think so too, honestly. I do have the best takes.
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know.
Denims vindicated. Denims vindicated. If you don't know who called CPS, Ethan, what is this? What is this about? Why would you claim Denims is calling CPS? I don't know. But Sam found you today as well. Cool stuff. If I can give a spot tip on my end, Hasan and his fans just be watching him for 7, 8 hours a day. Not a lot of time to look at another stream is all. Don's to be here when he's not live though. Well, have you considered that, like, I'm better than Hasan? And Hasan has said this too. No, I'm joking. No, I think it's fine. Like, I'm not harassing you for not being in my streams and choosing to watch Hasan. Right? Even my regulars leave me when Hasan goes live. Right? I've made my peace with it. It used to get under my skin when I was trying to grow as a streamer, like 2 years ago. Like when I was trying to hit partner and I had like 200 viewers when Hasan wasn't live, and it would go down to like 40 to 30 people when Hasan goes live. Right? That used to be like, I used to be like, why are people leaving? Why are people not watching me? Until I took a week off of stream, basically kind of quit, and then came back and just started streaming because I wanted to stream again. Right? Stop caring. And you know what happens when you like take that pressure off of you? The streams become a lot more fun. The content becomes a lot more fun. Right? And the energy and the vibes are so much better once you start putting that sort of pressure on you to like, you know, keep people from leaving when they're going to leave regardless. And so sometimes we'll just have very nice, fun streams with just less viewers, right? And that's okay. That's fine. I've made my peace. And your vibe is so good. Thank you. I appreciate that. It makes you feel better. I stay. I only watch Hasan on YouTube because he does yell a lot to random chatters. Like, only handles so much news too. True. I've noticed your retention post Hasan is very damn good. It's gotten a lot better. It has gotten a lot better as I've grown my core community, right? Basically what I found out is so long as my post Hasan retention is growing, my core community is growing, which means I can continue to do this content. You know what I mean? So if I go from having 40 people watching me when Hasan goes live to 150 people watching me when Hasan goes live, even if I'm not hitting my peak viewership, right? That's still 110 more people who've decided to watch me, right? As their streamer of choice. And that's super cool. I like that. You know? So basically we need a moderator who can only nerf Ethan only. Yes. Honestly, the only thing that really bothered me about the debate on Hasan's end is was that he wouldn't say that Jewish expulsion from the Middle East and North Africa involved some anti-Semitism. I mean, the issue is that Ethan was framing it in a way that like that was the only thing that mattered, right? Hasan never denied that Jewish expulsion in the Middle East and North Africa involved anti-Semitism, right? But Ethan wanted him to say like that was the chief, primary, or exclusive reason as to why Jews fled, Middle Eastern nations to go to Israel. And Hasan was trying to explain to Ethan the context of like that played a role, but there are a plethora of other issues, right? Or other factors in order to, like push and pull factors in order to bolster the state of Israel. The framing of that was that it was the only reason you're nailing it. Yeah. And so I do understand. I don't even disagree with you, chatter, in that like there are a few rhetorical things that Hasan could have tweaked in the moment that may have been more effective for displaying that, not to Ethan because Ethan is dishonest, but to the audience. But it's very difficult to do when you're sitting in front of like somebody who is doing propaganda while claiming they're not doing propaganda, right? So I also acknowledge that as well. You know what I mean? Actually, right? I just think that if he says that he could have shut down Ethan down, so he could have get his point across. I do understand what you're saying. I don't think it would have worked, which is my only issue with this. Ethan would have like been like, you have to say it was the primary reason, which is why Ethan asked how many of the 900,000 Jews that were expelled went to Israel because of anti-Semitism, right? Ethan wanted a number. So if Hasan would have been like, yes, anti-Semitism is part of the reason, Ethan would have been like, well, how much of the reason is it, right? Give me a percentage. The goalpost would have shifted. It would have moved to something else. And then we would be also talking about that. Overarching point is that Ethan was just dishonest in that conversation, right? But I don't disagree that like it could have been helpful to be like, Ethan, stop talking. Anti-Semitism played a role in bolstering the state of Israel and pressuring a lot of Jews in the Middle East to go to Israel to flee from persecution from these Middle Eastern nations as anti-Semitism grew. Right? He could have said that, and then Ethan still would have been more, he still would have demanded more, but I think that would have been a positive thing that Ethan just like shut that down. But again, I also acknowledge that there's nothing Hasan could have said to make Ethan okay with his take. Right? There's not. I think Hasan didn't have to do anything. He could have, other than the Chinese try to do nothing and win. Ethan was crashing out so hard and it looked bad. He was saying that, but Ethan was yelling over him He kept saying he agreed. Yeah, and I know. And I just like, but like potentially like in a world where like Hasan could have gotten his point across better, then like yeah, I think that would have been positive. But we acknowledged like it was almost impossible with Ethan. Ethan wanted to present both Iraqi Jewish expulsion and the Zionist project as things that were in a vacuum. Even trying to put numbers to fault each instance is a gross misinterpretation. Yes, you are entirely correct. Yeah, 100%. Where he wanted to be like, just say the Arabs were super anti-Semitic and they kicked all the Jews out, right? Even though, let's get back to the root, that's not the claim that he made in the video, right? So even criticizing Hasan about not saying very directly that the Jews were exposed from Middle Eastern nations due to anti-Semitism, the claim that was made in the video was a comparison, right, between the Nakba and Jewish expulsion from Middle Eastern nations due to a variety of factors, including anti-Semitism. And Hasan was trying to argue that that comparison was disingenuous and dishonest and gross, right? That's what it was. It was dishonest and gross. It was disgusting. And that was the comparison that he made in the content nuke. Right, so Hasan was trying to address that comparison, while Ethan was trying to address something totally different. Ethan was trying to argue that Hasan was saying that Jewish expulsion after the Nakba in from Middle Eastern nations to Israel, right, occurred due to anti-Semitism, which is not something that Hasan disagrees with. Well, Hasan was trying to argue that Ethan was being dishonest in the content nuke, right? In this situation, it's not invalid for Ethan to have this argument, but it's important to remember that Ethan himself asked the question about what was invalid in the content nuke, what was out of context in the content nuke. Ethan brought this up in the context of the content nuke, and then he started arguing about Jewish expulsion, right? Wait, this new Ida's video? Okay. You lied to me.
What do you...
Shut up. Content deputy. Content deputy H3 reaction. Shut up. Okay. We have to tweet that I'm live. I'm tweeting. New iDubbbz. Twitch.tv/Sean the Black. And I'm gonna put my thumbnail for today, because obviously that's okay. Come on. Post. Okay, let's get into it. 30 minutes. Let's get into it. Tell your moms, tell your dads, tell your parents, tell your grandparents, tell your adoptive parents, tell your foster parents. You want to add iDubbbz to your Twitch title? iDubbbz is in the Twitch title. A second video has hit the H3. Oh, Ethan's gonna. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else we need to do, chat? Is there anything else maybe we'll add it to the the YouTube title. All right. Have you tweeted? I have tweeted.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
All right, let's go.
Big Maskington just subscribed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Ads just ran. Please be more careful with your rhetoric, or else you will harm even more true business past year. Ethan's feelings. True. Wherever my food just came. W. If Ian gets psychology in Seattle and once again I will die. He ruins my TV screen. This is serious. Okay. This is literally like Kendrick Lamar dropping Meet the Grams and then dropping Not Like Us right after it. Wait, ads? Okay, we're waiting. Someone tell the adders we're waiting. Someone tell the adders that we're waiting. Also, Jester Hunter, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Big Maskington, thank you for the tier 1. Chat, if you want to help out some of the ad people, right? If you want to help out some of the adders, you can give subs. A hype train is close. It's incoming. Bits would be nice. You can sub yourself with free with Twitch Prime. Vordello, thank you for the 15 monthly subscription. Pearly Hate, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Texas Crystal, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Okay, there's 2 minutes left in the ads.
I live when I believe.
Okay. BM Binder, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Big Maxine, thank you for the 18 bits. Father Farron, thank you for the tier 1. USS Cheesy Bread, thank you for the 13 months. Dinner Boring, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hype Train level 5. Salty One, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hype Train level 6. Zombie Motor, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Much appreciated. USS Cheesy Bread, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. If you're in an ad, refresh F5. You will not see any more ads. Hello World, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We hit the sub goal. That was crazy. I forgot I had a sub goal.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
Elise, thank you for the 100 bits. Also, we have the content deputy open. We are going to watch. We are going to watch. Grab your popcorn. You have 30 seconds. T-minus 30 seconds until the ads are done and we begin. Get your water. Get your popcorn. Get your chips. Get your Sabra hummus and throw it in the garbage. Right? If you still have it. Get your wine. Get your about it. Get your fear and get your ands. Get your eye and get your dubs.
Go get the Henny.
Get all of that stuff. Jibme, thank you for the single bit. W. Can we start? I look for the ads to finish. All right. Ad watchers, are you back? One's in the chat if you can hear me. All right. All right. Are we ready? Let us begin with Content Deputy H3.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. Now normally in a Content Deputy I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight into it.
I will say, I did not know this one was coming out, okay? I won't even try to hide this from you. I had no idea this one was coming out. Like, I had no clue.
I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. Unfortunately, I was wrong in thinking that because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
I don't know if you know this, but last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity, son. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Hila are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that. We did band together, the community and the fighters involved.
This was yesterday. This is fresh.
Up raising $175,000 for charity. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will attack Creator Clash through us or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa, masters of putting on an event.
He's reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts and it just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post that equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull. He's saying the event is gonna be worse than TanaCon. Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Hila. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now, with this recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous 2 events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, you know, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event. Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I mean, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different.
Ethan's fault. I think we all understand that this is directly Ethan's fault. Like, Ethan, let's not mince words here. Ethan was attempting to careen this event into the ground. He was attempting to destroy this event. Right? It's so disgusting to sit here and be like, oh, to be a charity event, you have to give money to charity, while simultaneously demanding, number one, demanding your employee who wanted to fight drop out. Number 2, demanding this charity event pay your employee and pay your employee's opponent, right? Regardless, allowing them to drop out, right? And then number 3, trying to dance on the grave of Creator Clash and like take credit and ownership over it failing essentially and laughing at a charity event losing money. Like this is what his goal was, essentially.
I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, like, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's either you're gonna talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're gonna have a charity event. You know, it really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we made with Creator Clash. It's still happening, June 28th. I'm just not gonna be involved in it. Please, for the love of God, support this event. You know, I feel like in some ways I'm like cutting off an arm so that I could escape the bear trap and so I can fight. Well, that's a bad analogy. You guys get it. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move. If the previous content cop was entertaining to you, or this video is entertaining, or you like the message, the best thing that you can do, for me, is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well. You know, I didn't try this shit because I thought I was going to be a good boxer. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer. And, you know, now I'm finally back to where I started, which is making fucking content cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely. But like, it's crazy that I've just returned to content cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description. Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity.
And I want to point out, this is my lock for either an Instagram story or his stream on Monday. Ethan is going to see this and still dog on Ian for plugging this event. Right? He's going to see this and still be like, oh, he's just chilling out for this event that he's not a part of anymore, thanks to Ethan. Right? But that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna claim that he's lying. Yeah.
Support the fighters and have a good ass time. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing.
He's gonna claim that
because
he won.
I think
no, he won't. Right? If you think that he's gonna claim that he won, you don't really know Ethan. Right? He's going to claim that this is for the best and this is what he gets. Right? But he's never gonna claim victory. Victory implies he's done, right? Victory implies this is over, right? he's never gonna claim victory. Right? He'll claim this is a good thing, right? But like that's as far as he's gonna go. Yeah, he's not gonna claim victory. He's gonna play victim. Exactly. He's gonna act like he had nothing to do with this. He's gonna act like he wasn't the person calling for this event to fail, right? And he will also simultaneously mock and kind of gloat. You know?
Am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant to be rolling around in pig shit all day long, and other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
You underestimate my strength! I've got kosher strength! The will of Allah! I mean Yahweh! Yahweh!
I think the worst criticisms I labeled at Ethan is that he's a bad boss, a tyrant of a boss. I just implied that he was being taken advantage of by people either in his community or outside of his community, and I called him a bitch-made coward. That was like the summary of personal insults labeled at Ethan. Before Ethan even knew what my video was about, he was already framing me as anti-Semitic.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it. Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually. All Israelis are settlers, actually. What is he going to give me a history lesson now? Is he a historian? Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way, and only extends to the point where you're actually talking about Jewish people or Israelis. Then empathy stops and they should all be murdered. Bro's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up. There's a Jew. I heard there's a Jewish.
That's not what Timothy McVeigh did.
They want all you guys to quit and for me to just be like alone. Little Jew boy alone.
Like Ethan under a year ago was saying he doesn't use anti-Semitism in that way. He's not a guy to call anything and everything anti-Semitic.
You know, in my whole life, I've never screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet, and I have never fucking ever done this, okay? So the people online, they're saying, oh, Ethan's making himself a victim or Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism. I've done this once in my life right now. But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what...
I will say, this is not about this video at all. If I didn't get banned for the Cineclip on TikTok, this would have gotten me banned on TikTok. TikTok would have banned me probably for longer, now that I think about it.
The video is.
I mean, I get that he's scared and offended, but this was the whole fucking point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place. You were triggered by this CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it. That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think, I feel like you're gonna get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem
I got the button.
taking it head on, but I just feel
Of course not. Because I know that
you're
whatever...
understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little...
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because I don't know, this escalated initially.
It's so funny watching this back. All of the crew is like, I don't know, maybe off stream would be better. You know, not because I don't think you can handle it, Ethan, obviously. I think it's just that, like, you know, I think it'd be positive for like the audience if we don't address this now on stream in front of people.
We were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and
like Dan has the audacity to be like, I don't baby Ethan. What is this, Dan? What is this? It looks like you're babying Ethan to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm wrong.
Respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it.
I'll look at our Discord after the video.
Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, no, actually,
Except
Ethan,
stuff about the crew.
Fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys. I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys.
You attacked us, so I attacked back, and now you're acting surprised and shocked, and you're doing it all on your podcast live. So naturally, you reacting live is you having an emotional reaction and seeing things that honestly are scary.
I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like? He's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it, dude.
Should you call him up?
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. Fair weather friends who are so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
Spineless. Our POV is like fuck everybody.
When you
And
watch the Eden stream, Eden's live stream, it was insane. It's okay. That's interesting. Seeing as the video literally just came out. Oh, okay, we watched the live debate. Okay. I was about to say. The video came out 19 minutes ago.
I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What's very insane about this content cop is I was thinking about Ethan's feelings so much in that video. I thought about the idea of like how I shouldn't be saying the term Zionist or Zionism in that video, because I was like, he has explained before that that's personally insulting to him and he doesn't like that. You know, regardless of how true it is, I was like, I'm going to think about Ethan's feelings and not mention this. Fast forward to him reacting to my video, he's just outright calling me a fucking Nazi.
Is it a coincidence that Ian really shaved his head just before
I've
doing
now appeared in 2 iDubbbz videos.
this video, and he's holding a swastika one? I mean, we can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that? Well, this is the white savior, Ian, who's just found empathy, unless you're Jewish, of course.
Ethan, people are allowed to shave their head and not be called anti-Semitic. I mean, if you're going to critique his podcast or be pissed off that he personally insulted you, even that is enough to be called anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to talk about Hasan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hasan's sword hilt because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally. And he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No,
Yeah,
no. I don't actually think that.
Something that's fun about me. That was not the SpongeBob meme. That's a little bit different. I was very clearly visible there.
The chances that they did on purpose is close to 0, right? So I'm not accusing them.
I picked up a random sword in Hasan's room that was laying around. That could be the end of the discussion. You don't actually need to debate Hasan about the sword hilt.
He left it up.
Decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
But I'm not going to delete the photo because that would be indulging in your weird anti-Semitic fantasies.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that?
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My
Okay, I just want to point this out, right? I want to point this out. This is not a Sean vindicated moment again, but it is a Sean vindicated moment again. You notice how anytime somebody wants to be nice to Ethan, they last like a total of like a week before they're just like, okay, this guy sucks. No more Mr. Nice Guy. It happened with Hasan. It happened with like even Sam Cedar in that discussion. And it happened with Ian. Like, you can't be nice to Ethan. Like, that's just, there's no winning here. Like, there's just no winning here.
Sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real. I was even equating to him having crash out moments in the same way that Denims could have crash out moments. I think we're all capable of it, but he was using it in the video to suggest that I was making fun of his mental health.
To my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you.
There I am again. Man, I'm here a lot, actually.
You weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable that you're going through this right now, Ethan. We all go through this.
To characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
Every fucking example that you tried to smear me with was me actually pointing to something else that could be affecting you. He even brought up the clip of me saying, if you get help. We all need help. Everyone on this planet needs help. I don't care how you get it. You can wander into the jungle and go on an ayahuasca trip. I don't care how you get your help or what you define as help. But if it helps you, that would be good. Because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want.
Honestly, I'm kind of glad that Ian has not addressed it until right now. I think he's going to bring up the fact that yesterday, Ethan himself admitted that, like, Reddit did not call CPS.
Want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
So, like,
without,
for a lot of
without even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me? And I didn't have any chance to defend myself? You just immediately, in the same podcast, right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic. And then you said, fuck Ian and Anissa. And you linked those together, you kind of layered those flavors, and then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying, like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame your audience for getting confused, because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also gonna get scrambled.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong.
I mean, it's in my VOD, so if you want to see it, you can go back and see it here.
Don't remember ever saying, like, if I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of
It's all the
when
part of the same
CPS was
clip.
called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of, like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever, like the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that, like, started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I haven't even brought this up either. I didn't realize it. He's mad. Ethan is mad that Ian and Anissa didn't defend him after CPS was called, which is weird because the episode Snark called CPS on us is the same episode where he defended where he attacked Ian and Anissa. So at what point were Ian and Anissa supposed to defend him from the CPS call? That's the point that Ian is making here. It was like, CPS call, fuck Ian and Anissa. Where? In between these two sections you just made in the same video? They were supposed to address this section of the video the second before this section of the video played? And that's what you're claiming, like, oh, Ian and Anissa didn't talk about the CPS call? Yeah, they should have read Ethan's mind. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe Ethan should have gotten the timeline correct. Maybe Ethan should have given his friends the chance to address the CPS call before lambasting them and attacking them for no reason. They must have called CPS and then apologized right before the episode. Yeah.
You cannot have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends of 8 years.
I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself, which is why I'm crying. On the other hand, I don't know if that's a good state to be in life.
That's that. Hila, kind of spitting.
And a lot of the clips he
either Ethan and Hila continue to be as bad fit as possible. Yeah.
uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking
True.
shit about us on his podcast before any CPS visit. On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa. But you don't just talk about us. You shit talk us, and you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
Like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said
So
they're
who called
primary responsible for
CPS?
harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila.
What did I tell you? Literally like an hour ago. We were in the middle. We were in the middle of this section. We were in the middle of talking about this when this video released. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. I don't even think it was an hour. We were quite literally in the middle of this section. I said these exact words. I promise you, I did not know. I did not know this video was being released. I didn't know. I didn't. I had no clue. This kind of just vindicates myself. I'm never wrong. I'm never wrong.
And I do look
That's
into the story,
crazy.
it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila. And I do mean
Watching
that
a video that hasn't come out is crazy. That's what I'm saying.
literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his
Spooky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated.
caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Oh, no. This is important. This is important. Let's see.
Immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that
I'm
makes...
so glad Ian didn't bite the bullet and immediately, as he said, immediately defend Ethan here. Right? This is something that I criticized like Hasan for doing, right? And I criticized Phil DeFranco for doing. And the entire landscape of just, I've said this. I was like, why are we conceding on this stupid CPS call thing? I literally said this months ago. Like 2 months ago. I said, why are we conceding on this CPS thing? There was no evidence that Redditors called CPS, right? And Ethan himself is the person who laid the groundwork for this to be a situation in the first place. And I can say this because all of my VODs are now recorded. As of 3 months ago, pretty much every single one of my VODs are recorded. You can check my YouTube VODs, right? You can check my YouTube VODs talking about Ethan and denims and things of that nature, where I said this exactly. I said, why are we conceding the CPS call? It made no sense to me.
Subscribed.
I was back with the CPS call. I'm very new to this whole kerfuffle. Here, I'll run back what Ian is saying here. Ian describes it all. From the beginning. Here. Hey, how much sycophants follow Ethan?
Stream where Ethan...
Yeah, Drizzle, thank you for the Prime.
Was dumping...
Here,
as
listen.
And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath.
Oh, I'm sorry, ads just ran. Don't worry, we'll run it back for the people after the ads run. Or if you're in ads, go to YouTube. Here, I'll post my YouTube live stream for people who just got an ad. For people who just here. There. I posted it in chat. Just so you can keep watching. So head over to YouTube. It'll be caught up in a second. If you're in ads and don't play on the app on Apple TV. Well, I just came from YouTube. Oh, well, you can go back to YouTube if an ad is happening. So yeah.
His dog having diarrhea, literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
and now Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
What can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying
to... Because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And meanwhile, he is covered in viscous, low viscosity
Yeah.
diarrhea.
On YouTube, really? Members, go thank you for the 50 gifted on YouTube. Much appreciated. This is why I keep my mods around so they can tell me what's happening on other chats. Much appreciated. Hello, 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 hello. That's crazy. Huge W. We love members go up. We love members go up. Okay. Focus.
He mentioned
viscosity.
Yeah.
Diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denim's and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
The problem with this CPS thing is that Ethan has proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him, what the fuck am I meant to do? I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right?
This is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited. His words. Why does he keep doing this? I told you earlier today. He does stuff like this. He does not know what words mean. Or he does, and he purposefully misconstrues it, right? Like, he did not need to add the adjective live version of the chat. He could have just said, this is a combination or a culmination of what the chat says. right? He could have just said, these are the highlights of the chat. There's no reason for him to say this is a live version of the chat because that's false. It's not true. It's literally false. By proxy of what Ethan Klein is saying, and you can make the argument, it doesn't matter, right? Because it's still bad for this to be the case, but there is no reason for him to say this is a live version of the chat, not edited. Why would you lie about this? Why would you lie about that? That statement that he made is not true. It is not true. That is a lie. Right? It is a full-throated lie. It is incorrect. It is incorrect.
Every comment, I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No, it's this, I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat.
Now it's an edit. Okay. Right.
It's just enlarged there.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think.
Yeah.
It's not timed. It's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing this smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denim's chat. But that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much.
I think it's important to know this is at a later date. This is after, right? This is like weeks after he already acknowledged that it's not a live scrolling chat. And so what does he do? He covers the actual live chat so he doesn't get called out on it again. He was called out on it, so he's aware of it. He knows that's the case, and he moves his webcam to cover the chat feed so that someone doesn't then again call him out on it. It's so dishonest. It's so dishonest.
Like many other illnesses.
Reading the chat, co-signing it.
Perceptive. Okay. All right. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I want you to know, Ian did not catch this himself. This was team effort stuff. Okay. Yeah, Ludwig did. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. Stop it. 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 Stop. This is literally the same thing. Literally the same thing with the Ludwig thing. People saying that Ludwig found out this information. And I was like, I found it out, actually. It was me.
Very, very dangerous.
Now pay attention to her chat.
Have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility. It's just so bizarre that Ethan would expect Anise and I to make a statement when Denims herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
So we're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially...
That didn't age well because he did that a little bit later. But that's a separate conversation.
...was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. As part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts. What we were thinking, we were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
We were speculating.
Oh,
and now Hila has giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
Yeah. Really? How many siblings do you have? I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro.
Stop.
Like literally my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show.
Ian knows. Ian knows. He said, I have quite a few options here. Stop.
That one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things? We can. I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yes.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there was some explanation, at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
Yeah, what if we we'll both do 25 at once?
25 each? Or...
Oh my goodness.
Great form by both.
Really nice. They must work out.
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you've continually illustrated that you can't keep track of anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast where we're expressing sympathy for him and Hila was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing-induced CTE than harassment-induced CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that like he shared such intimate moments with me, but it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
You guys were buddies for a long time.
He texted me like one time like, hey dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation right now. That's it. So Ian kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it. Okay?
Just in that particular moment,
and then
or like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the Content Cop where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Hila act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands.
Okay.
When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head, and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective, it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And be
pedophile. Pirate Software was like weird about it. It's like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looks like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought, we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what? We didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
Well, we took it as
yeah, this is kind of like the perfect illustration, and that is just like Ethan's a bully, right? Ethan's a bully, like normal schoolyard bully who can't take what he dishes out. He wants to call people pedophiles. He wants to call people like terrorists, terrorist supporters, call people, call women like bitches, the C word. Like, he wants to bully people in a comedic way. But if you even think about punching back, then he will, run back to his hug box and lick his wounds and cry foul. That's what he wants to do. Him calling people just pedophiles, that's totally fine because of the joke. But if you call him, pro-genocide, that's too far.
Ethan and Hila are shit-talking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all of their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop. So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
You might think that all of the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around you dragging me into your shit. You knew that you were going through a lot, and you were saying, I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa. It's not Hasan, it's not all of these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beefs and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he said and posted about Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
he was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Hila constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking it on himself, he decided to imply that Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, she would have to pay back like $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's been working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Hila will victimize themselves every chance they get. But when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
True. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back to you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast and you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. True. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for the future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, you know, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all of the fighters get what they wanted out of it. I'm sorry that I'm such a fucking nasty person who just wants to roll around in the shit. I'll put the link to Creator Clash down in the description if you want to support them in their mission to get creators to fight and raise money for charity. You can do that down there. I will be doing that on my own, and I hope you guys have a good time. Also, for all the people who touch grass, I want to remind you to click the like button on this video, not so it goes in your algorithm or anything, just specifically so that we can add a counter narrative or I can get an idea of how much astroturfing is out there, because I know that a lot of these fuckers, they love their dislike button extensions. True. And I saw that shit and I was like, what the fuck? These are all like fabricated numbers. The like-dislike ratio was like 80-20 on my video, and then they tried to create a narrative of like, no, people actually hate this content cop, guys. It's actually so much worse. Like, bitch, like, people were more upset with, like, my wife being on OnlyFans. You're not gonna convince the internet that fucking Ethan Klein isn't being a piece of shit. Like, sorry, guys. It doesn't matter how many dislike extensions you have.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi, okay? Yeah, fuck you guys too, okay? How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
It's blatantly and obviously fucking disingenuous. This shit blew my fucking mind. Like, this is fucking insane. And, like, dangerous. He is going out of his way to slander you as a neo-Nazi. Like, that can get you hurt.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Thanks, Ian. So that was the content deputy H3. I still feel like he could have went harder, but I think he actually addressed a lot of the things that I wanted addressed. Going as far as to like literally steal ideas out of my mind and put it in this video and put the video out directly as I'm talking about those things. So that was pretty funny. Yeah, W song. Ghostwriting for Ian. I feel like he's working on something harder. I mean, yeah, he didn't rule it out. He didn't rule it out. Are you Ludwig and Ian, or are Ludwig and Ian me? Think about that. Honestly, that puts a nice little bow. That puts a nice little bow on this. He's gonna be like he said, roll on a big shit. That's anti-Semitic dog whistle. Don't even get me primed for that. Adding the base stuff too was a nice touch. Yeah, that was a nice touch. Exactly what I called out as well. That's so crazy. But this is at least this extended the crash out for another week, another 2 weeks or so. Honestly, I think it was really good to drop it now when he did, because now Ethan has to address the debate on Monday. Ethan has to address the debate, has to address this video, has to address the reaction to the debate all on Monday, and he can't get to it all. So he has to pick and choose. Does he address the drama slop, or does he address Like Hasan being anti-Semitic. Oh, and the Sam Cedar debate. You're totally right. He has to pick and choose. What will his priority be? See what Anissa said. What? Inbred is where you'll find your next meal because you guys will soon not be able to afford food as you inch towards bankruptcy. Okay. If you're gonna notice, is so desperate for any crumb for me, so here's a real big piece of fuck you. We are not financially tied to the event, and even when we were, we had it structured to protect us and the charity. You have no power over us. You're just an asshole. Yeah. Comedy? Yeah, it's comedy to be like, you're poor and I'm going to bankrupt you because I'm bigger than you are. With how quick he put this out, Ian is surely has the next one ready. He must have had most of it ready and just added yesterday's stuff to it. That's what my thought process is as well. And the fact that he's not like, the fact that he said that more is on the way, essentially, leads me to believe that there's a takedown being made to some extent as well. I wonder on what though. One big finger is crazy. Stop. Yeah, the Dr. Honda stuff a part of it too. Like that's a part of it. He didn't even really address the rest of the Hasan debate that he could have addressed. Basically, like just putting nails in the Ethan Klein coffin. He could keep going. The lawsuits. He could keep going. W stream? I know. W stream indeed. W stream indeed. Content Cop Director's Edition. Oh, this makes me sad. Bruce Willis in 2023 is crazy. Ethan's producer should cut the feed. It's like filming Bruce Willis in 2023. True. Marathon's a Boston Variety. Yeah. Inward compilation, stuff like that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of content out there. There is a lot of content out there against Ethan. He does not want to start this war of lobbing missiles back and forth. He's focused on drama because that's what all Ethan cares about. Partially, right? I think, again, as I said, diversity of tactics. I think you need people who will address the drama. I think you need people who will address the Israel-Palestine part, like Ethan's Hasbara. Like, yeah. Doesn't Ian have an word compilation too? Yeah, but Ian apologized for it. And Ethan has not. Which I stand by. I'm waiting for the, I'm sorry to the black community for saying the N-word. Yeah. Ian is what Ethan thinks he is, 100%. Just finally goes on for another 3 hours, Jesus Christ. Yeah. People think it was AB. I think this is dumb. Yesterday, AB, a Lebanese Muslim and head of H3 Research, gave his boss a report from Channel 12 in Israel that 4 people claimed were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Yeah, I think this is there's no evidence this is the case. I think it's infinitely more likely, or it's infinitely more and equally likely that like he gets like or was communicating with like Destiny, Bonerbox, Lady Saltman, or Nicholas to eat the Oreo, or any of those people. Maybe this isn't Roger after. Yeah, but like this is like because there's no evidence for this. Right? This is people just being like, I hate AB, therefore I assume that this is the case. If people find like evidence of this, then like I'm down to hear them out. Right? But I'm not gonna make this claim without evidence. Chris Cummings said this is a loner box debate tactic. It is. It's also a Destiny debate tactic. But I haven't seen anything that's like, you know, AB gave it to them or whatever. needs to be more lenient on the crew because of the power dynamic, but it seems like they are. It seems like they get dragged into it, but the crew at this point seems complicit, at least to some extent. I agree. I think it's just staying, and I think AB doing like the view count diffusion thing, right? At the end of the debate is definitely complicity, right? Like he was like diffusing and like he also babies Ethan, right? And I think that is worthy of enough criticism, as opposed to like doing something and engaging something that like there's just not enough evidence for. You know what I mean? As H3's former main gifter, I have quite a lot of shit on them too. And each time I'm like, let's put this out. Another thing drops. Yeah. Is there a clip? I mean, yeah, I'll show it. We looked at it as well. Let's see, is it here? Just after the debate was over, AB was just like, I know y'all hate each other, but the views were great or whatever. Like that's a pretty gross thing to do. You guys aren't Ethan people, right? Because I can't with that. Do you think we are? I'm actually just curious.
Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They
I don't
lost
know.
$250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan?
Hold on, let's skip forward. Here. Yeah, here it is.
Donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know you guys
Bye,
fucking.
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I never
just
looked.
Saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends. Like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hassan's was higher?
Hassan's was higher.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking.
Like this is the perfect demonstration of. I think Dan is a dick rider. I think he is an enabler, right? And he babies Ethan. I think AB to a lesser extent babies Ethan, but he also still serves a similar role to like diffuse Ethan's tension, right? Potentially so that he can continue to get paid, right? Dan, like AB being like, I know y'all hate each other, but the views are great, great is awesome. So, the views were amazing, so like, maybe it's not that bad. That is the fusion. After this long 5-hour conversation, he's diffusing the situation, right? He's bringing down the tension, bringing down the temperature, to diffuse, right? It's gross because this conversation was about genocide, and it's like a very, your boss is doing Hasbara, right? It's a gross thing to do, but that's what he's doing. Dan takes that a step further to further reinforce Ethan's delusions by lying to him to be like, Hasan was a little bit higher than us, but we were still pretty close, right? We're not falling off. I promise. We're not owned. We're not owned. We're not owned. Does that make sense? Dan Cotto's Ethan, AB, excuse Ethan. Yeah. Dan is way worse in my opinion. I do agree. You got to crash. You got to stop hallucinating. 20K more is not a little either. Yeah, which is why, and Dan knows that. Dan knows that. Dan knows it wasn't even close. Dan knows Hasan peaked at 120,000. H3 peaked at like 90. Right? He knows there was a 30,000 viewer peak or difference in the peaks. He knows that it wasn't close, but he's lying to Ethan to make Ethan feel good. Right? He's lying to Ethan to make Ethan feel good. He's coddling Ethan. He's babying Ethan, which is what Hasan calls out directly. Where did Dan lie about the numbers? What were they? Dan didn't say a number. He just said that like Hasan was higher, but we were not that far behind. Right? Because he doesn't want his boss to contend with the fact that like peak viewership, there was like a 20,000, 30,000 viewer difference. He said 100. Oh, did he say 100K?
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So
well,
you did say about 100K. So you know, you can extend about what that means. You feel me? Like about 100K can mean a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? That can mean a lot of stuff. Yeah, 85K is about 100K. You know what I mean? If you really think about it. If you really think about it. So clearly profits off of the racism and bigotry, they don't even care. They're only there for the bad because they or because they agree entirely. The only one I feel bad for is love. 60K is 100K if you're rounding. You kind of butchered that word, but I figured it out. But yeah, like Dan is an enabler. He's an enabler. But yeah, this is like a 1-2 punch on Ethan, and I think that was pretty fun. But it's been 6 hours. Also, Kirik, thank you for the Prime. And thank you for the 100 bits as well. I think this is where I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna call it. We did eat good this week. Tomorrow, we will be on the front page. So we hit like 2K yesterday. We hit like 1K today, 1.2, 1.5K today. Tomorrow we might also be at 1K as well. I'm still following you. I like your chat better. Hasan is too fast. It stresses me out. I 100% see that. That's my rising star. Which is why you should vote for me for rising star in November. When voting opens for the Streamer Awards, think about me, chat. Think about me. That's what I say. Did they tell you when you're going to be on the front page? You apply. You can apply for front page. So technically, I think I am still on the front page, just lower down. So they have like special months. So this is together for AAPI voices. If you scroll down, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep.
How's about a Prime?
Keep scrolling, keep going. You keep scrolling. They have legendary women, but if you keep going, you just. And they have a highlighted disabled talent. But if you keep scrolling. If you keep going, you have Together for Black Brilliance. If you open this one up and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling, I'm right there. So I am technically on the front page. Just pretty far down. The black one was at the top for Black History Month though. Which, if you think about it, is shorter than every other month. They should give us 3 extra days. I'm just saying. They should give us 3 extra days. Are you so low when your viewers are so high? You know, I don't know. I think maybe it's because this is my channel and you're gonna have your own order. So you can check. You can check at this link and see where I am. But yeah, no, they shoved me to the bottom, like the back of the bus, like Rosa Parks. First for me, you got the top for me. W. How do you feel about having fan/clip channels? I would love it. No one does it though, because I'm black. Racism, I agree. Wait, we can? 100%. You think I would stop you from making clips of me and bolstering my existence elsewhere? I would do it myself. I just don't have the time. You see the idiots on Twitter who was surprised Rosa Parks had a car? Yeah, I did see that. It's pretty funny. I'm so doing that. Go for it. I tried to copy library and underline, but the only issue is that because I'm not that large, there's not that much of an incentive for viewers to make clips of me and post them elsewhere because people don't really know who I am. Right? So that's the only issue. And so it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because people don't really know who I am, there's no incentive to make clips. And because nobody makes clips, then nobody knows who I am. And that's like a whole thing. Right? Apollo made some clips about me and put me on Twitter sometimes. But I gotta go on Reddit and stuff too. Not Reddit, sorry, on TikTok. I need some clips to go on TikTok. The guy from the Cosmic Cop, right? That's what some people said. I definitely heard your name before. That's cool. That means we're halfway there. I need more people to hear my name. So when I pop up on their feed, they then turn around and they're like, I want to go to and see what this person's stream is about. And then we're doing an auto-tune song thing. Aren't you banned on TikTok? I'm only banned from live streaming for 3 days, okay? I'm banned for 3 days for live streaming. And it's Cinna's fault. It's Cinna's fault, okay? It is Cinna's fault. Cinna got me banned, okay? It's crazy. It's wild. Wait, you were on TikTok yesterday? What happened? Cinna happened. Cinna got me banned. We played a Cinna clip and Cinna was saying some not very nice things and TikTok banned it for self-harm. She said the N-word again. Yeah, no, she wouldn't stop saying the N-word. So if you want to be live on TikTok, you can't watch any Cinna clips because like she just keeps dropping slurs. That's what it is. That's what it is. Anyway, thanks for all the follows, by the way. We hit 28K yesterday, and now we're at 28.6K. A few more streams, we'll hit 27K. At 30K, we'll do something else. I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we'll party or something. And then for bullying and harassment, Cinna went mask off. Exactly. She had a black creator banned, racist. That's what I'm saying. Pizza party? You know what? Sure, we'll have a pizza party. I'll find a non-BDS pizza place near me. Because in case you didn't know, Papa John's, Pizza Hut, and Domino's are all BDS. That's like the top 3 of pizza. Of like cheap, fast pizza. I gotta go to freaking Little Caesars or something. Little Caesars isn't BDS. You know what I mean? Ew, Little Caesars. Hey, watch your mouth. Little Caesars hot and ready pizza. No Coke, no Domino's. This sucks. Yeah. Little Caesars isn't good, but it's hot and ready. That's what I'm saying. Have you ever had CC's Pizza? Does CC's exist outside of North Carolina? CC's is like a pizza buffet place. Like some people go to CC's and do like takeout at CC's. Like, why would you do takeout at CC's? If you're gonna do takeout, go to an actual pizza place. You go to CC's for the pizza buffet. You feel me? Like CC's is not good pizza. It's cheap, inexpensive pizza that you go to for the buffet. Yeah, all you can eat. Why would you do takeout at CC's? It doesn't make any sense. CC's is S-tier trash. I cannot explain. The dessert pizza be smacking. I do agree. The dessert pizza be good. Take your kids' sports teams there. Exactly. You take your kids' sports teams there. Like Quiznos. What are you, 90? I never had Quiznos. Quiznos shut down for like a decade and then came back as a resurgence in North Carolina, at least. My ex in Tennessee refused to bring me to CC's and I was disappointed. Went to Waffle House though. I never get a chance at CC's as a queer Canadian PWD. I'm sorry, chatter. You're looking up as Sbarro is BDS? I don't think so. Because Quiznos is still open. They had a resurgence. Quiznos came back. It's like what is it called? I don't know what it's I was thinking of. But like it's shut down. It's like McDonald's bringing back the snack wrap. But yeah, I don't know. We'll do something for 30K. Maybe we will have a pizza party. Maybe we'll. Okay, how about this? We do a cooking stream. We make a pizza on stream, and we do a pizza party for for 30K. That seems fun. McDonald's BDS too, right? Yes. My question, right? Because Puma was BDS, but it's no longer BDS because they acquiesced to BDS's demands, right? But like, so did McDonald's a little bit. But because McDonald's is an organic boycott, I don't think it was taken off the list. Because BDS, the National BDS Committee, didn't have any specific demands for McDonald's. McDonald's was added to the list, right? McDonald's was added to the list because they gave free food to the IDF, and they had like franchises in Israel, right? But they did pull out of Israel. Like they sold all their franchises in Israel, right? So like, I don't know. I still don't eat McDonald's. They did leave Israel, yeah. But I think they're still technically on the list. So I don't know what more they have to do to be taken off the list. So if you love McDonald's, I'm so sorry. Sucks to suck. I haven't really like, you know, I wasn't like, I'm not craving McDonald's or whatever. But like, I don't know what they have to do to be taken off the list. But they did sell their franchises in Israel. Obviously not because they had like they cared about Palestinians, but because like their sales were heavily impacted and still are, by the way. Their sales are still heavily impacted. I don't think they recovered. Guys, what organic boycott targets? McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Burger King, Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Domino's, Pizza, and Wix. Yeah. My question is like, what can McDonald's do to be taken off the list? The decline seems to be mostly due to prices being so high. They did point to the boycott as a major factor for why the prices, why their revenue decreased. I replaced McDonald's with Whataburger. Whataburger sucks though, so that's my personal opinion. I do enjoy Wendy's a little bit more. I've got Shake Shack. Also not great, but not as bad as Whataburger. Culver's slabs. I've only had Culver's once, and I had their chicken tenders, and they weren't great. Now, Whataburger clears McDonald's. I don't like Whataburger. I'm a Carl Jr. stands. We call it Hardee's where I'm from, chatter. We call it Hardee's. None of that Carl's Jr. mess. You can't just change your name and become something different, right? You are what your mama called you. And my mama called it Hardee's. They ain't call it Carl's Jr. You have to get the burger from Culver's and then get chocolate frozen custards with fudge and raspberries. Freddy's is fire. Freddy's is fire. Freddy's is so good. I don't know, Freddy's just smash burgers. But it's not Hardee's anymore. It's Hardee's on the East Coast. Carl's Jr. is on the West. So when I drive around to like freaking LA, it's all Carl's Jr.'s here. It is Hardee's on the East Coast though. Hardee's on the East Coast, Carl's Jr.'s on the West. I don't know why, but that's the case. I like Jack in the Box, but I am a stoner, so I won't defend it. My girlfriend loves Jack in the Box. I cannot stand Jack in the Box. It's not good. It's like Checkers and Rally. Oh, that's why I see no Checkers in LA. They're called Rally here.
Zara James just subscribed.
Zara
I'll
James.
be able to be around more for the next few months, lol.
Thank you for the 3-month subscription. Much appreciated. No worries. No worries. I hope you're enjoying the Ethan Klein content. I'm enjoying the crash out. Is Hasan watching the iDubbbz video?
To them, this directly undermines and showcases the.
Thank you. You were all the first to bring up the iDubbbz video. We know. Now stop spamming. Okay. Did you see the iDubbbz video that just came out? Drop in and collaborate. Yeah, I just knock. Trolling. I am trolling a little bit. Talking about the essay argument. I'm actually curious.
Is a systematic, full-blown execution of all Palestinians and their lives in the Gaza Strip with significantly more sophisticated machinery. But having said that, considering that this was almost entirely live streamed, there was a lot of evidence that instantly undermined secondhand accounts that took place on that day. Okay? But like I said, as far as Ethan utilizing this, like weaponizing sexual assault, it was so insane to me that he went to that length, especially considering that I'm of course going to be amenable to hearing his position on this if there's something that I'm oblivious to in terms of all of the reading that I have done on the mass systematized mass rape conducted by Hamas on October 7th.
Chatters just don't read
the worst
like
part.
Okay, chat, you know the first thing that I did when I opened up the stream was read the pinned message. Do people not do that? It's right there. You have to go out of your way to not read it. It's right there. I literally opened it up and I was like, oh, a pinned message. What did it say? I think Chatter's doing it on purpose. I think Chatter just want to be first. He would not read. This is known. Yeah.
And he basically tried to present this as like.
Also, sorry, to cut Hasan off here. Okay. Tomorrow, I have a question for chatters who are still here. Tomorrow, we have an option. We can either do chat controls Elden Ring or chat controls Baldur's Gate 3. Chat controls Elden Ring is done. If they do chat controls Baldur's Gate 3, I need to code it. I guess it's Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. So the way that I think is the easiest, right? The way that I think is the easiest, is there a cheat engine table for Baldur's Gate 3? Do y'all know? Because that's how I do Elden Ring. Chat goes Elden Ring. Is I interface in the memory of the game itself by utilizing a cheat engine table to make certain effects happen. And I use an Elden Ring cheat engine table to do it. Right? Is there a Baldur's Gate 3 cheat engine table? Because I got it. Because Baldur's Gate 3 is a big time commitment. Yeah, but it would be so fun. Let's actually say I'm curious. Because I have no problem putting Hasan on in the corner while coding this. So y'all can still listen to Hasan talk while I work on this on the side. How old is this? It's 8 months ago. Is there one for patch 8? Let's see. Oh, this is a long table. Oh, this is one for patch 8. That's actually pretty perfect. Would you make your character on the screen, or do you have to set? You have one set up? I would probably make it tomorrow. Let's see. Activate trainer. Controls, damage, mod, movement, action, spell slot options. That's pretty good, actually. I can change my allies' health. I like that. Go into turn-based mode. Okay. Infinite keyboard, infinite rage charges, infinite spell, or infinite split item. Is there a mod that fixes the hunter animal pathfinding yet? I don't play hunter because hunters are boring. No offense. Okay. I'm trying to download this. Wait, which one is this? Install cheat engine. Which one do I use? Probably the one that's downloaded the most, right? Like this one. Oh, DX11. Okay. Okay. Do I have to do something special when using this to make sure that I don't get banned? Or can I just use the cheat engine table? Do you think, so long as I don't go on multiplayer, I think it should be fine, right? Is this something I have to worry about with Elden Ring? Okay, what if I just do this? Here. We're gonna take, where's Hasan? Here.
Lied, and he had actually smeared me as someone who did not recognize that sexual assault had taken place at any point. That is not true.
We're gonna go OBS.
So if you think that that in and of itself was like a massive gotcha, you're falling for the attempts here. But I totally understand why it would be confusing in the process. You almost didn't use any clips to prove he's a liar, which is important to prove so people can actually listen to what you have to say, but you can make it up when you respond to a shitty video. Well, there's not anything I can do in terms of clips because, you know, he controls the clips.
Can you also hear Hasan?
And the part about this that I find unconscionable is the fact that he also turned around and made it seem as though the testimony that she delivered was one that I was actually diminishing when it was one that I actually had recognized. But then he turned around and used her as an example for October 7, a point that he was trying to make, which was that mass rapes had taken place on October 7 and there were victims that had come out. There have not been, from what I have seen, and again, I will go back to this once again, and I'm planning on doing when he kept saying don't speak over the victim, but he didn't give a fuck you were talking about the right to rape protest was actually discussing. Yeah, exactly. That I plan on going over this, going over that part, especially in the conversation, because I think it's important. If you recall, I think something very nefarious took place in the aftermath of October 7, as you guys know. Obviously, there were plenty of atrocities that Israel could point to, but they needed more, which is precisely the reason why they engaged in atrocity propaganda, right? 40 beheaded babies, babies lit on fire with kerosene, and all of this stuff that took place. Out of all of the heightened atrocity propaganda that Israel had elevated, okay, there was... Many of them were immediately discounted, right? Many of them were immediately discounted by Israeli media, as a matter of fact. And the reason for why they did that was because these are real victims.
Not anymore?
These are real victims that were slaughtered, right? So obviously, if you're Israeli media, you have to give them the dignity. You have to give their family members the dignity of understanding what took place.
Also, I can't see chat anymore, which kind of sucks.
A lot of that was discounted. The only one that actually was left without any sort of counter position was Hamas-backed systematized rapes.
Wait, where'd it go?
That took place on October 7. And I believe the reason why a lot of people were wary of immediately countering that position is because, of course, like there's a high likelihood of rapes taking place, not systematized, but rapes taking place on conflicts. This is my position as well. This is what I said as well over and over again. Ironically enough, and many of the clips that he was actually clipping out of context. I was debating other chatters saying there is still a likelihood that sexual violence took place on October 7th because that is a commonplace event in all conflict. Okay? Having said that, Israel refused any sort of real investigation to take place, and the investigations that came a year after the fact showed or disproved a lot of the initial narratives that they ran with. And that is the issue.
Oh, okay. I think I figured it out.
And the real reason why that happened, was because specifically because they wanted to do atrocity propaganda to justify the genocide.
Plus,
why did you not bring up Hasan saying Palestinian women don't face systematic sexual violence? Wait, I did bring that up.
Wait, my Chrome's not showing up anymore, bro.
Anyway, and for the record, like, the reason why I brought up the 40 beheaded babies and flamed babies in their crib stuff is because Ethan and Hila have brought that up far after it was already officially
sorry, give me 1 second.
recognized as propaganda that did not take place.
They went on a mission to kill as many people they can, no matter who it is. Slaughter as many people as they could until they were stopped.
The mission was to kill civilians.
Yeah.
You can see their war plans. They went specifically to Kibbutzim to kill the inhabitants there. Those are not military compounds.
They flamed cribs with babies in them on fire. So, like,
come on, what are we talking about?
They went on a mission.
Yeah, like lit babies on fire and stuff. Like, that's not real. That's just like, why?
I have to keep this.
Why is that still happening? You know what I mean? Why are people still saying
right
that? This is supposed to be an anti-genocide broadcast. Like, do you see what I mean? This doesn't make sense with the attitude that Ethan demonstrated yesterday, or at least like some of the things that he said yesterday.
More first-hand accounts. There's even a person that survived the Nova disaster. They managed to survive it, and then I think maybe a year later or a few months later, they ended up committed suicide because they couldn't bear to live having seen what they saw on that day.
Is there more than one person that committed suicide?
It might be more. For some reason, I don't know the exact number. I know there's for sure one that I know for sure, but there might be more. And I mean, the kind of stuff that they saw was like rape, gang rape,
mutilation, torture.
Yeah. So they had to witness that and could.
Okay, we're gonna start a new character.
Yeah. So
this is gonna be a test character, so it doesn't really matter.
This is Hila Klein claiming that no festival survivors saw rape and gang rape killed themselves because they couldn't deal with the trauma. She cites as a part of her regurgitation of the genocidal atrocity propaganda, saying there's so much evidence for it. She's referring to a suicide letter that was posted online claiming this over 6 months ago, which has been debunked as a hoax by Israeli reporters a day after it came out. Even Hen Mazik and other Zionist propagandists who shared this initial report
This is fine.
were forced to retract it 6 months after the fact that this suicide letter was revealed to be a hoax and was retracted by Israeli media.
Fine.
Hila is still using it as a point in her comment.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So now what we do is we go options, videos. Oh, why did this stop playing?
To justify all the things that unfolded. This is what I mean. Here it is.
Okay, I think Baldur's Gate 3 is not a fan of this. Where I'll put it on low settings.
This is Adam Shafir. A story that ran in recent days about a Nova survivor who saw horrors and committed suicide did not leave a single dry eye. After trying to reach the family to tell their story, the search turned into an investigation. We will reveal tonight in the tube that it is a complete fake. It is not clear what brings people to invent like this, but to cheapen the real plight of survivors and to play with the souls of others is simply disgusting. Do you understand? Like, this is a real weaponization of sexual trauma. This is a real weaponization of fabricated stories.
Okay, so my question here, I'm gonna mute Hasan for a second. My question is, what can we do with this trainer? What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? What are some ideas for like Twitch chat controls Baldur's Gate 3? Can I spawn things? Level enemies? Can I do that? Do I need a mod to do that? I would hate to have to make my own mod. That seems like a lot of work. Yeah, this freaking this cheat table's not the best. I'm just curious about what this one has. Character resource cheats, temporary unlimited boosters. That's good. Movement cheats, passive feats cheats. Okay, this is actually more what I want. Okay. Dark mode, compact mode, enables auto script disabler, keep reattaching, reattach the game process, start game initializer, register commands. This is why I love you, Sean, the way you think of playing games while reacting to politics stream. My favorite way to stream. Thank you. Let's see. Character resource cheats. Add resource. Add action point. Does this work? It does work. That's pretty cool. Okay. Add boost to player. Add action resource. Okay. Add reaction point. Add level 1 spell. Wait, how do I remove it now? Action resource, spell slot 1/1. Okay, how do I remove it? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna open up. What is this? Oh. We're gonna go to here. We're gonna go to my code. Where do I put my Elden Ring thing at? Probably Twitch bot. No, that's different. No. Elden. Let me search. Playing bars get 3 while watching you Sean Co. Bars get 3 while watching Hasan. True. Oh wait, you guys still can't hear Hasan right now. Here.
I'm still, of course.
I'll turn it back on.
Like there is for the record, I'm never going to automatically discount new information. If new information has come out that I was oblivious to, that I was unfamiliar with, in terms of the numerous victims coming out through forensic examination in the aftermath, for example, as opposed to what has happened, which is the opposite. Because the bodies were moved over to a military facility, and the military facility did conduct some forensic examinations that actually discounted some of the genital mutilation narratives that people were presenting. Because the most extreme version of this is what Rabbi Shmuley was saying, if you recall, where he was like, Palestinians ripped the boobs off of Israeli women and played soccer with them and shit like that. A lot of that gets lost in the conversation, because